Chapter 179. Yang Feng ordered faintly. Enter the city. 200,000 level. 8 primary battle robots along with 2 million level. 4 humanoid robots, as if ants, quickly moved towards St. Colin City. Even though St. Colin City's 9 warlock towers had already been destroyed, Yang Feng still didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless and rashly invest all of his troops. St. Colin City was a base created by the ancient warlocks. Additionally, it had gone through Warlock College Intalia's several millennia of accumulation. It was unknown how many trump cards it had. Once the entire Mechanical Legion entered, they would be turned into ashes by a formidable spell. Yang Feng himself, under the protection of the 100,000 level 8 primary battle robots, walked towards St. Colin City. In any case, he had countless clones. Even if this clone was killed, there was still a large number of clones to replace it. St. Colin City is really amazing. It can even withstand a nuclear explosion. Once Yang Feng entered St. Colin City, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The explosion of the 9 nuclear warheads merely destroyed more than half of St. Colin City's city wall. At the same time, under the protection of St. Colin City, the might of the nuclear explosion was greatly weakened, merely extending 500 meters into the city. Miraculously, St. Colin City remained intact from the nuclear explosion. Only the city wall was destroyed and the defenders were wiped out. Practically all the defenders were wiped out by the 9 nuclear warheads in the vicinity of St. Colin City's city wall. Only then did Yang Feng enter the city and move towards the inner court. Warlock College Intalia's inner court was the core of St. Colin City. Once the inner court was destroyed, the entire St. Colin City would fall into Yang Feng's hands. If the inner court wasn't destroyed, then even if Yang Feng occupied the entire St. Colin City, it would still be reversed. Under the protection of the huge Mechanical Legion, Yang Feng arrived before Warlock College Intalia's gate. Yang Feng looked at Warlock College Intalia's gate, his heart filled with complex emotions. A few years ago, he was still racking his brains to enter Warlock College Intalia. Furthermore, he had suffered the blows of the Scarlet Hand's blitz and the bullying of his mentor Eunice. But now, he came to Warlock College Intalia with a magnificent army and countless experts as a conqueror. Yang Feng silently glanced at Warlock College Intalia's gate, then directly stepped into the college. In Warlock College Intalia's outer court, there were students who weren't even apprentice warlocks. When the students saw Yang Feng and the Mechanical Legion behind him, their eyes flashed with panic and fear, and they successively surrendered. Suddenly, an excited voice came from the crowd. Yang Feng, is that you? I'm Jarl. Yang Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a youngster standing in the crowd. It was a youngster Gars who had accompanied him through the Hunting Fangs wilderness. So it's Gars, come here. Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand. The battle robots made way for him. Gars had a complicated look in his eyes. A touch of envy and jealousy flashed past the abyss of his eyes, and he sighed slowly. Yang Feng, you've changed a lot in just a few years. A few years had passed, yet Gars was still an outer court student of Warlock College Intalia. As for Yang Feng, not only was he a formidable level 1 warlock, but he was also Steel City's Grand Marshal, commanding the Mechanical Legion to breach St. Colin City. The difference in strength and status between the two parties was like night and day. Naturally, Garland felt a little strange. Yang Feng said lightly, MHM, if there's anything to say, then wait until I breach Warlock College and Talia's inner court. Gars also felt the pressure of a superior coming from Yang Feng, and he couldn't help but respond, all right. The huge Mechanical Legion quickly advanced and arrived at the entrance of Warlock College and Talia's inner court. This is the entrance to Warlock College and Talia's inner court. No one is allowed to enter. The huge Moloch direwolf Dulcom opened its eyes, firmly stared at Yang Feng and the huge Mechanical Legion, and barked loudly. In a flash, a terrifying life force comparable to that of a level 3 warlock erupted. Its whole body absorbed the surrounding rocks and condensed into a thick layer of rock armor. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of peculiar glint, and he opened his mouth to recruit. Dulcom, I've breached St. Colin's City. Warlock College and Talia's history ends today. Abandon Warlock College and Talia and follow me. I need your help. I'll give you double the treatment Warlock College and Talia gave you. Dulcom's eyes widened, and he barked. I promise my master to protect Warlock College and Talia. A Moloch direwolf's oath can never be violated. If you want to enter the inner court, then you'll have to do it over my dead body. Finished speaking, Dulcom suddenly leaped, and as quick as lightning, madly pounced towards Yangfeng. What a loyal wolf, but unfortunately, I can't make use of you. Yangfeng sighed slightly. In the world of warlocks, mutual deceit and intrigue were common. All kinds of extraordinary life forms and formidable beings captured by warlocks from other planes, none of them weren't thinking of ways to rebel against their master and gain freedom. Only loyal and formidable extraordinary life forms like Dulcom, who kept their promises, were rare and precious. More than a dozen mechanical shield troops raised their shields and suddenly stepped forward to block. Layers of level 3 protective covers suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Yangfeng. Dulcom extended its claws and madly slapped, smashing a shield troop's protective cover with a terrifying force. At the same time, the level 3 shield troop's shield caved in, and it was sent flying before crashing into another shield troop. Thousands of mechanical gunner troops and artillery troops opened fire in a flash. Countless Gauss cannons' shells bombarded Dulcom, and countless rock fragments splashed about. Dulcom only resisted for less than 10 seconds before collapsing and turning into a pile of rocks under the concentrated fire of the countless artillery shells. Whether it was physical resistance or magical resistance, the Moloch direwolf was very formidable. But under the concentrated fire of thousands of level 8 mechanical gunner troops and artillery troops, no matter how formidable it was, it could only die with a grievance. What a pity! Yangfeng sighed faintly, and then walked towards the inner court. A humanoid robot stepped forward, took out Dulcom's magic core, and put it away. Eunice and Judy had been injected with liquid metal nanorobot elixir. Through the liquid metal nanorobot elixir, Yangfeng could easily lock onto their positions. Under Yangfeng's lead, the Mechanical Legion advanced in the inner court before arriving below a 7-story-tall warlock pagoda. Stop, Yangfeng! Following a furious bellow, Starlight Aldrich grabbed Judy and Eunice and appeared at the top of the 7-story-tall warlock pagoda. At this moment, Aldrich, who had always maintained a calm demeanor and killed his wife and daughter without batting an eyelid, had his hair in a mess, blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and cut a sorry figure like a beggar. He looked at Yangfeng with eyes brimming with resentment. The might of the super defensive spell that enveloped St. Colin's City was comparable to that of a divine spell cast with the help of a god's power. Even with the help of St. Colin's City left behind by the ancient warlocks, Aldrich still suffered a huge backlash from the nuclear explosion. But Aldrich was very cunning and transferred the majority of the backlash onto the great warlock Holden, as well as the countless low-level warlocks, bursting Holden, as well as the countless official warlocks in the inner court in one fell swoop. Even so, his injuries weren't light, and he was naturally brimming with resentment towards Yangfeng. Yangfeng raised his hand, and the 200,000 level, 8 primary battle robots, and the densely packed level 4 humanoid robots behind him stopped. Very good. Yangfeng, it seems that you value these 2 women very much. Immediately hand over the control of your Mechanical Legion to me, and then immediately leave St. Colin's City along with all of Steel City's great warlock rank experts. Otherwise, I'll kill them at once. Aldrich's eyes flashed with a touch of malevolence. He flicked his hand, and 2 black claws suddenly appeared, grabbing at the throats of Eunice and Judy, ready to crush their throats at any time. Aldrich, don't be naive. Today's battle will decide the life and death of Steel City. I won't take even half a step back. I won't hand over the control of the Mechanical Legion to you. Otherwise, wouldn't the millions of citizens of our city of steel all die at your hands? I admit that I value Eunice and Judy very much. However, Your conditions are too outrageous, and I can't agree to them. How about this? You return the two of them to me, and I'll let you live and give you a chance to stage a comeback. For a selfish person like you, your life is more important than anything else. Let them go and you'll live. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Yang Feng took a step forward, his eyes flickered with a cold glint, and he barked. Aldrich burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with contempt. Ha! You want to kill me? How could it be that simple? Just by relying on those metal lumps? Although I can't kill those metal lumps, but if I want to escape, then who in the world can stop me? Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion's frontal assault was extremely powerful. However, it was extremely difficult to make a peak great warlock like Aldrich stay. Is that so? Why don't you take a look at this? Yang Feng gave a cold smile and pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. A radiance suddenly flew out, fell on the ground, and revealed a figure. It was the level 4 extraordinary life form mechanical Moffin demonic polar bear. Aldrich said disdainfully, "It's just a trifling level for extraordinary life form rank alchemical golem. I can easily dismantle such an alchemical golem." Yang Feng sneered and continuously pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. Amani light wing icebird, Kalaman boa, fire lion, lightning leopard, one after another, level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts suddenly appeared in front of Aldrich. Before long, 13 level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts appeared in front of Yang Feng, exuding terrifying life force and staring covetously at Aldrich. They were waiting for Yang Feng's order, ready to pounce on Aldrich and tear him to pieces at any moment. Chapter 180. When Aldrich saw this, his complexion changed slightly and became very unsightly. As one of Tyrannid's subcontinent's peak experts, with the help of the semi-divine armament in his hands, he could challenge about 8 level 4 extraordinary life forms at the same time at his peak. However, he was currently heavily injured, and he was facing 13 level 4 transcendent creature level mechanical beasts. If they really fought, if he didn't escape, only death would await him. Aldrich said with a cold smile, "So what? Even if you have so many great warlock rank alchemical golems, but if I want to escape, you won't be able to stop me. Is that so? Then let me show you my strongest trump card, the power of the divine armament, Book of Great Prophecy." Yang Feng smiled coldly, flipped his hand, and a book exuding strange fluctuations of power appeared in his hand. Aldrich became extremely nervous at once, staring at the book in Yang Feng's hand. Then, his eyes spewed endless flames of fury, and he roared madly. "What Book of Great Prophecy? This is clearly Clifford's legend rank secret treasure book of Gaia. Are you playing with me?" Yang Feng sighed faintly and said, "Of course I'm playing with you. Isn't it obvious? Are you retarded?" Just as Aldrich was about to go mad with anger, staring at Yang Feng for a split second, a figure suddenly burst out from the shadow behind him like a ghost and stabbed at Aldrich with the legend rank dagger kiss of the damned. Aldrich instinctively erupted with an extremely formidable life force, which revolved around him. The legend rank dagger kiss of the damned easily cut through Aldrich's life force, which could even resist a level 4 spell, and stabbed into his back. 12 kinds of curses instantly erupted inside Aldrich, causing black gas to linger around him and making him extremely weak. The figure of the shadow also revealed itself. It was the legend rank assassin Night Hunter Romulich. Taking advantage of the moment when Aldrich's attention was attracted by Yang Feng, Romulich seized the opportunity and stabbed Aldrich in the abdomen with the legend rank dagger kiss of the damned. "Bastard, go to hell." Aldrich's eyes were bloodshot. He pointed at that shadow and instantly cast the 4th tier instant death spell, Disintegrate. A ray of Disintegrate shot towards Romulich. Once the level 4 instant death spell Disintegrate was successfully released, then even if it was a great warlock rank expert, they would still have a great chance of being insta-killed. This was definitely a very terrifying spell. For a legendary assassin like Romulich, once she was hit by Disintegrate, there was a 90% chance that she would be instantly killed and turned into a pile of dregs. At this moment, an azure light screen appeared in front of Romulus. When the green disintegration ray hit the azure light screen, it immediately shattered the azure light screen. Romulus took advantage of the opportunity to pull out a dagger and slash, cutting off the claws on Eunice's and Judy's throats. She reached out and grabbed Eunice's and Judy's shoulders, pulled them hard, and her tender body quickly floated backwards towards Yangfeng's camp. Aldrich's whole body was shrouded in black gas of curses. His eyes flickered with an extremely resentful radiance, and he barked, "You can't save them. I've already cast a spell on their bodies. As long as I have a thought, their souls will collapse, and they'll turn into corpses." Aldrich's words had just fallen when Eunice and Judy suddenly screamed. Their bodies twitched, their eyes turned white, and their bodies swelled up as if there was some terrifying foreign object moving around inside their bodies. Traces of blood flowed out of their mouths. "Is that so? Unfortunately, my spell is specialized in restraining your spells." Carolina walked out of the void, flipped her lily-white hand, and the rose divine mirror suddenly appeared in her hand. She shone it at Eunice and Judy. A sacred and bright, white holy light shone on Eunice and Judy. The faces of Eunice and Judy revealed expressions of pain. They opened their mouths, and streams of black mist flew out of their mouths, condensed into human faces, and screamed in pain. Then, under the illumination of the sacred, white, holy light, they were purified and disappeared. Aldrich's eyes flashed with a touch of despair, and he issued a beast-like roar. "Carolina, it's actually you. You actually came as well." St. Rose Carolina was a publicly recognized expert in purifying all kinds of evil spells in Tyrannid subcontinent. St. Rose's Great Radiant Tome was also one of the strongest secret techniques in Tyrannid subcontinent. It could purify countless evil spells. With Carolina, no matter how evil the spells Aldrich cast on Eunice and Judy, they would all be purified. Carolina said with a merry smile, "That's right, Aldrich. I came to see how you'll be defeated. At that time, when you swaggered around in my rose garden, did you ever think that this day would come?" The mechanical black dragon exuding traces of the ancient black dragon's might descended from the sky and landed behind Aldrich, completely blocking his escape route. Aldrich's complexion changed several times. Suddenly, contrary to everyone's expectations, he knelt on the ground, kowtowed towards Yangfeng, and implored, "Yangfeng Darren, I beg you to spare my lowly life. I can let you cast control spells on me. I only beg you to spare my lowly life. After all, I'm Eunice's biological father. I'm her only relative in this world. I beg you, spare my life. I'm a great Warlock rank expert. I know all of Warlock College and Talia's secrets. As long as you take me as a slave, I'll tell you everything, so that you can easily take control of Warlock College and Talia." Yangfeng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. Adaptable, truly an ambitious and ruthless person. Carolina saw Aldrich wagging his tail and begging Yangfeng, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of disdain. What a disappointment! Romulad's beautiful eyes also flashed with a touch of contempt. Although she was forced to surrender to Yangfeng, but she didn't wag her tail and beg for pity, nor did she lower her voice. Aldrich was one of Tyrannid subcontinent's most formidable great warlocks, Warlock College and Talia's dean. Such a bigwig, when faced with life and death, was unexpectedly so unbearable. This made Romulad's words emerge in her mind, unworthy of his reputation. Yangfeng waved his hand, and a humanoid robot walked towards Aldrich with a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir in hand, grabbed Aldrich's hand, and injected the liquid metal nanorobot elixir into Aldrich's right hand. Aldrich sensed that his immune system had killed 1/10 of the liquid metal nanorobots, and his complexion changed slightly, yet he didn't resist and obediently knelt on the ground. Under the attentive gazes of so many experts, only death would await Aldrich if he resisted. After seeing the liquid metal nanorobot elixir being injected into Aldrich's body, Yangfeng turned towards Eunice and asked, "Whether to kill him or not, I'll leave the decision to you. I promised you that I'll kill him for you. So long as you say the word, I'll let him die." Aldrich immediately turned pale with fright before looking up at Yang Feng and saying, "Master, you promised to spare my wretched life." Yang Feng laughed heartily and said, "Ha! When did I promise you? It's just that you were mistaken. The one deciding your life now is your daughter Eunice, not me." Aldrich immediately turned around, knelt on the ground, cut a sorry figure, and implored bitterly, "Eunice, my daughter, my biological daughter. I know I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. I'm begging you, for the sake of me being your biological father, please spare my life. I'll give you all the resources I've accumulated over the years. Moreover, as long as I give you careful pointers, you'll definitely become a great warlock in the future." Eunice gave Aldrich a deep look, her beautiful eyes concealing a touch of deep resentment. "Aldrich, my dear biological father, at that time, my mother and my elder sister also implored you to not act against them. But you bastard, in order to obtain a trace of progress in your strength, you cruelly killed them. I'll never forgive you. Master, kill this bastard. Henceforth, my body and heart are yours." "All right, you can die." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of regret, before saying faintly to Aldrich, "No." Aldrich uttered an extremely miserable scream. His face distorted, his body uncontrollably swelled up, and with a pop, he directly exploded. Only his intact head remained, rolling on the ground. His aura of life disappeared at once. In Tyrannid subcontinent, there were a lot of extraordinary life forms with only their heads remaining. But Aldrich clearly wasn't such a monster. When Carolina and Romulage saw this scene, their hearts trembled slightly. Aldrich was a pinnacle great warlock. Even though he was stabbed by Romulage's kiss of the damned and his strength weakened by more than 90%, he was still very formidable. His battle prowess was comparable to that of an ordinary great warlock. Such a peerless expert, with just a few words from Yang Feng, died tragically without the strength to resist. This made them have an intuitive understanding of how terrifying the god extinguishing elixir was. Yang Feng looked at Aldrich's corpse. His eyes flashed with a touch of regret. Although Aldrich didn't have any moral integrity, but he was a genuine pinnacle great warlock. If it wasn't for Eunice, then Yang Feng would have definitely taken him in as a subordinate and promoted his own power. After all, Aldrich's character wasn't good, but his strength was tyrannical. His conduct was also ruthless, despicable, shameless, and unscrupulous. He was a veteran of dirty work. "Thank you, master. Henceforth, my body and heart are yours." Eunice at once threw herself into Yang Feng's embrace and deeply kissed him. Her coquettish eyes were like silk, her whole body exuding an enchanting luster. Chapter 181. Yang Feng gave a slight smile. He knew that he had subdued the mind of the stunningly beautiful Eunice. Prior to this, he had only controlled her through the liquid metal nanorobots. The wonderful feeling of having one's heart and mind fusing was more than 100 times better than having the body of a walking corpse. Judy gave Eunice a somewhat envious glance, then went to Yang Feng's side. She kissed him on the cheek and said with a smile like a flower, "Thank you, master." Yang Feng laughed heartily and embraced Judy and Eunice. After getting rid of Aldrich, Yang Feng's huge mechanical legion directly entered St. Colin City and took over the defenses of St. Colin City's various key locations. St. Colin City had also accumulated a huge amount of goods to deal with the attack of the underworld's allied forces. The huge amount of goods fell into Yang Feng's hands, making him unable to conceal his grin. Yang Feng gave an order, and countless engineering robots started to construct a variety of weapons within St. Colin City, starting to fortify St. Colin City. Additionally, all kinds of munitions factories started to be constructed within St. Colin City. Within Steel City's sphere of influence, in front of a dilapidated munitions factory, Cornell's transformed behemoth's eyes flickered with an extremely savage glint. He stared fixedly at a warlock and said in a voice that contained endless fury, You said that St. Colin's City has already been breached? The warlock said somewhat tremblingly. Yes, Your Holiness. Cornell's eyes flashed with a touch of madness, and he bellowed, overflowing with killing intent. Impossible. That's impossible. St. Colin's City was guarded by Warlock College in Talia and Black Dragon Pagoda. How could it have been destroyed? How could it have been breached so easily? Are you deceiving me? You're deceiving me, aren't you? The warlock felt that if he didn't handle this well, then he might be slapped to death by Cornell at any time. The warlock reported while trembling with fear. Yangfeng's mechanical legion used the mysterious weapon that killed Kamis and the others, destroyed St. Colin's City's city wall, and killed the 1 million knight rank experts of St. Colin's City. Black Dragon Pagoda's pagoda master Anthony fled, Aldrich died in battle, and the entire St. Colin's City was occupied by Yangfeng's mechanical legion. Fuck! Aldrich, you fool, you misled me. Cornell's eyes were bloodshot as he faced the sky and let out a long roar. He was so angry that he vomited a large mouthful of blood. The 5 great warlock groups besieging Steel City was a plan formulated by Aldrich. Cornell had originally believed that this plan was in the bag, so he personally took action and led the Claw of Ambition's experts to burn, kill, and loot all over Steel City, destroying its munitions factories. Now that St. Colin's City had been captured by Yangfeng, Savage Claw, White Elephant's Ivory, and Black Dragon Pagoda were the 3 great forces that Yangfeng would definitely retaliate against. Cornell suddenly roared. Where's the Eyes of Justice? Didn't they reinforce St. Colin's City? Savage Claw, White Elephant's Ivory, Black Dragon Pagoda, and Warlock College in Talia were mortal enemies. It was because of this that Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory were responsible for cutting off Yangfeng's reinforcements. The Eyes of Justice acted as a mobile reinforcements that could support the major battlefields at any time. The warlock said extremely bitterly, the Eyes of Justice didn't go to the battlefields, they just made a gesture, that's all. Cornell gnashed his teeth and said, the Eyes of Justice, the Atchison, the Eyes of Justice. He's planning to sit on top of the mountain and watch as we and Yangfeng fight to the bitter end. The warlock asked, Your Holiness, what should we do now? Cornell promptly made a decision. Withdraw at once. Withdraw, Savage Claw. A warlock holding a communications magic box walked up to Cornell and said, Your Holiness, His Holiness Steel, White Elephant wants to talk to you. Cornell's eyebrows creased slightly. Then he reached out and touched the communications magic box. With a flash of magic radiance, Har's voice came from the magic box. Cornell, I just got the information that St. Colin's City has fallen. Anthony is seriously injured and Aldrich is dead. Cornell said coldly. I also got the information. Aldrich is really a good-for-nothing. He was actually so easily killed. Horace said solemnly. That's right. Aldrich is indeed a good-for-nothing. Now, we only have one chance, a chance to survive from the jaws of death. Raid Steel City's base, Giant Stone City. As long as Giant Stone City is breached and Yangfeng's Uncle Yang Yi is captured alive, then we still have a chance to turn the tables. Otherwise, with Yang Ye's peerless alchemy, coupled with Warlock College in Talia's and Rose Garden's tremendous resources, as long as we give them some time, then we won't be able to resist Steel City's mechanical legion. Horace could see it very clearly. As long as Yangfeng was given some time to develop, then countless level 8 primary battle robots would be manufactured, then it would be the end of Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory. But his only mistake was that he guessed incorrectly, that Yang Yi didn't exist. Everyone was certain that Steel City had an alchemy expert called Yang Yi, but that was because it was impossible for Yangfeng to be that peerless alchemy expert. The information regarding Yangfeng practicing cultivation in Warlock College in Talia had already been thoroughly researched by the major forces. It was impossible for him to be an expert with peerless alchemy. The only possibility was that he was served by an expert with peerless alchemy. For an expert with peerless alchemy to serve a waste with an inferior level, one sole aptitude, apart from being a blood relative, there was no other way to explain it. Yang Ye's image also became vivid and lifelike. Conrath said coldly, Are you sure that Giant Stone City doesn't have that mysterious alchemical weapon that killed Camus and the others?" Horace was silent at once. Even if he was tyrannical, but he still didn't dare to say that he could contend against that terrifying alchemical weapon that annihilated 18 great warlocks. As for whether or not Giant Stone City had that kind of weapon, that was simply a matter of course. Conrath said lightly, "If you want to go, then go by yourself. I'm going to take my people to Savage Claw. If Yang Feng dares to bring his people to Savage Claw, then I'll definitely exterminate him." Horace gave a long sigh and said, "All right, return to Savage Claw." Conrath immediately ordered. All the warlocks belonging to Savage Claw quickly rode various kinds of secret treasures or extraordinary flying life forms and quickly retreated towards Savage Claw. In a secluded valley, dressed in white, a handsome middle-aged man brimming with a scholarly temperament said, somewhat regretfully, "Conrath and Horace actually didn't fight Steel City to the bitter end. That's truly regrettable." This middle-aged man dressed in white was impressively eyes of Justice's leader Atchison. "However, we've already received enough offerings for this battle." Atchison smiled slightly, flipped his hand, and a scarlet crystal ball appeared in his hand. Inside the scarlet crystal ball, countless wronged souls screamed mournfully. One after another, human faces continuously tumbled inside the scarlet crystal ball, issuing extremely mournful wails. Atchison stared at the scarlet crystal ball in his hand, his eyes flashing with a trace of madness, before saying in a low voice, "Speaking of which, I still have to thank those idiots from the underworld's allied forces. If it wasn't for them, then it wouldn't have been so easy for me to collect this 100 million wronged souls bloody tear crystal. With this wronged soul's bloody tear crystal, I can open a planar passageway and let the mighty Lord descend upon this plane. As for me, I can also become a formidable existence comparable to a starry sky warlock." Finished speaking, Atchison smiled slightly, waved his hand, opened a portal, and directly entered it. Before long, the news of St. Colin City being breached and Warlock College and Talia's Dean Aldrich dying in battle spread throughout Tyrandit subcontinent. The entire Tyrandit subcontinent was in an uproar. St. Colin City was the nest of the ancient warlocks. It had countless marvelous places. Since the establishment of Warlock College in Talia, it was practically impregnable, and no one had ever been able to breach it. This was also the strongest source of confidence for the 6 great warlock groups. Now that Yang Feng had captured St. Colin City, the legend of the 6 great warlock groups' nests being indestructible had been shattered. Countless people in Tyrandit's subcontinent raised their eyebrows. His reputation as a traitor to humanity was also shattered. Many human forces secretly sent envoys to contact Yang Feng and deliver all kinds of minerals required by Steel City. In the battle with St. Colin City, countless small forces that opposed Yang Feng were destroyed. The remaining forces basically surrendered to Yang Feng and became a part of Steel City. Fernandro Principality, Fernandro family, in the assembly hall. Lamix laughed excitedly. "Ha ha! I told you that Steel City wasn't that simple. I didn't expect that they would even capture St. Colin City. That's really amazing. We've struck it big." At that time, Lamix had chosen to completely side with Yang Feng, although he was forced by the circumstances, but he had also shouldered tremendous pressure. Now that Steel City had become Tyrandit subcontinent's overlord rank force, it proved that his decision at that time was completely correct. In the assembly hall, the faces of all the elders were also brimming with excitement. After the battle with Steel City, it had become Tyrandit subcontinent's overlord rank force. The forces that had sided with it earlier would also reap tremendous benefits. One of the elders hastily flattered, "Patriarch is really wise. Yang Feng has already become Steel City's Grand Marshal by marriage. I've heard that many level 3 warlock families want to offer their female clansmen to him as concubines, yet they're unable to do so." Another elder said with a smile, "That's right. I've heard that the level 3 warlock family, Blom family, wants to offer their family's first wife's daughter to Yang Feng as a concubine, yet Yang Feng has yet to agree." "Haha, Our Fernandro family's Jessica is his official wife. In the future, when Steel City establishes an empire, she'll at least be an imperial concubine, her status unspeakably noble. Chapter 182. The faces of the Fernandro clan's elders were flushed as they laughed heartily. Once Steel City established an empire, then Yangfeng was bound to be Steel City's future crown prince, and even had the possibility of directly becoming the empire's emperor. After all, Yang Yi was famous for not liking to manage and wholeheartedly devoted himself to alchemy. The identity of an imperial concubine of a formidable empire comparable to that of the Black Dragon Empire was definitely much more distinguished than that of Fernandro Principality's king. Anusha also revealed a trace of a smile, just that it was somewhat forced. She was currently filled with jealousy towards Jessica. An elder suddenly said, "There are many beautiful women around Yangfeng. As far as I know, Eunice and Shishui are both peerless beauties. Moreover, Carolina, Cordelia, Clarissa, and Dephilia, the four holy ones, all of them are peerless beauties. Jessica is alone by his side. I'm afraid that she won't be able to compete with them for favor." The smiles of the Fernandro clan's elders stagnated, and their eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. The concubines of a great empire were also divided into favored and unfavored ones. The favored concubines were far from being comparable to the unfavored concubines. I suggest that we also send Anusha over. Let her be Jessica's maid and help solidify her favor. Good idea. The elders in the conference hall nodded slightly in agreement with this proposal. Lamix waved his hand, suppressing the discussions of the elders in the conference hall. He stared at Anusha and said, "Anusha, are you willing to go to Yangfeng's side for the sake of Fernandro clan and help solidify Jessica's favor?" Yangfeng's status was now different. Moreover, the story of Yangfeng leading Steel City's main force to breach St. Colin City in one fell swoop for the sake of Eunice and Judy had already spread throughout the continent. Lamix didn't want to rudely send Anusha to Yangfeng's side. If he nurtured an enemy of the clan, then it would be troublesome. Anusha gave a reserved smile, suppressed the excitement in her heart, and said flatly, "Patriarch, I'm willing." Lamix nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "That's good. I'll take you to St. Colin City tomorrow." Apart from Fernandro clan, all the major forces in the entire Tyrannid subcontinent began to move. Many forces sent the most beautiful women of their families in an attempt to offer them to Yangfeng and become his women. After Yangfeng captured St. Colin City, he once again began to build munitions factories everywhere and fortify St. Colin City. At the same time, he had the two female great warlock Dephilia and Clarissa preside over St. Colin City's affairs. In Warlock College in Talia's inner court, there were many more female warlocks from Rose Garden. With Rose Garden's support and the two female great warlocks Dephilia and Clarissa keeping watch, St. Colin City once again became impregnable and recovered part of its power. The Dark Elves' powerhouses returned to the Dark Elves' main city in the underground world. After handing over all the affairs to others, Yangfeng, Shishui, Eunice, and Judy, the four people arrived at Rose Garden. In the depths of Rose Garden. This is my Rose Garden's divine-level secret treasure, the Rose Divine Pool. Carolina took Yangfeng's group of four all the way to a pond and pointed at it. Yangfeng took a closer look. Blue jade-colored roses were in full bloom at the center of a wide pond. As if it had a life of its own, the pond revolved continuously and absorbed the surrounding magic energy. There were 8 huge grooves around the pool, and each groove was filled with countless inferior magic stones. With every passing minute, many low-level magic stones would turn into dust, and all the magic energy would be sucked dry. The magic energy would be directly absorbed into the Rose Divine Pool. The 4 innate spell models of Orthodox Great Warlocks would gradually improve from level 1 to level 4 and wouldn't evolve along with the cultivator's cultivation base. Of course, level One spells cast by great warlocks would definitely be much more formidable than spells cast by level 1 warlocks, but there was no qualitative change. After Yang Feng smoothly broke through to the level 2 warlock rank, he once again madly absorbed the life magic energy inside the Rose Divine Pool, feeling that every cell in his body was starting to feel full. He didn't insist and wanted to leave the Rose Divine Pool. At this moment, the extremely strange green bead on Yang Feng's chest suddenly flashed with an emerald green radiance, madly devouring the life magic energy of the Rose Divine Pool. At the same time, after devouring the life magic energy of the Rose Divine Pool, it transformed into an even higher ranked emerald green power, nourishing Yang Feng's body. Under the nourishment of the emerald green power, Yang Feng only felt his whole body become extremely hungry, madly devouring the emerald green power, continuously making him more powerful. The traces of residual elixir toxins accumulated inside Yang Feng's body due to him drinking too many elixirs were also expelled from his body inch by inch. An hour later, Judy climbed out of the Rose Deity's pool. She was already unable to absorb the Rose Divine Pool's power. Once Judy came out of the Rose Divine Pool, the distant Carolina sensed her and said faintly within, "This girl's aptitude is really poor. In the past, those who could enter the Rose Divine Pool were all geniuses. They could at least last for more than 6 hours. Judy only lasted for an hour. The poor aptitude could be well imagined." Time continued to pass. 28 hours later, Eunice finally leapt out of the Rose Divine Pool, her body emitting a formidable life force. She had also promoted from a level 1 warlock to a level 2 warlock. After Carolina sensed Eunice, she gave a knowing smile. "This young lady isn't bad. Her aptitude is just a bit worse than mine at that time." Yang Feng, this youngster really struck gold. Yang Feng and Shi Shui. The two of them actually didn't come out. Could it be that their aptitudes are more formidable than Eunice's? That's impossible. Yang Feng's aptitude is publicly recognized as trash, inferior level 1. Even if he promoted to a warlock, he would still have walked the evil path of a Blood Meridian warlock. How could he have stayed in the Rose Divine Pool for so long? Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of worry. Her figure shook, and she immediately appeared next to the Rose Divine Pool, her tremendous spirit force at once entering the Rose Divine Pool. Two incomparably formidable life forces were transmitted from the Rose Divine Pool, making Carolina slightly loosen her heart. Then she surged with a touch of curiosity. "Since there's nothing going on, then I want to see how long they can stay inside." 3 days later, the Rose Divine Pool bubbled, and Shi Shui lightly leapt out of the Rose Divine Pool. In a flash, a terrifying life force of a level 3 warlock erupted from her tender body. She had actually stepped into the realm of a level 3 warlock. When Carolina sensed Shi Shui's aura, she was immediately dumbstruck, not daring to believe her eyes. 3 days? She can actually stay in the Rose Divine Pool for 3 days. What kind of freak is she? The strongest genius in the history of Rose Garden only stayed in the Rose Deity's pool for 38 hours. She actually stayed in the Rose Divine Pool for 76 hours. She's simply a freak. Shortly after Shi Shui left the Rose Divine Pool, the Rose Divine Pool bubbled and surged. Yang Feng at once leapt out of the Rose Divine Pool. After Yang Feng leapt out of the Rose Divine Pool, the entire Rose Divine Pool lost all of its life magic energy, turning into a pool of wastewater. Chapter 183. Yang Feng opened his eyes. His eyes flickered and brimmed with vigor. His whole body was brimming with indescribable strength. His entire person started to become more handsome and charming, exuding a charming temperament. Gentle energy diffused from the green bead on Yang Feng's chest and entered his body, continuously nourishing his fleshly body and enhancing his strength. Carolina stared at Yang Feng. Suddenly a thought emerged within her. Why does this guy look so much better than before? Black Dragon's blood meridians were originally one of Tyrannid's subcontinent's first-rate blood meridians. Yang Feng possessed ancient black dragon's blood meridians. The ancient black dragon's blood meridians were imperceptibly changing him practically every day, making him evolve in a more perfect direction. Blood Meridian warlocks with Black Dragon's blood meridians were basically handsome men and beautiful women. There were no ugly people. Even if there were ugly people, under the influence of the blood meridians, they would slowly change into handsome men and beautiful women. Unless they were under a strong curse or some sort of dark spell, they would remain ugly. Shanna came out from the side with a merry smile and said, "Congratulations, Darren, for promoting to a level 2 warlock and taking another step towards the great warlock path." Yang Feng said with a carefree smile, "Haha, you're such a sweet talker. Speak, what do you want from me?" After Yang Feng's cultivation base was promoted to a level 2 warlock, his strength suddenly soared and his survivability once again soared by a large margin. His lifespan increased once again, naturally making him feel extremely carefree. Shanna said with a smile, "I have a matter to report to Darren. As for how to deal with it, I'll leave it to Darren to decide." Yang Feng said lightly, "Speak." Shanna sweetly smiled and said, "Our dark elves spent several hundred years in the surface world to support the hidden vampires in the human world. We originally planned to use them as our dark elves' pawns, but they recently broke away from our control. This kindred monarch actually intends to condense divinity and directly ascend to godhood." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness as he said, "Ascend to godhood. With the help of faith power, ascend to godhood, condense a demigod lattice, and become a transcendent being with terrifying strength." This was the most crucial step in the evolution of many formidable beings from other planes. Once the kindred monarch became a demigod, then he would possess terrifying battle prowess comparable to that of a starry sky warlock. Even a terrifying existence like the ancient black dragon Vedarnia at its peak could fight against it. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he said coldly, "That won't do. I have to kill it before it ascends to godhood." Shanna's beautiful eyes flashed with splendor, and she said with a sweet smile, "Sir, I have a suggestion." The deepest part of the Eye of Justice headquarters was a forbidden area that only the current leader of the Eye of Justice and the various great elders could enter. A 10-meter-tall monster statue with a wolf's head, a human's head, and a tiger's head sat in the center of a blood-red altar. It had a beast-like body, long claws on both hands and feet, a pair of wings on its back, and a scorpion tail. Around the blood-red altar, there were 8 pools of blood that emitted an endless, evil aura. Each of the pools was constantly churning, condensing into human faces that let out mournful and terrifying cries. No one would have thought that the Eye of Justice headquarters, which had always been fair and claimed to represent justice, would actually have such an evil blood-red altar that had killed an unknown number of living beings. Eyes of Justice's leader, the Sword of Justice Atchison, slowly walked in from outside and arrived before the blood-red altar. "Is what I'm doing really the right thing?" Atchison's eyes revealed a trace of hesitation when he saw the blood-red altar exuding a thick stench, the wailing of wronged souls, and the constantly churning pools of blood. A trace of bloodthirsty and tyrannical red light suddenly flashed in the depths of Atchison's eyes, and his gaze recovered its firmness. "Starry Sky Warlock. As long as I can promote to a Starry Sky Warlock, then I'm willing to do anything." "Atchison, my most devout believer, you've come." A majestic voice filled with terrifying pressure reverberated in the forbidden area. Atchison prostrated on the ground, his eyes brimming with fanaticism, and said loudly, "Your Majesty, mighty demonic God Cartman, your most devout believer Atchison has come with an offering. I'll open a passage here and respectfully welcome your Majesty to descend upon this world and dominate the entire world. Your Majesty, mighty demonic God Cartman, it was you who bestowed the power of Eyes of Justice. It was you who guided the development of Eyes of Justice. Everyone in Eyes of Justice is your most devout believer, and we respectfully welcome your arrival and dedicate everything for your arrival. You'll dominate everything. You'll control everything. This world will belong to you. 8 wizened old men, who looked as if they would die from a gust of wind, yet exuding great warlock rank life force, walked out of the caves behind the statues. They respectfully prostrated on the ground and recited words of praise. Eyes of Justice's underlying strength was frighteningly terrifying. The number of 9 great warlock rank experts was already far above that of Black Dragon Pagoda, which was reputed to have the most great warlocks. In fact, Eyes of Justice didn't have any divine rank treasures as their underlying strength, yet they were still able to become one of the 6 great warlock groups. And that was because they could obtain tremendous power from the other plane's demonic god Cartman. Their inheritance was continuous, and in every era, they had at least 7 great warlock rank experts. They intimidated the entire Tyrannid subcontinent, and no one dared to underestimate them. At the same time, they publicized that they also had divine rank treasures in their possession. Atchison raised the myriad wronged soul's bloody tear crystal high and silently recited an incantation. The myriad wronged soul's bloody tear crystal suddenly flourished with red light, and a blood energy brimming with resentment suddenly erupted, attempting to erode Atchison. Atchison casually tossed the myriad wronged soul's bloody tear crystal into the statue's mouth. The statue opened its mouth and swallowed the myriad wronged soul's bloody tear crystal into its belly. Black and red rays of light spread out from the statue's body. The statue suddenly split open, revealing a huge cave. A path filled with dense blood chi and demonic chi suddenly emerged, forming an extremely strange planar path connecting to another plane. A terrifying fluctuation of power comparable to that of a god was transmitted from the other end of the planar path. The fluctuation of power was filled with ruthlessness and tyranny. Sangji Plane, the path has finally opened. This plane belongs to me, Cartman. A voice brimming with greed and viciousness was transmitted from the other end of the planar path. A huge claw covered in black fur extended from the planar path, attempting to climb out. The huge claw covered in black fur had just extended from the planar path when the planar path trembled and almost collapsed. The countless blood and souls in the 8 blood pools around the altar evaporated, disappearing in midair. Damn it, this planar path is still too fragile. It can't accommodate my true body. A world-shaking roar was transmitted from the planar path, and the huge claw covered in black fur unwillingly withdrew into the passageway. Atchison, don't resist. I'll grant you the power to become a Starry Sky warlock. You'll be my divine emissary in the Sangji Plane and represent my will. Think of ways to sacrifice more life forms and stabilize this planar path. A fierce voice was transmitted from the planar path, and a sphere of blood flew out in a flash, before falling on Atchison's head. As if it had a life of its own, the sphere of blood frantically drilled into Atchison's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Atchison was alarmed, and instinctively had an ominous premonition. He operated his secret method, attempting to shatter the sphere of life form. But Atchison had just willed it, when like a tide, the life force inside him was absorbed by the sphere of blood. Atchison's eyes turned white, and his body twisted. An incomparably formidable power pervaded his body, directly breaking through one cultivation bottleneck after another. A boundless and terrifying life force comparable to that of a Starry Sky warlock slowly pervaded his body. The 8 great elders of Eyes of Justice, who looked as though they would be blown away by a gust of wind, sensed the frightening life force spreading from Atchison's body. Each and every one of their eyes revealed a trace of ecstasy and longing. They frantically kowtowed and begged, "Your Majesty, the mighty demon god Cartman, we are your most devout believers. We have dedicated everything for your great cause. Please be merciful and bestow us with more lifespan and strength." The Eyes of Justice's great elders were already nearing the end of their lifespans, and were on the verge of dying of old age. This was why they were so devout towards such a formidable existence like Cartman. They longed to obtain the lifespan and strength bestowed upon them by him. Now that they sensed the terrifying starry sky warlock rank power emitting from Atchison's body, they became even more devout and respectful. Strength and lifespan? All right, I'll grant you even greater strength and lifespan. Atchison's face flashed with a touch of a queer expression. He smiled malevolently and waved his hand. From the strange planar passageway, 8 lumps of blood flew out and pounced on the faces of the 8 eyes of Justice's great elders. The 8 eyes of Justice's great elders first revealed traces of smiles. Then their faces twisted, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing, and their eyes flashed with a touch of despair. Before long, the bodies of the 8 eyes of Justice's great elders began to transform. They became younger and possessed more and more strength before finally recovering their peak state when they were young. Greetings, Your Majesty, the mighty demon Emperor Cartman. After the 8 eyes of Justice's great elders recovered their youthful appearance, their eyes flickered with inhuman glints. They knelt on one knee in front of Atchison and said respectfully. Cartman's eyes flickered with an excited glint, and he burst into laughter. Ha! After thousands of years of planning, it's finally time to reap the harvest. The Sangji Plains Dawn Imperial Court has already collapsed. Now it has become a piece of juicy meat. Whoever can snatch it, it will belong to them. I, Cartman, will open a planar passageway leading to our demon race in the Sangji Plain. We'll once again descend upon this plane and become its ruler. I, Cartman, will also be promoted to a true demon god because of this achievement. Cartman said lightly, "Go and summon eyes of Justice's warlocks. I'm going to transform all of them into puppets of our race. These human warlocks aren't weak, and they're cultivating the flawed secret methods I passed on to them. They'll serve as cannon fodder for our conquest of Tyrannid subcontinent." "Yes, Your Majesty." The demons draped in the skins of the 8 eyes of Justice's great elders responded respectfully and then retreated. Before long, eyes of Justice's warlocks were summoned into the forbidden area. After they came out, although they were still draped in a layer of human skin, but they were no longer human on the inside. Before long, all of Eyes of Justice's human warlocks had been transformed into demons. After all of Eyes of Justice's human warlocks had been transformed into demons, a steady stream of grotesquely shaped demons emerged from the planar passageway. Savage Claw's headquarters, in a reception hall, there were 2 people sitting at a large table. They were Cornell and Horace. Cornell's eyebrows creased slightly, and he said solemnly, "Atchison actually wants to see the 2 of us? What the hell is he thinking?" Horace analyzed faintly. "He should be apologizing to us for the matter of the reinforcements not arriving. I'm afraid that the pressure from Steel City isn't small. These past few days, due to Yang Feng's seclusion, Steel City hadn't made any big movements. However, a steady stream of all kinds of supplies have been delivered to St. Colin City and Giant Stone City. The munitions factories issued loud noises day and night, making the 4 great forces tremble in fear and brimming with anxiety. However, St. Colin City, Rose Garden, Giant Stone City, and the City of Dark Elves, these 4 strongholds were as solid as a rock, without any flaws. Cornell and the others also had no choice but to sink into a deadlock. They could only watch helplessly as Yang Feng continued to grow stronger. Cornell snorted coldly. Humph, that coward. He actually fled midway. If he had led Eyes of Justice's people to support Aldrich, then Aldrich might not have been defeated so quickly. Warlock College in Talia had 9 7-story-tall warlock pagodas. According to Reason, it required 7 great warlock rank experts in coordination with countless warlock rank experts in order to display Warlock College Antalia's most formidable battle strength. With every additional great warlock rank expert, Warlock College Antalia's defense would double. If Atchison had led all of Eyes of Justice's experts to station themselves in Warlock College Antalia's warlock pagodas, then Yang Feng might not have been able to capture Warlock College Antalya. Horus smiled bitterly and didn't say much. He was very clear that even if Atchison had led Eyes of Justice's experts to support Warlock College in Talia, Aldrich still wouldn't have let them station themselves in the core 9 Warlock pagodas. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to inviting a wolf into the house and exposing his mysteries to Eyes of Justice. Chapter 184. Sorry, I'm a bit late. With a graceful smile on his face, Atchison slowly stepped into the hall. As if he had eaten gunpowder, Conrath said coldly with a straight face, "You still have the face to see us?" Horus swept Atchison with a glance and creased his eyebrows slightly. He vaguely felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. Atchison said with a mysterious smile, "Everything that happened before was my fault. I prepared a big gift for the two of you. I guarantee that you'll definitely like this big gift." Conrath sneered. "What big gift? What good things does Eyes of Justice have?" "That big gift is—" Atchison took a step forward, his eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of a cold glint. In a flash, he erupted with the terrifying life force of a starry sky warlock. His hands were shrouded in dense demonic chi, and he shot towards the two great experts, Conrath and Horus. With a starry sky warlock rank expert launching a sneak attack at such a close distance, Conrath basically couldn't react in time. Defensive force fields flickered on his body, and, at the same time, space distorted. He was about to launch a short-distance teleportation spell. Atchison's right hand, shrouded in endless demonic chi, passed through Conrath's defensive force field and patted Conrath's chest, directly interrupting the teleportation spell and heavily stamped on Conrath's chest. Conrath spat out a large mouthful of black blood and was sent flying before crashing into the wall of the hall. On the other side, Horus was also sent flying by a palm strike, spitting out a large mouthful of blood before crashing into the wall of the hall. "You're not Atchison. Who the hell are you?" Horus was both startled and furious. He roared loudly before forcefully tearing apart a life-saving long-distance teleportation spell scroll. "Interesting. You have a defensive demigod artifact on you." Atchison revealed a trace of a smile of interest before reaching out with his right hand. His right hand emitted a trace of spatial fluctuations before grabbing at Horus. The spatial fluctuations shrouding Horus immediately disappeared before he flew into Atchison's hand. Atchison reached out and pointed at Horus's body. With a flash of black light, the semi-divine tool, white elephant battle armor, flew out of Horus's body and fell into his hand. Atchison casually waved his hand, and the semi-divine armament, white elephant armor, appeared on his body. This backward subcontinent also has semi-divine armament rank treasures. As expected of the Tsangji plane, the primary material plane, said to contain the mysteries of immortality. Horus's body was churning, and his eyes were overflowing with blood. He angrily said, "You're not Atchison. Who the hell are you?" Cartman smiled faintly and said, "That's right. I'm not Atchison. I'm Demon Emperor Cartman. Everyone in the Sword of Justice has already been transformed into demons by me. Cornell, Harris, the two of you are two of the strongest experts in Tyrannid's subcontinent. I admire you very much. If you side with me, I can spare your lives and grant you power. As long as you make enough contributions for me, I can even raise your strength to the demigod realm." Devils. As soon as he said that, Cornell and Harris were greatly shaken, and raging waves were set off in their hearts. Towards the end of the Third Warlock Dynasty, the demonic Divine Dynasty, the Tsangji Plane's human warlocks found a formidable plane, the Demonus Plane. The natives of the Demonus Plane were demons. The demonic Divine Dynasty's human warlocks launched a war of conquest towards the Demonus Plane. The fighting prowess of the demons was far beyond the imagination of the human warlocks. Although the Tsangji Plane's human warlocks barely defeated the demons of the Demonus Plane, but it was still a situation where both sides suffered. After this war, the human warlocks were no longer able to suppress the various gods and demons that filled the demonic Divine Dynasty. Due to the rebellion of the various gods and demons, the dynasty collapsed. The demons were definitely one of the most terrifying enemies of the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. Every time the demons descended on the Tsangji continent, it would be followed by a terrifying calamity that would engulf the whole world. A demonic calamity. Tyrannid's subcontinent was extremely remote and had not experienced a demonic calamity for nearly 10,000 years. Cornell and the others didn't expect that Atchison's body was actually being controlled by a formidable demon. Cartman said lightly, "What do the two of you think about it?" While spitting blood, Cornell burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha! I, Cornell, am the master of Savage Claw, a man of indomitable spirit. How could I surrender to a freak like you? Back then, you demons were our slaves. Now you want to enslave your master. That's simply wishful thinking." During the time of the Fourth Warlock Dynasty, the Star Dynasty, the Star Lord had already conquered the Demonis plane and incorporated it into the sphere of influence of the human warlocks, becoming one of the human colonies. Ever since the Fourth Warlock Dynasty, whenever a human warlock dynasty rose, the demons would obediently serve as the slaves and lackeys of the human warlocks. Once the human warlock dynasty collapsed, then they would throw stones at the human warlocks while they were down and attack the Tsangji plane in an attempt to replace and eliminate the human warlocks. Stubborn fellows, go to hell. Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, and he said frigidly. He snapped his fingers, and clouds of black demonic chi gushed out of Cornell's body, inflating him into a balloon, before exploding with a bang, turning him into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Cartman swept Horace with a glance with his hands behind his back, and said lightly, "A wise man submits to circumstances." At that time, the Tsangji Plains human warlocks were powerful, and we had no choice but to yield. Now, the Tsangji plane has declined, and humans have fallen. This plane will belong to us demons, while the Tyrannid subcontinent will belong to me, the Demon Emperor Cartman. Horace, you've bitterly practiced cultivation for hundreds of years. Do you want to be as stubborn as Cornell and court your own death? Horace hesitated for a moment before clenching his teeth and saying, "Sir Demon Emperor Cartman, I can surrender to you. However, you must promise not to use any secret methods to control my thoughts." Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of contempt, yet his face carried a trace of a kind and cordial smile as he said, "All right, I promise you." Although the Tsangji Plains human warlocks had declined and were no longer as glorious as the 8 great warlock dynasties. However, in the Tsangji Plains continent, experts were still as common as clouds, and experts were as plentiful as rain. It definitely wasn't that simple for demons to conquer the entire Tsangji Plain. They had to use human warlocks to fight human warlocks and instigate human warlocks to kill each other. Only then would the demons have a chance. This was the experience summed up by the demons for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, Cartman attached great importance to Horace, who was the first human great warlock to pledge allegiance to him. Horace asked respectfully, "Master, now that Cornell is dead, what do you plan to do with Savage Claw?" Cartman said lightly, "Destroy it. My subordinates have already followed me into Savage Claw. With Cornell dead, Savage Claw's headquarters is completely in my pocket." Savage Claw was one of the ancient warlock relic sites. If there were enough great warlocks and level 3 warlocks, then even Starry Sky warlocks could be suppressed and even slightly contend against Moonlight warlocks. However, Savage Claw had suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Black City, and the number of great warlocks wasn't enough. Moreover, Cornell had been killed by Cartman's sneak attack. Without a leader, Savage Claw couldn't resist Cartman, a terrifying Starry Sky warlock rank expert. Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of a crafty glint, and he said solemnly, "Horace, help me make an appointment with Black Dragon Pagoda's Master Anthony. I want to meet him. Tell him that I want to apologize to him. Moreover, I'll prepare a generous gift for him." Cartman possessed terrifying Starry Sky warlock rank strength, yet he still acted very cautiously. He wanted to uproot Tyrannid's powerful forces one by one. At the moment, he was merely an embodiment of his true body in the Demonis plane. Once he entered ancient warlock relic sites like Black Dragon Pagoda or St. Rose Garden, then he might be directly suppressed and killed. Horace said with a bitter smile, "Master, Black Dragon Pagoda's Master Anthony was seriously injured by Steel City's mechanical legion and is currently in seclusion. I invited him before, but he ignored me." Cartman was slightly taken aback and said, "Steel City's mechanical legion? When did such a force like Steel City emerge in Tyrandit's subcontinent?" In that case, he only obtained Atchison's body, but didn't obtain Atchison's memories. Horace was slightly moved within. Horace said, "Master, Steel City's master is called Yang Yi, and he's a peerless genius in alchemy. He obtained the alchemy inheritance of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, Golem Dynasty, and refined a mechanical legion composed entirely of mechanical golems. That mechanical legion is very powerful, and we're not his match. Even the Rose Garden and the Dark Elves had joined his side. Master, if you want to become Tyrandit's subcontinent's master, then Yang Yi is your greatest enemy." Cartman said faintly, "Is that so? Where's Yang Ye's base?" Horace's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, and he said respectfully, "His base is in Fernandro Principality's giant stone city." Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, and he said with a faint smile, "Go invite him, Rose Gardens, Carolina, and the great matriarch of the Dark Elf Cheyenne to White Tooth City for a chat. Tell them that the 3 of us want to surrender to Steel City, and that we need to personally discuss the conditions with them." "Yes, Master." Horace's heart was filled with disappointment, yet he said respectfully on the surface. Cartman was already a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert, an unparalleled existence in Tyrandit's subcontinent, yet he still acted so cautiously and without the slightest flaw, which made Horace extremely disappointed. Before long, the envoys dispatched by White Ivory arrived at St. Colin City. Chapter 185. Eyes of Justice and White Ivory have decided to surrender to me? How could it be so fast? When Yang Feng heard the news from the envoys, he was somewhat puzzled. Eyes of Justice and White Elephant's Ivory were 2 of Tyrandit's subcontinent's 6 overlords. They had ancient warlocks' relic sites as their headquarters and were extremely powerful. Yang Feng believed that as long as he was given some time to develop, he would definitely be able to flatten Eyes of Justice and White Elephant's Ivory. However, he did not expect such an overlord force to choose to surrender so quickly. Cheyenne came to Yang Feng's side and said resolutely, "That's right, there's definitely a conspiracy." Yang Feng asked curiously why. Although Yang Feng felt that there seemed to be something wrong, but he also couldn't tell what was wrong. In terms of development potential, Yang Feng's Steel City was indeed far superior to Eyes of Justice and White Elephant's Ivory. It was not strange that these 2 forces chose to surrender to him. Ever since Yang Feng breached St. Colin City, countless large and small human forces in Tyrandit's subcontinent had chosen to surrender to him. Eunice was in charge of dealing with the defection of human forces. Although Steel City was still a city, its sphere of influence had already expanded to the point where it could rival the Black Dragon Empire. This still didn't include Rose Garden's forces. If Rose Garden's forces were added, then Yang Feng's forces would be even more formidable and frightening. Cheyenne resolutely and decisively said, "I have studied the leaders of the 6 major forces of Tyrandit's subcontinent in detail. Eyes of Justice's Atchison was brimming with ambition and absolutely wasn't willing to be under others. Moreover, Wild Claw and White Elephant's Tusk were like birds of a feather, always exhaling from the same nostrils. Only White Elephant's Ivory had surrendered, while Savage Claw hadn't responded. This was definitely abnormal. There must be a conspiracy behind this." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, Since that's the case, then reply to them. Tell them that if they are sincere, they can come to Rose Garden. Anyway, we have the upper hand. Even if they don't come, we won't lose anything." Cheyenne said, "Yes, Lord." Yang Feng suddenly asked, "How are the preparations for that?" Cheyenne's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified look as she said, "It's ready. The corners of Yongfeng's mouth rose slightly. Very good. The Taiyan's dukedom was located next to the Satsuma dukedom. It was extremely vast and had a population of more than 1 million. That night, the capital of Duke Taiyan's territory, Palmer City. In the center of Palmer City, in a square lit with countless magic lamps, countless handsome young men and women gathered. Countless handsome young men and women were venting their lust together, and the ground was littered with broken human corpses that had died with grievances. Countless young human boys and girls were tied up like pigs, looking at the scene in front of them in horror. From time to time, naked handsome young men and women would walk up to those young men and women. They would grab one of them as if they were picking food. Then, they would open their mouths and reveal their sharp canine teeth. They would fiercely bite the young men and women's necks and crazily devour their blood. Those handsome men and beautiful women were the vampires and the servants they had created. Vampires. Kindred was also a kind of formidable race. After every pure blood kindred reached adulthood, they would possess terrifying strength comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. Vampires, on the other hand, were pure blood kindred who injected a drop of their blood into other life forms, infecting them and transforming them into their servants. Vampires transformed by pure blood kindred had an extremely low status among kindred and would be completely obedient to the pure blood kindred who transformed them, without any power to resist. There were 2 ways for kindred to increase their strength. One was to slowly increase their strength over time. The other was to absorb the blood of life forms with a formidable soul. In Tyrannid's subcontinent, their favorite food was human blood. The lifespan of kindred was also much longer than that of many other races. A lowly kindred, if nothing unexpected happened, could even live for several thousand years and slowly promote to a high-level kindred. Kindred was also a race that gave birth to handsome men and beautiful women. At that time, after Tsangji Plain's great warlocks conquered the plane of kindred, they treated kindred as pets and brought them back to Tsangji Plain. In Tyrannid's subcontinent, because of this, there were kindred. For ordinary people, kindred and vampires were formidable and invincible existences. But for human warlocks, they weren't difficult to deal with. Because the infection of kindred was too strong, they were hunted down by humans in Tyrannid's subcontinent and could only hide in dark corners. It was extremely unusual for so many kindred to gather in Palmer City. Moonlight sprinkled down from the sky. A blonde, peerlessly handsome, slender young man, exuding a charming temperament that would kill both men and women, slowly walked to the center of the square that reeked of blood and obscenity. This young man was the only true blood kindred in Tyrannid's subcontinent with great warlock rank strength, the kindred monarch. Behind the kindred monarch followed 25 high-level kindred. The 25 high-level kindred were handsome men and beautiful women, making it hard for people to shift their gazes away. Among kindred, low-level kindred were equivalent to level 1 human warlocks, intermediate kindred were equivalent to level 2 warlocks, advanced kindred were equivalent to level 3 warlocks, and true blood kindred were equivalent to human great warlocks. True blood vampires had already purified the blood in their bodies to a terrifying degree. In the eyes of some ancient kindred experts, only true blood kindred could be considered as their compatriots, while the rest of the kindred were just ants. True blood kindred could also produce a large number of low-level kindred by injecting their true blood into other life forms. Ordinary kindred could only produce vampires, and their reproduction method wasn't much different from that of humans. The young man walked to the center of the square and said in a loud voice, "My compatriots, my servants, I am your monarch, Rarit. Monarch! Long live the monarch! Long live the monarch!" Earth-shaking cheers came from below the square. Everyone stared at the young man, their eyes brimming with fanaticism. We kindred were abducted from our homeland by the damned human warlocks and brought here. For the past 10,000 years, human warlocks have humiliated and hunted our compatriots, forcing us to flee like stray dogs. Now it's finally time for us to strike back. As long as I, your monarch, become the god of kindred, Then I'll shelter you with supreme divine power. I'll turn the entire Tyrannid subcontinent into our divine country. Any human will become our rations, our livestock, our slaves. Now, pray with all your might. I need your strength to help me ignite my god fire, become a true god, and shelter my race. Rarit spread his hands, a pair of wings unfurled from his back, and his imposing manner rose steadily. Countless moonlight sprinkled on his body, giving him a sacred aura. Mighty Lord Rarit, you're even more noble than the true ancestor, a sacred existence. Mighty Lord Rarit, you're the ruler of myriad races. You're the monarch of the night. You're the sower of fear. Mighty Lord Rarit, you're the monarch of blood. You're the invincible god of war. You're the god of death who controls life and death. Mighty Lord Rarit, we offer our most pious faith to you. Henceforth, after death, we'll return to your divine country. We'll become your shield and resist all harm for you. We'll become your sword and slash all enemies for you. Mighty Lord Rarit, may your divine country be held high and become a star in the sky. In the center of the hall, neat and holy prayers rang out one after another. Many kindred respectfully took out Rarit's icons from their bosoms and placed them in front of them. Those icons were shrouded in a layer of dense faith power. I'll become the god of myriad races and shelter you. Rarit's eyes burned with the flames of raging ambition. He spread his hands, took a step forward, and bellowed towards the sky. Traces of faith power were extracted from Rarit's icons and entered Rarit's body. In the center of the venue, hundreds of thousands of kindred prostrated themselves on the ground and extremely piously recited prayers. Incomparably formidable faith power entered Rarit's body, causing his imposing manner to rise steadily. Suddenly, a golden flame condensed between Rarit's eyebrows. In a flash, his life force underwent a terrifying transformation, transforming into that of a star warlock. Rarit only felt an indescribable comfort from head to toe. His entire person underwent a heaven-shaking transformation. Countless knowledge automatically became clear, and he laughed wildly. Ha! I've already ignited my god fire and become a demigod. Who in Tyrannid's subcontinent can still be my match? At this moment, the black clouds in the sky churned and surged, and the world became dark. A pitch-black spear shot out from the black clouds, tore through space, and stabbed Rarit. No. Why? Why is this happening? Rarit faced upwards and issued an incomparably mournful, heart-wrenching, and lung-splitting scream. Then, like an ant, his body crumbled inch by inch. Idiot! That's because the Tsangji plane doesn't allow people to become gods on their own. Rays of light distorted, and Yangfeng's figure appeared at once. He watched Rarit's body crumble inch by inch, and his eyes flashed with a touch of a complex glint as he slowly sighed. Gods were the most powerful beings in different planes. Compared to the warlock path, the god path had an incomparably huge advantage, and that was that they could live for a very long time. Even feeble divine force rank gods had a lifespan of millions of years. Chapter 186. No matter what kind of life form it was, once it ascended to become a true god, its lifespan would increase exponentially. At the very least, it would have a lifespan of millions of years. The most powerful warlocks who walked the warlock path, such as the first Warlock Dynasty's Time Lord, the second Warlock Dynasty's Taboo Lord, the third Warlock Dynasty's Demonic Divine Lord, the fourth Warlock Dynasty's Star Lord, the fifth Warlock Dynasty's Death Lord, the sixth Warlock Dynasty's Golem Lord, the seventh Warlock Dynasty's Magic Note Lord, and the eighth Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord. The 8 great warlocks were the most powerful human warlocks of the Tsangji plane. They founded the 8 great warlock dynasties and suppressed and conquered countless planes. However, they still couldn't resist the corrosion of time. Their lifespans were exhausted, falling one after another, turning into piles of yellow earth. Some of the gods from the same era as the Lord of Time were still alive. The difference in lifespan between the two was enough to drive many humans crazy. The spear that pierced Rerit was the strongest secret treasure refined by the first Warlock Emperor, the Time Lord, the god-murdering spear that had slain countless gods and Tsangji Plain's ancient gods. After the fall of the Time Lord, any creature that ignited their god fire on the Tsangji Plain would be killed by the god-slaying spear. No matter how powerful a warlock is, after they ignite their divine fire, they cannot resist a blow from the god-slayer spear. Only a small portion of people in Tyrannid subcontinent knew about this secret. Among them was the great matriarch of the Dark Elves, Shayna. Dark Elven clan's cultivation method was diametrically opposed to that of human warlocks. If Shayna wanted to break through the legendary realm, she had to become a demigod. But in the Tsangji Plain, once you promote to a demigod, you will be killed by the god-slaughtering spear. Therefore, she studied this deeply and came up with a way to break through the bottleneck. That was to lure others to ignite the divine fire and become a demigod. Then, they would seize the opportunity to snatch the broken divine fire of the demigod of death, absorb the divinity within, and transform into a divine creature. No, after Rerit let out a blood-curdling scream, his body completely collapsed and was directly absorbed by the god-slaying spear. 3 golden points of divinity fell from Rerit's remains. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he rushed towards the 3 gold divinities. Stop! Die! The bodies of the 25 high-level Blood Clan members flickered and turned into streams of light as they flew toward the 3 golden divinities. They instinctively knew that the 3 golden divinities were top-notch items. You overestimate yourself. Kill them. Yang Feng ordered with a cold smile. Yes, Master. Shayna walked out of the shadow beside Yang Feng, smiled sweetly, pointed at the 25 advanced kindred, and said coldly, Divine Judgment. The level 4 divine spell Divine Judgment instantly erupted. Black rays of light filled with divine power shot out of Shayna's lily-white fingers and shone towards the 25 high-ranking vampires. The 25 high-level vampires let out miserable screams when they were illuminated by the black light. Blood flames erupted from their bodies and enveloped them, resisting the judgment of God's judgment. A Moffin mechanical demonic polar bear suddenly burrowed out of the ground and directly charged into the midst of the vampires and vampires. It waved its huge claws and slapped continuously, smashing the vampires and vampires into meat paste. Defilia waved her lily-white hand, and a huge ice phoenix suddenly condensed and pounced towards the vampires and kindred. In the wake of the ice phoenix, ice and snow enveloped the land, and all the vampires were frozen into ice sculptures. The Mechanical Legion that had long been lying in ambush around the Palmer City also started to mobilize at full force, rushing towards the Palmer City. Yang Feng took advantage of this opportunity to reach out and grab the 3 divinities. The 3 divinities entered Yang Feng's body as soon as they fell into his hands. All kinds of knowledge poured into Yang Feng's mind at once, nearly bursting his brain. The 3 divinities were respectively the divinity of massacre, the divinity of blood energy, and the divinity of fear. The 3 divinities contained a trace of knowledge of the laws of massacre, blood energy, and fear. Even if it was just a trace of knowledge of the laws, it was already extremely huge for Yang Feng, nearly bursting his mind. However, Yang Feng had already promoted to a level 2 warlock, and his physical constitution was extremely formidable. He forcibly accepted the huge amount of information. At the same time, the 3 divinities entered Yang Feng's sea of knowledge and respectively released the formidable divine energy of massacre, divine energy of blood, and divine energy of fear, slowly transforming Yang Feng's body and transforming him into a divine life form. The divine energy of massacre could enhance Yang Feng's massacre instinct. The divine energy of blood could allow Yang Feng to freely manipulate his own and even the enemy's blood, and the divine energy of fear could cause enemies to feel fear towards Yang Feng in battle and weaken their battle prowess. With Yang Feng's current strength as a level 2 warlock. Once he encountered an army of ordinary people, he could directly urge the power of the divine energy of fear to cause the army of ordinary people to feel fear and collapse without a fight. The 200,000 level 8 primary battle robots, lying in ambush in the Palmer City, slaughtered their way into the city, and then with an unstoppable momentum, the kindred and vampires in the Palmer City were utterly routed, and their blood flowed like rivers. This is the smell of divinity. Someone has just obtained divinity here. A black radiance descended from the sky, and Cartman suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng, his gaze falling on Yang Feng. Being stared at by Cartman, Yang Feng felt as if he was a frog encountering a venomous snake. Instinctively, his whole body was brimming with fear. At this moment, the soul seed in Yang Feng's spirit sea, a dragon silhouette, suddenly issued a roar. The blood inside him boiled, and a proud and unyielding will erupted in a flash, dispelling part of the fear towards Cartman. A divine energy of fear erupted inside Yang Feng, absorbing the remaining fear and transforming it into his own power. Did you absorb the divinity here? What a waste of resources. A trifling level 2 warlock actually absorbed divinity. That's too wasteful. If I kill you now, I should be able to extract the divinity. Although there will be some losses, but there's nothing I can do about it. Cartman carelessly swept Yang Feng with a glance, then extended his hand and grabbed towards Yang Feng. Suddenly, a pitch-black demonic chi hand appeared and grabbed towards Yang Feng. Starry Sky Warlock. How come there's a Starry Sky Warlock here? Even though Yang Feng restrained his fear towards Cartman, but when faced with Cartman's attack, he still felt a sense of powerlessness. Among ordinary people, level 2 warlocks were already considered extremely powerful, but in front of Starry Sky warlocks, they were still as weak as ants. An azure light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. The level 4 spell Sky Flower Water Curtain was launched, and countless water elemental particles formed a light curtain that firmly protected him. When the black demonic chi hand grabbed the Sky Flower Water Curtain, it immediately crumbled and shattered. Starry Sky Warlock, this guy. He's a Starry Sky Warlock. Yang Feng gave a furious roar and pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. The mechanical black dragon, Yang Feng's trump card, instantly flew out, flapped its wings, and madly flew towards Cartman. The mechanical black dragon was refined from the corpse of the ancient black dragon Vedarnia. It was the most powerful among his mechanical battle beasts, with terrifying battle prowess infinitely close to that of a Starry Sky Warlock. It was his trump card and trump card. When a mechanical black dragon appeared, it swept its huge tail and, as if MT Tai was pressing down, it directly slammed towards Cartman. A bit interesting. This alchemical golem has battle prowess infinitely close to that of Starry Sky Warlock. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of fanaticism. He gave a fierce roar, his figure shook, and he slammed his fist on the mechanical black dragon's tail. Boom! A terrifying blare sounded. The scales on the mechanical black dragon's tail exploded, and countless parts splashed about. Cartman was also sent flying tens of meters away from the huge blow, a trace of blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Yang Feng promptly tore apart a fixed teleportation scroll, and a powerful spatial fluctuation enveloped him in a flash. It's no use. In front of a devil emperor, any spatial magic is useless. Cartman smiled coldly and pointed at Yang Feng. The spatial fluctuations shrouding Yang Feng disappeared in an instant, and the scroll in his hand exploded into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Divine judgment. When they heard Yang Feng's call, the great warlocks who were slaughtering kindred rushed over. Without demur, Cheyenne cast the level 4 divine spell divine judgment. Streams of darkness divine power condensed into black divine light and madly shot towards Cartman. Divine judgment? It's pretty powerful. You're a pretty woman, very good, very suitable to be my childbearing machine. Cartman smiled faintly then erupted with boundless demonic chi, which formed a demonic force shield. The streams of divine judgment, divine light shone on the magic power shield, issuing sizzling sounds, yet were unable to penetrate the magic power shield. Cheyenne's figure shook, and she arrived next to Yangfeng. She stared at Cartman, and her eyes flashed with a touch of bewilderment. "You're not eyes of justice as Atchison. Who the hell are you?" Dephilia's figure shook, and she arrived next to Yangfeng. She stared at Cartman, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. She could feel the terrifying life force exuding from Cartman, the terrifying life force of the legendary Starry Sky Warlock rank. Cartman glanced at the void and said loftily, "I'm the Demon Emperor Cartman from the Demonist Plane. You lowly humans, if you submit to me, then I'll give you a way out. Otherwise, all of you will die here today. Even those women who are hiding at the side are no exception." Chapter 187, where Cartman's gaze swept, light distorted, and Carolina slowly walked out. She stood beside Yangfeng and stared at Cartman, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of graveness. Yangfeng was very clear that Tyrannid's subcontinent situation was unstable. In order to obtain such a precious treasure as divinity, he had no choice but to personally set out with his true body. But before coming out, he had also gathered the strongest experts he could muster. The combination of Carolina, Cheyenne, and Dephilia, the three great warlocks, was enough to deal with any Tyrannid subcontinent's great warlocks. Even if Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory's experts set up an ambush, they could still protect Yangfeng and break through the encirclement. But they never would have thought that they would actually encounter a demigod rank expert like Cartman. Demonist Plane's Demon Emperor. That's a demon comparable to a feeble divine force rank god. The pretty complexions of Carolina and the other two women changed, their hearts brimming with shock. If it was an ordinary Starry Sky Warlock, or even a slightly weaker Starry Sky Warlock, then Carolina and the other two plus Yangfeng's more than a dozen level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts could still put up a fight. But the Demon Emperor's avatar comparable to a god, even if it only possessed Starry Sky Warlock rank strength, its understanding of power and combat understanding was still far from what Carolina and the other two women could compare to. The reason why Cartman was able to casually interrupt Yangfeng's level 4 fixed teleportation scroll was because his control over power and space had reached an unimaginably terrifying realm. Yangfeng's eyes flickered with a peculiar glint, and he said respectfully, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor Cartman, I am Steel City's Grand Marshal Yangfeng. It's not impossible for us to submit to you. Please show us your invincible strength. Only then will you be able to convince us and make us willingly serve you." Cartman gave a complacent smile as if a cat playing with a mouse and said, "You're Steel City's Yangfeng? Haha, it seems that my luck is pretty good. Tell me, how do you want me to show my strength? Defeat all of you? Our Steel City's alchemy is unparalleled. I have a few of the best puppets refined by Steel City. I heard that the demon race has tyrannical physical bodies and dual cultivators. If your Majesty can completely destroy these peak puppets with your physical body, then Steel City is willing to serve you." Yangfeng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. 2 Amani light wing icebirds, 2 Kalaman boas, 1 Buman hurricane wolf, 1 fire lion, plus the mechanical black dragon in the sky, a total of 7 level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts appeared in front of him. Cartman swept a glance at the 7 mechanical battle beasts and said with a slight smile, "Interesting, your Steel City's alchemy is really impressive. You can actually refine so many mechanical battle beasts comparable to level 4 extraordinary life forms. All right, I promise you that I'll show you how powerful I am." Demons had always been proud of their tyrannical physical bodies. For the Demon Emperor Cartman, the 7 level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts were just a small inconvenience. As long as he expended a bit of strength, then he would be able to tear the 7 mechanical battle beasts into pieces. He didn't have to worry about anything. Yangfeng said with a respectful expression, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, your strength is unparalleled. I'm just a trifling level 2 warlock. If I were to watch the fight from such a close distance, then I'm afraid that a casual punch from you would kill me. Please allow me to retreat by 20 kilometers and watch the fight from a distance of 20 kilometers. Cartman had a ridiculing expression and said with a faint smile, "All right, I'll allow you to watch the fight from a distance of 20 kilometers. A distance of 20 kilometers was nothing for Cartman. Furthermore, with his strength, as long as Yangfeng wanted to cast a spatial spell to escape, then he could casually break it. Yangfeng secretly heaved a slight sigh of relief. Full of vigilance, he retreated to a distance of 20 kilometers with Carolina and the other experts, and then stopped, not making any unusual movements. Cartman revealed a trace of a smile and looked at the 7-level, 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts, his gaze in particular falling on the mechanical black dragon. Cartman was confident that he could defeat the siege of Carolina and the other women, as well as the level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts. However, facing the siege of so many experts, if he was even slightly careless, then he would be injured, and there was even a trace of a possibility of failure. After all, Carolina was Rose Garden's master. She had a semi-divine armament and countless trump cards. Cheyenne was also a believer of the goddess Lolth. Once she went all out, she could even display Starry Sky warlock rank strength. The mechanical black dragon was a terrifying existence comparable to a Starry Sky warlock in close combat. Now, Cartman only had to dispose of the 7-level 4 extraordinary life form rank alchemical golems, and then deal with Yangfeng and his party. Yangfeng and his party definitely wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. The mechanical black dragon gave a shrill cry, flapped its wings, and soared straight into the sky. Its propulsion furnace was fully activated, and a terrifying Starry Sky warlock rank strength erupted in a flash. Urged with all its might, the mechanical black dragon could erupt with Starry Sky warlock rank strength for 1 minute. This eruption was extremely harmful to its body and was the mechanical black dragon's strongest trump card. The 6 mechanical battle beasts suddenly erupted and pounced at Cartman. Idiot shatter. Cartman sneered, his figure shook, and he appeared in front of the 2 Amani light-winged icebirds. Demonic light flickered on his palms, and he patted the heads of the 2 Amani light-winged icebirds. Suddenly, Cartman's complexion changed, and a glint of fear flashed past the abyss of his eyes. The 2 nuclear warheads hidden inside the 2 Amani light-winged icebirds exploded in a flash, and terrifying light and heat engulfed Cartman. Practically at the same time, the 4 mechanical battle beasts, 2 common boa, 1 Bunman hurricane wolf, and 1 fire lion, also detonated the nuclear warheads inside them in a split second. 6 terrifying mushroom clouds rose into the sky, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Incomparably violent shock waves swept out in all directions, causing the earth to tremble. Dusky clouds of radiation covered the sky, and dust rose from the ground. It was a scene of the end of the world. Cartman opened his mouth and ejected a black tongue that collided with a ray of disjunction. The black tongue was directly disintegrated, and the mage's disjunction was also broken. Chapter 188. Cartman's figure shook, and he suddenly appeared in front of Cheyenne before kicking at her. Wall of darkness. Cheyenne's pretty complexion changed. She silently recited an incantation, and the semi-divine armament dark scepter in her hand blossomed with black divine radiance. The black divine radiance interweaved and condensed, forming a wall shrouded in darkness. Boom! Cartman kicked the arm guard of darkness, causing the arm guard of darkness to tremble, and countless cracks appeared on it. Cheyenne's beautiful face turned pale. It was the first time that she had seen someone seriously injure her wall of darkness with a single blow. At this moment, A peerlessly terrifying aura descended from the sky. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings, suddenly flew down, and whipped at Cartman with its enormous tail. Bang! Cartman was whipped by the mechanical black dragon and was sent flying before crashing into the ground. Suddenly, grotesque radiation tumors emerged on his body, causing him to issue extremely painful and sorrowful howls. The heavy radiation from the nuclear explosion not only heavily injured Cartman, but also caused his body to undergo a tremendous change. Rumbling sounds echoed in the sky. Lightning supersonic fighters abruptly flew out from the clouds, loaded with Gauss machine cannons as they frantically swept towards Cartman. Under the bombardment of the densely packed Gauss cannons, Cartman screamed endlessly with blood splattering all over his body. A mammoth heavy-duty bomber loaded with all kinds of bombs dropped from the sky before ferociously crashing into Cartman's location. With a loud bang, the mammoth heavy-duty bomber instantly self-detonated, and a small mushroom cloud rose once again. According to the analysis of the portable fortified stronghold's intelligent computer, the might of a mammoth heavy-duty bomber's self-detonation was comparable to that of an offensive spell cast by a great warlock. However, the flying speed of a mammoth heavy-duty bomber was too slow. In actual combat, it was basically unable to hit a great warlock. Cartman was truly formidable to the extreme. Even though he was hit by the mammoth heavy-duty bomber's self-detonation, he still didn't die. He merely spouted a large mouthful of black, demonic blood, endured the pain, and shot away from his location. If he dared to stay in place, then the countless mechanical legions would definitely blow him up. Icebound fetters. When Dephilius saw this scene, a strange glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. She took out the legendary secret treasure ice snow box, opened it, and silently chanted an incantation, pointing at Cartman. Two streams of white cold air shot out of the ice and snow box and flew to Cartman's feet like chains, instantly sealing his legs in ice. Cartman was greatly alarmed and struggled with all his might. Countless demonic energy gushed out and shattered the ice under his feet. The three mammoth heavy-duty bombers dropped down once more, slamming into Cartman's body and exploding. Three mushroom clouds rose into the sky, blasting Cartman into a bloody mess. Another huge crack appeared on the remains of the semi-divine armament white elephant armor on his body. In the sky, the mechanical black dragon had finished accumulating energy. It opened its bloody mouth and shot a dragon breath cannon at Cartman. The mechanical black dragon's most powerful dragon breath cannon instantly vaporized Cartman's lower body, causing him to scream once again. "You damned human ants! How dare you injure me? I will never let you off. Wait until I recover from my injuries, then it will be your doomsday. I will capture you one by one and torture you endlessly day and night for 500 years. Cartman uttered an extremely vicious curse. What remained of his lower body turned into a black ray of light and fled into the distance. Cartman was already seriously injured after the continuous attacks from Yang Feng and his party. If he didn't flee, then only death would await him. With great difficulty, Cartman had managed to send an embodiment to the Tsangji plane. He still had to rely on the embodiment's power to truly open the planar passageway and consolidate it, allowing his true body to descend from the Demonis to the outside world. He naturally wouldn't let his embodiment fall so quickly. Just as Cartman fled, a figure blocked his escape route. The legendary dagger, Kiss of the Damned, easily pierced into Cartman's body. 12 types of curses erupted in an instant, causing Cartman to let out another blood-cursing scream. Cartman's body was stabbed by Romulid's sneak attack. Having lost his hands and feet, he opened his mouth and sprayed a black ray of light that blasted into Romulid's tender body. As if a broken rag doll, Romulid fell from the sky and slammed into the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. With Cartman's pause, the countless Gauss cannons in the sky at once bombarded him, causing him to spit blood again and again. Cartman glared hatefully at Romulid. Withstanding the 12 kinds of curses of Kiss of the Damned, he turned into a black ray of light and flew towards Eyes of Justice's headquarters. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, and he said solemnly, "We must kill him. If we let him recover, then we'll be in danger." Cartman fell into Yang Feng's trap and was seriously injured by the 6 nuclear warheads. Then, he was besieged by Carolina and the other 2 peak Great Warlocks, as well as the mechanical Black Dragon. Under such circumstances, he was still able to seriously injure Carolina and Romulich. His strength was simply beyond Yang Feng's imagination. After Carolina coughed out a mouthful of blood, she said lightly, "All right, heal me." Shayna silently chanted an incantation and pointed at Carolina. She instantly cast the level 4 divine spell, Great Healing. Rays of divine light fell on Carolina's body and quickly healed her internal and external injuries. Although Carolina was also proficient in healing spells, but in terms of healing effects, the High Priestess Shayna, who used divine power, was still more formidable. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a lightning supersonic fighter descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Carolina and the other 3 women jumped lightly into the cabin of the lightning supersonic fighter. The flying speed of the lightning supersonic fighter couldn't compare to the flying speed of Carolina and the others when casting spells at full strength. However, that was only for short-distance flights. In terms of long-distance flights, the lightning supersonic fighter was definitely a notch better. The lightning supersonic fighter took off in a flash and madly chased after Cartman at full speed. I should also do what I should do. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint. He put on a helmet and began to issue a series of orders. The 1 million level, 8 primary battle robots stationed in St. Collins City entered the dimensional personnel carriers one after another. The dimensional personnel carriers then quickly entered the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. The Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft suddenly took off and, under the escort of several thousand Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, moved towards Eyes of Justice. The level 4 humanoid robots that couldn't enter the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters quickly assembled and then rushed towards Eyes of Justice. A large number of dimensional personnel carriers filled with high-energy crystals followed beside the humanoid robots, ready to replenish their energy at any time. 800,000 level, 8 primary battle robots of various types walked out of Giant Stone City and boarded the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft as they moved towards Eyes of Justice. Boom, boom. Along with loud noises, the ground of Giant Stone City split open and an enormous sphere with a diameter of 500 meters flew out of Giant Stone City. That enormous sphere was covered with all kinds of thick cannons and equipped with all kinds of weapons. At a glance, one could tell that it was an incomparably ferocious war-fortified stronghold. This enormous sphere floating in the air was the most powerful weapon Yang Feng currently possessed, the level 1 portable fortified stronghold. Shortly after the level 1 portable fortified stronghold flew out, another level 1 portable fortified stronghold flew out. Yang Feng had made a total of 3 level 1 portable fortified strongholds. He had made up his mind that if he couldn't survive in Tyrannid subcontinent, then he would flee to another place. Now that he had mobilized 2 level 1 portable fortified strongholds and exposed his trump card, he decided to get rid of Cartman in one fell swoop. At the very least, he would eliminate all of Cartman's subordinates in Tyrannid subcontinent. After the 2 armed mobile strongholds took off, they quickly flew in the direction of Eyes of Justice's nest. Under the pursuit of the several thousand lightning supersonic fighters dispatched by Yang Feng, Cartman cut a sorry figure as he fled. The legendary dagger kiss of the damned that was stabbed into his body would erupt with curses from time to time, causing him unbearable pain and abruptly reducing his speed. Then, he would be overtaken by the lightning supersonic fighters. Moreover, the legendary dagger kiss of the damned would always emit a peculiar fluctuation of curses that even Cartman couldn't conceal. It was also impossible for Cartman to pull out the kiss of the damned. Once he pulled out the kiss of the damned, due to his lack of strength, then he would be captured without putting up a fight. If the legendary dagger kiss of the damned hadn't been stabbed into Cartman's body, then by relying on his ability, he would have already quietly escaped from Yang Feng and his party's pursuit. Cartman didn't have any leeway to choose. He could only madly flee towards Eyes of Justice's direction. The chase lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, before Cartman finally erupted and directly fled into Eyes of Justice's territory. Your Majesty! As soon as Cartman entered Eyes of Justice, his 8 subordinates brought more than 100 level, 3 warlock-ranked demon experts to greet Cartman. Cartman opened his mouth and inhaled. The more than 100 advanced demon generals with battle prowess comparable to level 3 warlock rank exploded one after another, turning into mists of blood that entered his mouth. The 8 great warlock-ranked demon commanders stood respectfully to the side, watching everything with indifference. Among demons, the strong were revered. A demon emperor like Cartman, even more so, regarded his subordinates as pigs and dogs. Only a demon commander rank expert would make him slightly attach importance to them. As for advanced demon generals, they were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Chapter 189. After Cartman absorbed the flesh, essence, and souls of more than 100 advanced demon generals, his complexion at once became a lot ruddier. Flesh sprouted from his lower limbs, and with a pop, 2 tender and long legs grew out. Cartman said coldly, "Immediately bring those human captives over." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 8 demon commanders responded respectfully and quickly retreated. Before long, countless humans were herded into the square where Cartman's giant statue was located by the demons, as if they were pigs and dogs. After Cartman took control of Eyes of Justice, he released a bit of a rumor and deceived countless humans who attempted to join Eyes of Justice into Eyes of Justice's lair. The number of humans who had become demon captives reached as high as 1,300,000. When Cartman saw the densely packed humans, his eyes flashed with a touch of a smile. He opened his mouth and inhaled. A strange and terrifying suction force instantly shrouded the human captives. Oh! Amidst blood-curdling screams, the densely packed humans exploded in an instant. A mixture of blood, flesh, and souls entered Cartman's mouth. Along with the continuous absorption of the human's flesh and souls, his severed hands quickly grew back, and his aura rose steadily. Boom! 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 Just as Cartman was enjoying himself, a series of explosions rang out from Eyes of Justice's lair. A demon commander said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Steel City's Mechanical Legion has already killed their way outside and is currently attacking us." Cartman said impatiently, "You guys go out at once and destroy Steel City's Mechanical Legion." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 8 demon commanders responded with great respect. With a sway of their figures, they quickly flew away. At this moment, apart from Eyes of Justice's forbidden area, everywhere had already turned into a sea of fire. Under Yang Feng's order, the mammoth heavy-duty bombers were loaded with massive amounts of white phosphorus incendiary bombs and threw them into Eyes of Justice. Eyes of Justice turned into a sea of fire, with countless demons, demon generals, and other demons howling mournfully in the sea of fire. A demon commander saw the countless demon humans and demon generals wailing in the flames, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "His Majesty has ordered everyone to follow me out and kill everyone in the City of Steel. Kill them all. Kill them all." The eyes of the brave and ruthless devil cultivator S and demon generals were all scarlet red, and they let out angry roars. Their morale was raised to the extreme, and they followed the 8 demon commanders out of the Eyes of Justice. More than 1 million demon experts passed through the planar path. Many of them had grotesque appearances and were shrouded in demonic energy. They followed the 8 demon commanders to Eyes of Justice like ants. The 8 great demon commanders had just led countless demon armies to the Eye of Justice. When missiles carrying nuclear warheads fell from the sky, directly falling towards the Eye of Justice. Boom, 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 boom. Without waiting for the 8 demon commanders to act, the dozens of nuclear warheads detonated. Mushroom clouds rose into the sky, and endless light and heat engulfed the 8 demon commanders as well as the demons around them in a flash. Mountains collapsed, and the earth split. The earth quaked, and the mountains swayed. Even the forbidden area of Eyes of Justice's headquarters, which was the most heavily guarded, was completely engulfed by the terrifying nuclear explosions. The 1 million humans who had been captured by the demons were also engulfed by the endless light and heat from the explosions of the dozens of nuclear warheads. Cartman had already recovered part of his strength, but he was completely engulfed by the explosions of the dozens of nuclear warheads. His hands and feet, which had just grown back, instantly turned into ashes. More than half of the mountain range where Eyes of Justice's headquarters was located had collapsed due to the explosions of the dozens of nuclear warheads. The explosions of the dozens of nuclear warheads had caused the 8 Great Warlock-ranked demon commanders to be insta-killed without being able to display the slightest bit of their strength. Dephilia couldn't help but inhale a mouthful of cold air when she saw that Eyes of Justice's headquarters had completely disappeared and the mountain range had collapsed. She exclaimed, "What a terrifying weapon! The might of such a weapon is too terrifying." Cheyenne's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. She smiled but didn't say anything. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, and she said faintly, "I finally understand why he doesn't rashly use this weapon. This powerful weapon has a huge weakness." Dephilia promptly asked, "What weakness?" Romulage also pricked up her ears and listened carefully. Carolina said with a smile, "This weapon has to explode in order to display its terrifying might. So long as the carrier of this weapon is sealed before the explosion, or it is transferred to another place using a teleportation spell, then it won't have any power. If handled well, then it can be used to deal with its original owner." Yang Feng walked over from the side and said with a slight smile, "That's right. As expected of Carolina, your eyes are sharp. The greatest weakness of this weapon is that it's hard to hit the enemy. If it encounters a targeted spell, then it will instead become a sharp weapon in the hands of the enemy." The Tsangji Plains human warlocks had conquered many planes, absorbed the knowledge of countless different planes, and created countless strange spells. Among the level 4 spells, there were sealing spells, teleportation spells, and many other targeted spells. Sealing spells could directly seal missiles carrying nuclear warheads, while teleportation spells could instead teleport missiles carrying nuclear warheads to Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. The nuclear warheads would then explode in the midst of Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. When attacking Eyes of Justice's headquarters, Yang Feng first bombarded it to probe the reaction of Eyes of Justice's demons. Only then did he decisively launch dozens of nuclear warheads, directly raising Eyes of Justice's demon lair to the ground. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of horror, and he exclaimed, "That guy still hasn't died. What kind of freak is he? Why is his life force so tenacious?" From the mechanical Black Dragon's energy scanning system, Yang Feng could clearly sense that there were fluctuations of life being emitted from the center of the nuclear explosion. Carolina promptly said, "From this life force, he should have been seriously injured, and his strength should have dropped to an extremely low level. Let's go take a look." Carolina, Cheyenne, and Dephilia's figures shook, and they rushed towards the center of the nuclear explosion. At the same time, Carolina smoothly grabbed Yang Feng and, as if carrying a cargo, rushed towards the center of the nuclear explosion. The center of the nuclear explosion was heavily contaminated with radiation. If an ordinary person were to enter such an area, they would definitely be courting death and would suffer from the radiation. But Carolina and the other 2 were great warlocks. Their bodies were comparable to extraordinary life forms, and they didn't fear the radiation. Only if they were hit by a nuclear warhead at close range would their life force be destroyed. Then the radiation would invade their bodies and disgusting radiation tumors would grow. In the center of the nuclear explosion, Cartman, who had lost his hands and feet and was blind in one eye, was still struggling in pain. He had only half of his body left, and his demonic chi had collapsed. But his aura was already far from being as formidable and invincible as it was the first time he saw him. The damaged Cartman stared fixedly at Yang Feng and his party, his eyes brimming with resentment, and he said while stressing each syllable, "You ants, you dare to injure the clone of the mighty demon Emperor Cartman. The mighty demon Emperor Cartman won't let you off. This world's human warlocks have already declined, and the era of our demon race is coming. The entire Tsangji Plain has our demon race planar passageways. This is just one of them. What you killed today was just an insignificant clone of Cartman. So long as my clone dies, a curse will befall you. As long as you're less than 10,000 kilometers away, my true body will sense your existence, descend to your side, and kill you all. If you're tactful, then surrender to me now. Wait for my true body to descend. Then I'll naturally give you great benefits, allowing you to break through your bottleneck and promote to Starry Sky Warlocks." When Carolina and the other two heard that, their eyebrows creased slightly and their beautiful eyes revealed traces of dread. They could clearly sense the truth in Cartman's words. A good chance. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. He took out a huge syringe, stepped forward, and fiercely stabbed Cartman with it, forcibly extracting a vial of pitch-black demonic blood from Cartman's body. Although Cartman's avatar was Atchison's body, but what flowed within it was Cartman's demonic blood. Only the true demonic blood comparable to a god's could allow a great warlock to directly promote to a demigod. Begin analysis. The blood is a blood sample of a level 12 life form. According to the Tsangji Plain's classification of ranks, it should be a Moonlight Warlock rank expert. According to the other plane's classification of ranks, it should be a Feeble Divine Force rank expert. Continue the analysis. According to the analysis, to completely analyze the blood, it would take 30 years to use only the computing power of a single optical computer. 2 optical computers would take 15 years. 3 optical computers would take 10 years. How many optical computers would it take to use the computing power? Yang Feng created 3 portable, fortified strongholds, each of which had 3 optical computers. The computing power and analytical power of each optical computer was more than 100 times that of the combined computing power of all the computers on Earth. Yang Feng thought for a moment and then made a choice. First, use the computing power of one of the optical computers to analyze. Yang Feng needed the computing power of the optical computers on his path of cultivation, such as analyzing elixirs, constructing spell models, analyzing all kinds of spell models, and so on. Yang Feng wasn't in a hurry to analyze Cartman's blood. After all, he only had the cultivation of a level 2 warlock at present. After extracting Cartman's demonic blood, Yang Feng injected a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir into Cartman's body. Chapter 190. Once the liquid metal nanorobots were injected into Cartman's body, they only lasted for less than a second before being killed by Cartman's formidable demonic blood, not a single one remaining. Cartman said with a cold smile, "You want to use poison to control me? It's no use. My true body is the demonist Plains Demon Emperor. I'm fundamentally different from you ants. My true body is a formidable being comparable to a god. The poison of you ants can't control me." Yang Feng didn't pay attention to Cartman and silently asked within, "Can I control the life form through the liquid metal nanorobots?" From the analysis of the information transmitted by the liquid metal nanorobots, the life form's blood possesses an extremely strong power. Foreign objects are basically unable to fuse or invade it. Unless the blood is completely analyzed, otherwise, it's impossible to manufacture the liquid metal nanorobot elixir to control the life form. Yang Feng suddenly asked Carolina next to him, "Carolina, does his true body know what happened to his avatar here?" Carolina gave a bitter smile and said, "I also don't know. In our Tyrannid subcontinent, knowledge about God's avatars is very scarce. After all, It has been nearly 10,000 years since anyone from our Tyrannid subcontinent went to explore other planes. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, there were very few great warlocks in Tyrannid subcontinent who would go explore other planes. Exploring other planes was very dangerous. Once one entered a plane like the Demonis plane, human warlocks would most likely be caught and eaten by demons. Even if it was a Moonlight Warlock rank expert who entered a plane like the Demonis plane, they would also die if they were the slightest bit careless. Additionally, demons manipulated eyes of justice to continuously and silently erase that knowledge, resulting in fewer and fewer people knowing about other planes' divine and demonic knowledge. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the two women, Dephilia and Cheyenne. The two of them shook their heads slightly, clearly not knowing about this knowledge. I didn't know a thing or two about this knowledge. A voice suddenly sounded from the side. Everyone's complexions changed, and they looked towards the direction from which the voice came. They saw a handsome young man dressed in a white gown that was 70% similar to China's ancient Hanfu, with the temperament of a scion of an influential family and an extraordinary grandeur, unhurriedly walk over from the side with a smile on his face. Yang Feng couldn't help but inwardly criticize. This guy is really handsome. If he were to come to Earth, then Earth's male stars would lose their jobs. The young man, with the temperament of a scion of an influential family, said with a gentle and courteous smile, "I'm Kong Fong Ao. I'm from the continent's eastern world's great cloud dynasty. I received information that a demonic calamity would break out here, so I specially came to suppress it. I didn't expect the Demon Emperor's avatar to be suppressed by all of you. All of you are really amazing. People from the continent." Carolina and the other women's expressions changed slightly. They looked at Kong Fangao with a trace of respect. The main continent on the other side of the Sea of Monsters was the cultivation holy land that all warlocks yearned for even in their dreams. Human warlocks with the ability to overturn rivers and seas, to enslave gods and fiends, were basically all gathered in the main continent. If it wasn't for the Sea of Monsters being extremely dangerous, then Tyrannid subcontinent's warlock geniuses would have already left for the main continent. Yang Feng introduced, "I'm Steel City's Grand Marshal Yang Feng. This is Snow White Madame Dephilia. This is Rose Garden's Master Carolina. And this is the Dark Elven Great Matriarch Shanna." After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Feng asked directly, "Kong Fong Ao, can this guy's clone share the perception of his true body?" Kong Fong Ao smiled slightly and said unhurriedly, "When powerful beings from other planes descend to the Tsangji plane, they will generally use projections, clones, and the like. Because most of the planar passageways are unstable, the more powerful the being, the more difficult it is to pass through the planar passageway. If a projection descends to this plane, then it will split off a trace of the powerful being's consciousness. Once the projection is taken back, then the powerful being will know everything that happened to the projection on this plane. If the projection is destroyed, then the true body won't suffer any harm. Clones are beings condensed from a part of the powerful being's soul. They are integrated with the powerful being's true body. Anything that happens to the clone, the true body will be able to sense it. Every time an avatar is killed, the true body will be harmed. Clones are beings formed from a part of the true body, such as blood, limbs, divinity, and other things that contain the true body's power and mysteries, as well as a trace of consciousness and other beings. The consciousness of the clone and the true body are relatively independent. Everything that happens to the clone must be taken back by the true body. Only then will the true body know. This Cartman is obviously a clone of the Demon Emperor Cartman that descended to this world. As long as he hasn't returned to his true body, everything that happens here will basically not be sensed by the Demon Emperor Cartman." After hearing Kong Fong Ao's explanation, the complexions of Carolina and the other women became slightly better. Kong Fong Ao added another sentence. "However, there are no absolutes in all things. If this doppelganger had mastered some strange secret treasures or some strange spells, And the Demon Emperor Cartman used some secret techniques. He might be able to sense everything that was happening here at the same time. After all, the Demonis plane is one of the 36 primary material planes, not one bit inferior to the Tsanji plane. The Demonis Demon Emperor rank experts are already equivalent to the feeble divine force rank gods of other planes. Their divine abilities are so great that they are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Unfortunately, I originally planned to capture him and use him as an experimental material for research. In this case, I can't let him stay. Yang Feng said somewhat regretfully and clapped his hands. In the sky, the mechanical black dragon opened its huge mouth, and a dragon breath cannon descended from the sky and blasted the Demon Emperor Cartman, directly blasting the clone into ashes. Yang Feng gave a forthright smile and invited, Kong Fong Ao, how about coming to my St. Colin City for a chat? I'll be the host and treat you to a drink. Kong Fong Ao said with a smile, Of course, I wouldn't dare. On the top floor of St. Colin City's most luxurious restaurant, Yang Feng and Kong Fong Ao were enjoying Tyrannid subcontinent's top delicacies while talking about the local customs. Kong Fong Ao came from the main continent's famous aristocratic family. His experience was extremely rich, and he was extremely talkative, benefiting Yang Feng a lot. After 3 rounds of wine, Kong Fong Ao pondered for a while and said, Brother Yang, I can vaguely feel a trace of Black Dragon's blood meridian fluctuations in your body. Have you transplanted Black Dragon's blood meridians and cultivated the secret method Black Dragon Morph? Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of admiration, and he said, That's right. Before Yang Feng used a spell, even a peak great warlock like Carolina would find it difficult to sense that he possessed Black Dragon's blood meridians. Kong Fong Ao had only drunk with him once, yet he was already able to sense that he possessed Black Dragon's blood meridians. This kind of knowledge was simply shocking. Kong Fong Ao's eyes flashed with a touch of regret, and he sighed. Brother Yang, with your outstanding talent, how could you cultivate such an inferior secret method like Black Dragon Morph? After all, this Black Dragon Morph secret method only has 5 layers. After barely cultivating it to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, there's no way forward. Yang Feng was suddenly somewhat speechless. The Black Dragon Morph secret method was the core secret method of Black Dragon Pagoda, one of the 6 great warlock groups in Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng was speechless that such a powerful secret method was rated as an inferior secret method by Kong Fong Ao. Yang Feng said without batting an eyelid, Black Dragon Morph can be cultivated to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. It should be regarded as a relatively powerful secret method. How could it be an inferior secret method? My Tsanji plane is one of the 36 primary material planes. In the past, the 7 great warlock emperors of the human race suppressed the universe and conquered countless planes. For what reason did gods, fiends, and devils serve as the lackeys of my human race? It's naturally because of the supreme strength of my human warlocks. My Tsanji plane's warlocks are divided into level 1 warlock, level 2 warlock, level 3 warlock, great warlock, starry sky warlock, moonlight warlock, glorious sun warlock, bright world warlock, infinity warlock, warlock monarch, holy spirit warlock, and warlock emperor. Starry sky warlock rank is merely the 5th class. In my great cloud dynasty, starry sky warlock rank experts can at most dominate a city. That's all. In my great cloud dynasty, starry sky warlock rank experts can at most dominate a city. That's all. I'm 24 years old this year, and I'm already a great warlock. If nothing unexpected happens, then I'll be able to promote to a starry sky warlock in 3 years. I'm 24 years old this year, and I'm already a great warlock. If nothing unexpected happens, I can promote to a starry sky warlock in 3 years. As for the moonlight warlock rank, it's somewhat difficult. Kong Fong Ao smiled faintly, his words brimming with confidence. Carolina was already considered a rare genius in Tyrannid subcontinent, and she also had the support of Rose Garden's massive resources. Carolina was already regarded as a rare genius in Tyrannid subcontinent, and she had the support of Rose Garden's huge amount of resources. Even such a genius didn't have the confidence to promote to a Starry Sky Warlock before her death. The difficulty of promoting to a Starry Sky Warlock could be imagined. Kongfang Ao had the confidence to promote to a Starry Sky Warlock at the age of 27. In Tyrannid subcontinent, this cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng now understood why those Starry Sky Warlocks never came back after leaving Tyrannid subcontinent. That was because the main continent's resources and opportunities weren't something that Tyrannid subcontinent could compare to. If the main continent was a sea, then Tyrannid subcontinent was just a small quagmire. If one wanted to become a true dragon, then one had to go to the sea. If one stayed in the small quagmire, then one could at most become the thickest of loaches. Kongfang Ao said lightly. The Black Dragon Morph is a secret method passed down from the Second Warlock Dynasty. This ancient Blood Meridian secret method is already outdated. If one wants to practice cultivation to the level of Taboo Lord, then one needs a huge amount of Aurum clan's blood essence. The Aurum clan has already been wiped out by Taboo Lord, so this path is basically a dead end. Yang Feng smiled bitterly. He knew that it was easy to start on the Blood Meridian Warlock path, but extremely difficult to promote later on. However, his soul aptitude was merely at inferior level 1, so he could only walk on the Blood Meridian Warlock path. If it was on the main continent, then perhaps there would be countless secret methods and resources that could solve Yang Feng's low soul aptitude. But there were no ifs. In Tyrannid subcontinent, there were no resources or secret methods that could allow people with inferior level 1 soul aptitude to practice cultivation. He had no choice at that time. Kongfang Ao said, "Moreover, you also absorb divinity. That's simply a difference on top of a difference." Divinity was indeed a good treasure. It contained endless knowledge and a trace of the mysteries of laws. It was a first-rate material used to refine semi-divine armaments, as well as a necessity for practicing cultivation and promoting to a god. But in the Tsangji plane, there was the god-murdering spear. Any expert that vainly attempted to ignite their god fire would only end up dead. Although the divinity inside your body can make your strength advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. But when you attack the Starry Sky Warlock rank and undergo a soul transformation, the divinity will definitely be the most frightening obstacle blocking your evolution. Moreover, along with your continuous practice, your strength will continue to increase, and the divinity will slowly transform you into a divine life form. After you promote to a great warlock, no one will be able to help you anymore. Yang Feng was secretly alarmed. After he absorbed the 3 divinity, his strength had skyrocketed. He had always been complacent, thinking that he had obtained a great fortuitous encounter. But he never would have thought that the 3 divinity would actually be a terrifying, slow-acting poison for him. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of bitterness. This is the consequence of insufficient knowledge. If I had known about it, then I wouldn't have personally come to devour the divinity. Yang Feng asked solemnly, "Brother Kong, is there no other way?" Kongfang Ao said, "It's not that there isn't a way. You're currently a level 2 warlock. If you go to the main continent, then ask a Moonlight Warlock rank expert to take action. They can extract the divinity inside you. However, in that way, you won't be able to preserve the divinity inside you. Furthermore, after the divinity is extracted, your strength will also drop greatly. In addition, you can find some heaven and earth treasures, such as the true mystic embodiment bead, the life embodiment bead, the immortal mark embodiment lotus root, and such peerless embodiment treasures. You can transplant your blood meridians and divinity to form a new embodiment, and then put the new embodiment into another plane's god, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, peerless embodiment treasures, such as the true mystic embodiment bead, are extremely rare. Even Glorious Dawn Warlock rank experts and above would go crazy for them. Even in the main continent, they're rare and hard to find. You can forget about this method." Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, and he said, Brother Kong, tell me about the characteristics of these treasures, such as the true mystic embodiment bead. I can also send people to pay attention to them. Maybe there are such treasures in the Tyrannid subcontinent. I still have a bit of influence in the Tyrannid subcontinent. All right. Kongfang Ao was very straightforward. He pointed with his hand. A magic screen flickered, and images of legendary treasures appeared in front of Yangfeng. This is the true mystic embodiment bead. Kongfang Ao pointed at the images of the treasures and introduced them to Yangfeng. Yangfeng stared at the life embodiment bead and suddenly felt excited. The life embodiment bead. This bead is similar to the green bead I got from Gloom Cave. Chapter 191. The life embodiment bead was a treasure Yangfeng obtained from Gloom Cave's headquarters via the planar passageway. Yangfeng didn't know what kind of treasure the life embodiment bead was, but he still carefully wore it on his chest. Now that he knew that this was a treasure that even glorious Dawn Warlocks would go crazy for, he was filled with ecstasy. Yangfeng's eyes flashed with a scorching radiance, and he said solemnly, "Brother Kong, can you teach me the method to separate the bloodline and divinity and condense an embodiment?" Kongfang Ao hesitated for a moment. "I know the rules. According to the rules between warlocks, a corresponding price must be paid in exchange for secret methods and knowledge. This is a mechanical golem comparable to a level 4 extraordinary life form. Do you think it's enough to exchange for the secret method?" Yangfeng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a fire demonic lion mechanical battle beast suddenly appeared, exuding terrifying fluctuations of power comparable to that of a great warlock. Kongfang Ao said with an apologetic expression, "This secret method isn't anything special. It is taught in some mid-level sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, when I was practicing cultivation in the sect, I made an oath that I would never teach the knowledge taught by the sect to others without the permission of the sect. Therefore, I'm very sorry, but I can't teach you the secret method." Yangfeng suddenly had a disappointed expression, lowered his head, and sank into his thoughts. Kongfang Ao comforted him. "However, Brother Yang, if you come to the continent, I can give you a letter of recommendation and recommend you to the Cloud Scarlet sect to practice cultivation. Although the Cloud Scarlet sect isn't one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, but it's still a first-rate sect, second only to the 10 great sects. The secret methods in the sect are as numerous as the clouds. The method to separate the bloodline and divinity and condense an embodiment isn't anything precious." Yangfeng suddenly asked, "Right, Brother Kong, I heard you say that the might of the 7 great warlock emperors shook the universe. But don't we human warlocks have the 8 great warlock dynasties?" Kongfang Ao said with a cold smile. "Haha, the Dawn Dynasty's Dawn Lord is far inferior to the 7 great warlock emperors. How can he be mentioned in the same breath as the 7 great warlock emperors?" After a cold smile, Kongfang Ao added a sentence. "Brother Yang, no matter how bad the Dawn Lord is, he's still one of the strongest experts of the human race. I don't want to speak ill of him." Yangfeng contemplated for a moment before saying, "Brother Kong, I also want to go to the continent with you. What do you think?" Originally, Yangfeng planned to stay in the Tyrannid subcontinent and dominate the entire Tyrannid subcontinent. He planned to practice cultivation until the Great Warlock realm, and then go to the main continent. But now that things were clearly far from reassuring, Yangfeng could only be forced to set off for the main continent and think of a way to solve the hidden danger. Kongfang Ao laughed heartily and said, "Good. 3 months later, Mingfeng Merchant Group will send a fleet to Tyrannid subcontinent to trade. At that time, we will return to the main continent together." 10 days later, in the city of Dark Elves, within the temple of Goddess Lolth, many dark elves prostrated themselves on the ground and chanted prayers. Yangfeng stood in a corner of the temple of the Goddess Lolth and quietly watched everything. From his glasses, he could see wisps of faith power flying out of the dark elves' bodies and entering the statue of Goddess Lolth, making the statue of Goddess Lolth emit a faint layer of divine light. Behind Yang Feng stood two people, Joanna and Romulage. After the Dark Elves finished their prayers, they respectfully retreated from the temple. Romulage said somewhat discontentedly, "You called us here just to watch this prayer? What's the point?" Romulage was a legend-rank assassin with incomparably powerful strength. At the same time, she didn't believe in the goddess Lolth. Joanna was a legend-rank archer, but she also didn't believe in the goddess Lolth. Unless one was a priest nurtured by the temple of the goddess Lolth since childhood. Otherwise, the more powerful the Dark Elven clan was, the more disdainful they would be of the goddess Lolth. No one would like a god that incessantly sowed discord and made races slaughter each other for fun. In order to obtain power, the Dark Elves at the bottom would instead be more devout in the worship of the goddess Lolth. Such a dark god. As long as enough flesh and souls were sacrificed, they would generously bestow power to their believers. Faith, power, and souls. These are the most useful things to gods. Among many gods, powerful souls were used as equivalent currency to carry out all kinds of transactions. I'll show you the might of my Steel City's latest black technology, the crown of blasphemy. Yang Feng smiled slightly, put on a black hat, and went directly before the statue of the goddess Lolth. "Mighty my lord Lolth, you are the ruler of the Dark Elves, the adjudicator of the night, the queen of darkness, the protector of the spiders, and the ruler of fear. I am your most devout believer, the priest who shepherds your people. I ask you to bestow me with divine power, to display your divine might, to protect your lambs, and to adjudicate your enemies." As Yang Feng recited the priest's prayers, pure spirit fluctuations were transmitted from his body. He seemed to have transformed into the most devout priest, the degree of his devotion even surpassing that of the great matriarch of the Dark Elf Shaena. In fact, the great matriarch of the Dark Elf Shaena wasn't very devout towards the goddess Lolth. But the matriarchs and great matriarchs of the Dark Elves had to be priests and high priests, and they had to have the divine power of the goddess Lolth cover their bodies. Once they betrayed the goddess Lolth, then the divine power inside their bodies would ignite and burn them to ashes. Streams of extremely pure divine power were emitted from the statue of the goddess Lolth and shone on Yang Feng, displaying the grace of the goddess. Romulage was dumbstruck, not daring to believe her eyes. What's going on? He's obviously a non-believer who isn't even a pseudo-believer. So how did he suddenly become a fanatic? Furthermore, he even obtained divine grace. How could this be? When Yang Feng was with Romulage and the other Dark Elven experts, he didn't conceal his disgust towards the goddess of the Dark Elves Lolth. Such a person was definitely a non-believer. But now a non-believer unexpectedly became a fanatic and even obtained divine grace. He was simply a freak. Joanna was also dumbstruck. What's going on? How could he become a fanatic and even obtain divine grace and become a priest in one go? How is this possible? Shaena was speechless. Even she, because her faith wasn't pious enough, hadn't obtained divine grace. Only because of her tyrannical strength, and her body had been immersed in a large amount of Lolth's divine power, was she able to become a high priest of the goddess Lolth. "Many thanks, great goddess." Yang Feng laughed heartily, walked over, and said somewhat complacently, "Unfortunately, it's only at the level 2 priest rank, but it's still SOSO. After all, the healing effect of divine power is much stronger than that of many level 2 spells." Romulage hurriedly asked, "How did you do it?" "Yang Feng, you're obviously not a believer, so how did you obtain divine grace?" Being an assassin was a high-risk occupation. Walking on the tip of a blade, one could be seriously injured if they were the slightest bit careless. If Romulage could obtain a divine spell and become a high priest, then her battle prowess would increase geometrically. Among the divine spells of the goddess Lolth, there was also the Legend Stealth, which was a divine spell for assassins. Shadow Goddess Malia was the weakest among great warlocks in terms of strength, but with the help of all kinds of outrageous shadow divine spells, she had assassinated quite a few great warlock rank experts who were much more powerful than her. Yang Feng said with a slight smile. Although gods are powerful, but they can't always pay attention to any plane. They basically have to rely on the divine domain to handle daily affairs. The crown of blasphemy can imitate the spirit fluctuations of a fanatic. As long as you carry a prayer, you can deceive her divine domain and obtain power. As long as you don't cause too much trouble and attract her attention, then you can use her divine power at will. Joanna said without a trace of politeness. Good stuff. I want one. Romulage said with a beaming smile. I want one too. Top dark elven experts like Joanna and Romulage didn't believe in the goddess Lolth. Instead, they were very eager to improve their strength. With their strength, they could serve as high priests and unleash formidable divine spells with the help of the goddess Lolth's power. Yang Feng handed the crown of blasphemy to Cheyenne. Cheyenne, wear one as well. With this thing, you can prevent her divine power from eroding your body. In the future, I'll think of a way to get rid of the hidden dangers in your body. Cheyenne took the crown of blasphemy and showed Yang Feng an extremely charming smile. Thank you, Lord. When casting divine spells, the priests of gods would be eroded by divine power, allowing the divine spell to spread throughout their body and soul. Once the priests died, their souls would be directly received by the divine power into the divine country of the god, where they would be reborn. The prerequisite was that the god had their own divine country. Not all gods had their own divine country. In order to establish a divine country, it required a tremendous amount of resources and a tremendous amount of faith power. Some newborn gods didn't have a divine country, which was when they were at their weakest. At that time, they could easily be targeted by powerful enemies and then hunted down. Gods with divine nations are very powerful in their own divine nations. If a feeble divine force ranked God hid in their divine country, then if a weak divine force ranked God went in and fought them, they would basically die. Even if an intermediate divine force ranked God entered the divine country of a feeble divine force ranked God and fought them, the outcome would still be uncertain. As the primary god of the Dark Elves, the goddess Lolth also had her own divine country. This was also the reason why many Dark Elves believe in her. However, in the Tyrannid subcontinent, many legend rank experts were generally unwilling to believe in gods. That was because once they believed in a god, then, after death, they would still have to fight for the god after entering their divine country, which was equivalent to a different kind of slave. In the Sanji Plain, the experts who accepted the ideology of human warlocks were naturally unwilling to become slaves of gods after death. Chapter 192. Yang Feng asked, Cheyenne, I heard that you Dark Elves received a divine decree and then launched an attack on the surface world. Why did she want you to attack the surface world? She wanted us to occupy the surface world in order to look for a lost treasure. It was such a bead. Cheyenne pointed with her lily-white hand. A magic radiance flickered, and the image of the life embodiment bead appeared midair. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly, and raging waves were set off in his heart. This is the life embodiment bead, so this thing belonged to her. Yang Feng's train of thought changed, and he vaguely guessed that the reason why the Dark Elves launched the Holy War was probably because he had opened the seal, and the goddess Lolth sensed a trace of fluctuations from the other plane, and thus ordered the Dark Elves to launch the Holy War in an attempt to find the bead. Unfortunately, the Dark Elves were battered and exhausted by him, and even their city fell under his control. Naturally, the matter of finding the life embodiment bead was left unsettled. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then said, I intend to go to the main continent to look for even more powerful warlock secret methods. Who's willing to go with me? Cheyenne and the other two creased their eyebrows slightly when they heard this. Cheyenne said, My lord, it's not that we don't want to go with you. Rather, in the main continent, human warlock experts are as common as clouds, firmly occupying a dominant position. In the main continent, great warlocks aren't considered experts. Once we go to the main continent, then I'm afraid that we'll immediately become the prey of others. Please forgive me for speaking bluntly, but with your strength in the main continent, my lord, it's not enough to shelter us. Romulus said frankly, "That's right. On the main continent, some human experts like to exterminate the non-human kind. Once we encounter such human experts, then it'll be difficult for us to survive. Although I'm good at concealment secret methods, but in front of the human warlocks of the main continent, I still can't withstand a single blow." Shanna, Joanna, and Romulus, the three women, were Tyrannid subcontinent's peak experts. But in the Tsangji Plains main continent, they didn't count for much. In the Tsangji Plains main continent, peak human warlocks could even enslave gods and ancient fiends. That kind of existence could easily suppress the three women. Yang Feng could already proclaim himself a hegemon in the Tyrannid subcontinent, but once he went to the Tsangji Plain, he'd have to tuck his tail between his legs. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then said decisively, "I miscalculated. How about this? I'll head over to the main continent first. If I can gain a foothold there, I'll come back to pick you up." White Elephant's ivory headquarters. Horace held a letter written by Yang Feng, his complexion alternating between green and white. He wished he could tear the letter to shreds. However, it was natural for a person whose bones had softened once to soften once more. He hesitated again and again, but in the end, he did not tear the letter into pieces. He let out a long sigh and placed the letter directly on the table. 3 days later, White Elephant's ivory announced its allegiance to Steel City and merged with its forces. When this news spread, Tyrannid subcontinent was immediately in an uproar. Of Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups, Rose Garden surrendered to Steel City, Warlock College in Talia was destroyed, Eyes of Justice was destroyed by Steel City, Savage Claw was destroyed by Cartman, and White Elephant's ivory surrendered to Steel City. In Tyrannid subcontinent, Steel City had become the sole power, with only Black Dragon Pagoda still barely resisting the increasing pressure from Steel City. Yang Feng dispatched Alan as an emissary to Black Dragon Pagoda to negotiate. After Black Dragon Pagoda's pagoda master Anthony saw Eyes of Justice's headquarters, he was silent for a long time, before finally giving a long sigh and returning to Black Dragon Pagoda. Soon after, Yang Feng agreed to a series of conditions put forward by Black Dragon Pagoda. Black Dragon Pagoda also announced its allegiance to Steel City and became a part of Steel City. In exchange, Yang Feng also married Black Dragon Empire's level 3 Warlock Carol. Time elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. On the harbor, there was a 3,000 m long, several tens of meters tall giant ship, its hull exuding a black metallic luster and engraved with countless mysterious runes. What a big ship! After Yang Feng saw the giant ship, his eyes flashed with a touch of shock, and he said solemnly, "Kongfang Ao's words revealed a trace of pride. This is our Great Cloud Dynasty's D-Class armed merchant ship. This D-Class armed merchant ship is manufactured from Magic Cloud Ironwood, a specialty of one of the 72 lesser provinces, Green Province's Magic Cloud County. It weighs 1,725,432 tons. They specialize in maritime trade with the subcontinents of the Sea of Trolls." Yang Feng was filled with shock. This is only a D-Class armed merchant ship? Great Cloud Dynasty is really formidable. Through his chat with Kongfang Ao, Yang Feng already had a general understanding of Tsangji Plains' main continent, Eastern World's Great Cloud Dynasty. Great Cloud Dynasty's territory was vast and boundless. It had 36 greater provinces and 72 lesser provinces. Each province had 108 subordinate prefectures. Each lower prefecture had 250 to 360 subordinate prefectures under its direct jurisdiction. The area of each greater province of the Great Cloud Dynasty is more than 10 times that of the Tyrannid subcontinent. Lower provinces' subordinate counties were also 3 to 5 times that of Tyrannid subcontinent. Great Cloud Dynasty's armed merchant ships for maritime trade were divided into 4 grades: A, B, C, and D. The D-class was the highest grade of armed merchant ships for maritime trade. In addition to the 4 grades of merchant ships, there were also some mediocre armed merchant ships responsible for offshore trade. Before Yang Feng's eyes was a huge armed merchant ship, which was very difficult to manufacture on Earth, yet was merely a D-class armed merchant ship of Great Cloud Dynasty. Compared to the main continent's Great Cloud Dynasty, Tyrannid subcontinent's people were a bunch of country bumpkins. They couldn't even manufacture 1/10 of this D-class armed merchant ship. Young Master Kongfang, who are these people? A dark-skinned, tall, black-haired, middle-aged man brimming with an oriental aura walked over and asked Kongfang Ao with a slightly respectful tone. Kongfang Ao introduced, Captain Zheng, this is my good friend Yang Feng, and this is his younger sister Shi Shui. Brother Yang, this is the Storm Cry's captain, Captain Zheng. This time, Yang Feng's true body went to the eastern continent's Great Cloud Dynasty with only Shi Shui. He was well aware that his strength was nothing in Great Cloud Dynasty. That was why he went to Great Cloud Dynasty alone. If anything happened, he could slip away without any worries. The reason why he brought Shi Shui was because Tyrannid subcontinent's various secret methods were too weak. A freak like Shi Shui would only be wasting her talent in Tyrannid subcontinent. Only by going to Great Cloud Dynasty and practicing even more powerful secret methods could she make perfect use of her freak-like talent and let her grow faster and better. In Tyrannid subcontinent, a cultivation desert, Shi Shui was able to directly promote to a level 3 warlock in less than 5 years. The strength of her talent could be imagined. Yang Feng wasn't willing to waste her talent in vain. Yang Feng said with a smile, Hello, Captain Zheng. Zheng Gong swept Yang Feng with a glance, creased his eyebrows slightly, and said after a pause, Young Master Yang, hello. Although you're a friend of young Master Kong, but the fair can't be exempted. Yang Feng smiled slightly and threw a storage ring to Zheng Gong. I know, for 1,000 top-notch magic stones per person. Here are 8,000 top-notch magic stones. Take a look. Zheng Gong took the storage ring, scanned it with his spirit, put it away, and then threw 2 jade cards to Yang Feng and Shi Shui. These are your identity cards. Don't lose them. These 2 jade tokens might be able to save your lives at a crucial moment. Yang Feng took the jade card and took a look at it. He saw that the jade card was engraved with countless mysterious runes and emitted mysterious fluctuations of power. Clearly, it was a secret treasure. Zheng Gong said with a solemn expression, The Sea of Monsters is very dangerous, and there are countless taboos. On the ship, you have to listen to me. You can't run around, walk around, and most importantly, you can't throw things into the sea. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Yang Feng said lightly, I know. The Sea of Monsters was very dangerous. Yang Feng also knew that in such a sea, even Starry Sky warlocks could die if they were the slightest bit careless. He naturally wouldn't act rashly. After Zheng Gong explained some more taboos of the Sea of Monsters to Yang Feng, only then did he leave. Yang Feng followed Kongfang Ao and boarded the giant ship Storm Cry. Set sail. Following Zheng Gong's bellow, magic radiances flashed on the Storm Cry sailors, and a gale enveloped the Storm Cry. The entire Storm Cry was filled with an extremely formidable life force, as if an extraordinary life form had come to life. It slowly started up and swam towards the deep sea. Yang Feng felt the formidable life force filling the Storm Cry. His eyes flashed with a touch of horror, and he exclaimed, This ship is alive? Kongfang Ao said with a smile. In a sense, it is alive. The soul of an ice sea demonic shark with battle prowess comparable to a Starry Sky warlock is sealed on the Storm Cry. After the power of the ship's crew is poured into the Storm Cry, it can even make the Storm Cry erupt with terrifying Starry Sky warlock rank battle prowess. An armed merchant ship could erupt with terrifying Starry Sky warlock rank battle prowess. Yang Feng was once again shocked by the Great Cloud Dynasty strength. The Storm Cry sped above the sea. Its speed was extremely fast. As if it was riding the wind, it split the sea in two. Yang Feng had the optical computer calculate The storm cry's speed was actually more than 300 knots per hour, 10 times the speed of Earth's aircraft carriers. In the sea, due to the obstruction of the sea, the speed of ships generally couldn't be too high. However, under the effect of the magic power, the storm cry completely broke Yang Feng's common sense on Earth. It was so fast that it left people tongue-tied. At the same time, while sailing at such a fast speed, the entire ship was still extremely stable, without the slightest sway. Yang Feng felt as if he was on land on the ship, without any discomfort. Chapter 193. 10 days later, after arriving at a part of the sea, the storm cry stopped. The storm cry's crew dragged out cattle and sheep and threw them into the sea. An extremely formidable life force spread from the depths of the sea. One after another, sea monsters, up to 50 meters long and covered in cyan-colored scales, jumped out of the sea, opened their ferocious maws, and bit at the cattle and sheep as if they were grapes. Terrifying energy fluctuations of level. 4 extraordinary life forms spread out from the bodies of these sea monsters. Yang Feng watched the sea monsters jump out of the sea, his eyes flashing with a touch of graveness and apprehension. The number of sea monsters that jumped out of the sea reached up to several hundred level. 4 extraordinary life forms. Even Starry Sky warlocks would have to be somewhat apprehensive of them. Kongfong Ao said, "This part of the sea is the territory of the cyan-scaled demonic flood dragons. Anyone who crosses this part of the sea has to sacrifice living creatures for them to eat. Otherwise, they'll attack. If it was on land, then they would have already become the prey of my Great Cloud Dynasty's hunting team. Unfortunately, it's still rather difficult to hunt them in the Sea of Monsters." Zheng Gong roared loudly. At the same time, he gave Yang Feng a deep look, revealing a trace of warning in the abyss of his eyes. No one is allowed to approach the side of the ship. If these monsters eat to their heart's content, then they'll also regard the people on the side of the ship as their prey. Zheng Gong had sailed for many years, traveling to different subcontinents, and had seen a lot of people. There were over 100 people of all shapes and sizes. Many people simply ignored his warnings and would bring great trouble to his ship. It was precisely because of this that he charged a high fare, raised the threshold, and refused to let too many outsiders board the ship. Yang Feng gave an indifferent smile and continued to stare at the level. 4 extraordinary life forms cyan-scaled demonic flood dragons, silently thinking about something. After the cyan-scaled demonic flood dragons devoured enough cattle and sheep, they dived into the sea, perfectly contented. "Set sail," Zheng Gong bellowed. The storm cry exuded a terrifying life force comparable to that of a level. 5 extraordinary life form and spread in all directions. The large group of cyan-scaled demonic flood dragons that had gathered here dispersed and entered the depths of the sea. Only then did the whole wind sail off into the distance, surrounded by strong winds. Kongfong Ao explained, "This route is a relatively safe route, but the Mingfeng merchant group has spent thousands of years exploring. In the Sea of Monsters, there are some extremely terrifying places filled with level 5 extraordinary life forms. Even moonlight warlocks would be in great danger if they entered." Yang Feng nodded silently. 3 days later, the storm was galloping across the vast ocean. Suddenly, a black cloud floated over from the horizon. "Not good. Everyone get ready for battle." Zheng Gong's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he barked, and terrifying life force infinitely close to that of a Starry Sky warlock erupted from him in a flash. Aboard the Storm Cry, all the sailors erupted with terrifying life force, drew their secret treasure weapons, and vigilantly looked at the sky. Yang Feng silently sensed the strength of the Storm Cry's sailors. 8 great warlocks, 336 level. 3 warlocks, 2,653 level. 2 warlocks. The strength of the D-grade armed merchant ship sailors is truly astonishing. In Tarandit subcontinent, 8 great warlock rank experts were already enough to contend against Eyes of Justice, one of the continent's 6 great overlord forces. But these 8 great warlock rank experts were merely the heads of the Stormcry, only to see in the sky monsters with shrunken dragon heads, about 1 meter long bodies, a pair of locust-like wings, a thick body, and a pair of dragon-like claws, formed a black cloud as they flew over. Zheng Gong bellowed. Sea dragon locusts are the most ferocious, extraordinary life forms in the sea of monsters. Their mature bodies possess the terrifying battle prowess of level 2 extraordinary life forms. The most frightening thing is that they're social life forms, with the smallest group numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Even Starry Sky warlocks would have a headache if they encountered them. They're afraid of fire absorption spells, and even the level 1 spell fireball can harm them. Try to use fire spells to deal with them. Yang Feng looked at the sea dragon locusts in the sky, and his eyes revealed a trace of graveness. If it was in Tyrannid's subcontinent, Yang Feng would have 1 million level 8 primary battle robots protecting him at all times, and those sea dragon locusts would die no matter how many came. But this time, Yang Feng didn't have 1 million level 8 primary battle robots protecting him. If he was the slightest bit careless, then his true body might fall here. The dense swarm of sea dragon locusts dropped from the sky and pounced towards the Stormcry. Zheng Gong gave a furious roar, pointed towards the sky, and instantly cast the level 3 fire attribute spell Fire Serpent. A fire serpent suddenly appeared and pounced towards the sea dragon locusts in the sky. Crackle. When the fire serpent entered the midst of the sea dragon locusts in the sky, crackling sounds were transmitted, and large swaths of the sea dragon locusts were burned to ashes. The sailors aboard the Stormcry also formed a formation, with a clear distinction between offense and defense. The defenders released defensive spells, while the attackers released fireball and similar fire attribute spells, madly bombarding the sea dragon locusts in the sky. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and fireballs flew out from his hand, bombarded the sea dragon locusts, and blasted them into ashes. Every time he killed a sea dragon locust, he could feel traces of demonic energy of massacre being born inside him, strengthening his fleshly body. This was the power of divinity of massacre. Shi Shui operated the Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix method, and as if the incarnation of a small goddess of ice and snow, the sea dragon locusts fell to the ground and turned into ice sculptures. Although Yang Feng could summon great warlock rank mechanical golems to fight for him, but he still had to temper his true combat ability. Once he entered the Great Cloud Dynasty, Yang Feng would no longer be the monarch of Tyrannid's subcontinent who could call the wind and summon the rain, but rather an ordinary level 2 warlock. Those mechanical battle beasts would be his greatest trump card. With a smile on his face, Kong Fong Ao casually pointed with his finger, and wind blades turned into a whirlpool of wind blades that swept towards the countless sea dragon locusts and crushed them. In the midst of the fierce battle, Zheng Gong saw that there was no end to the sea dragon locusts, and that even though there were 8 great warlocks aboard the ship, it would still be difficult to resist. He could only clench his teeth, take out a red jade card from his bosom, and pour his spirit force into it. The Stormcry erupted with a terrifying life force. Hatches opened, magic radiances flickered, and fire snakes shot towards the sea dragon locusts from the hatches. Hundreds of fire snakes intertwined in the sky, and fire elemental particles surged and surged as if a peerless natural disaster. Along with countless crisp sounds, large swaths of sea dragon locusts were burned to ashes and scattered on the ground. The clumps of sea dragon locusts suffered heavy casualties, and finally could not resist the fire snakes released by the Stormcry. They flapped their wings and flew away. Once the sea dragon locusts retreated, everyone aboard the Stormcry heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, anguished howls were heard. After all, the mature sea dragon locusts were level 2 extraordinary life forms, and their battle prowess was extremely formidable. Even though the Sea Dragon locusts were driven away by the formidable weapons aboard the Stormcry, there were still several hundred casualties among the sailors aboard the Stormcry. Only 20-plus people died on the spot, but several hundred were injured. Yang Feng asked curiously, why didn't they use large area of effect meteorological spells? Although the Sea Dragon locusts were level 2 extraordinary life forms, but they still couldn't resist Fireball. If a large area of effect meteorological fire spell was used, then they would be seriously injured in one move. Kongfang Ao explained, this is also a taboo in the Sea of Monsters. Once a large area of effect meteorological spell is used here, then the formidable beings in the Sea of Monsters will sense it. They will come and destroy us. The Sea Dragon locust can barely be considered as a natural disaster in the Sea of Monsters that is relatively easy to resist. Kongfang Ao said, Yang Feng, large area of effect meteorological spell is a taboo in many places. Unless it's a mortal enemy, otherwise, once you use it, then you'll be hunted down to your last breath. It's best not to use your alchemical weapon of mass destruction in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once too many ordinary people die, then the Great Cloud Dynasty will list you as an A-class wanted criminal and send countless experts to hunt you down. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there are many Moonlight Warlock rank bounty hunters. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then nodded. If Yang Feng was the ruler of a great empire, then he would definitely send countless experts to hunt down those villains who could casually kill hundreds of thousands or even millions of ordinary people, until the villains were completely exterminated. The incomparably large number of ordinary people with weak strength were the foundation of the world of warlocks. Many warlocks started out as ordinary people step by step. Without the large number of ordinary people, then it would be impossible to have a bright and flourishing world of warlocks. Kongfang Ao added another sentence. However, you only have to pay attention to one thing. Don't use that kind of alchemical weapon in densely populated places. In the main continent, the first-generation warlock emperors of the 8 great warlock dynasties gathered the power of their dynasties and carried out magic blessings on the main continent. The laws of the main continent are somewhat different from those of the broken subcontinents. Moreover, the main continent is much more solid than the subcontinents. The might of your alchemical weapon can't be as great as in the subcontinents. It's fine to use it in some remote places. Kongfang Ao warned again. In fights in the main continent, generally some spells with strong single-target power and small area of effect will be chosen. Otherwise, once the area of effect of a spell is too large, it will attract the attention of many experts and lead to a lot of unnecessary troubles. Chapter 194. In order to kill Cartman as well as the demons commanded by him, Yang Feng had fired dozens of nuclear warheads, erasing eyes of justice from a mountain range. That method was too cruel. Kongfang Ao had no choice but to warn him a few more times. Yang Feng knew what Kongfang Ao was apprehensive about, and said with a slight smile, I know. Cartman's clone was a terrifying demigod-rank existence, and commanded countless demon experts. If he was given a bit of time, then he would definitely turn Tyrannid subcontinent upside down. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's plan to heavily injure him with nuclear warheads, then it wasn't impossible for Tyrannid subcontinent to fall into his hands. Yang Feng only listened to half of Kongfang Ao's words. Unless it was a critical moment, he would never use nuclear warheads. If his life was in danger, then he would definitely use the nuclear warheads. Warning, the hull of the host ship will be hit by an irresistible powerful attack. It is recommended to pounce forward. The lightning supersonic fighter released by Yang Feng tens of kilometers ahead of the storm cry instantly crumbled. Be careful. Yang Feng's complexion suddenly changed greatly. He grabbed Shi Shui beside him and rushed towards Kongfang Ao. Kongfang Ao was slightly taken aback. His thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he made a decision. He rushed towards Yang Feng. A cyan beam of light slanted down from the black clouds and hit the Stormcry. Countless runes on the storm cry's hull lit up. Formidable starry sky, warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted in a flash, and a huge protective cover enveloped the entire ship. When the cyan beam of light hit the huge protective cover emitted a pa sound and easily shattered. The cyan beam of light hit the storm cry, blasting half of the storm cry into two halves. The terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, causing everyone on the ship to be shaken and sent flying. The storm cry that was blasted into two also emitted a kacha sound. A whirlpool appeared beside it, and it sank to the bottom of the sea. Yangfeng was also hit by the terrifying shockwave. His internal organs felt like they were being torn apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood, fell into the sea, and almost lost consciousness. "Brother, wake up!" A burst of ice-cold feeling came from his forehead. Yangfeng woke up from his coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw an anxious Shui. Yangfeng looked around and discovered that he was already in the deep sea and was continuously sinking. Surrounding him was a layer of life force that only an official warlock could possess, separating him from the seawater and filtering out traces of air, allowing him to breathe. On the Tsangji plane, warlocks used secret methods to obtain a kind of life energy. As long as they weren't dead, they would be surrounded by a layer of life force at every moment. The stronger one was, the stronger their life force would be. The life force had all kinds of incredible mystical powers, allowing warlocks to survive in many harsh environments. Yangfeng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a 100-meter-long level, 4 extraordinary life form mechanical battle beast Bearman electric sea eel appeared in front of him. Yangfeng pulled Shui's small hand and jumped into the Bearman electric sea eel's cockpit. After becoming the uncrowned king of Tyrannid subcontinent, Yangfeng obtained many level 4 extraordinary life form corpses from the treasure warehouses of Black Dragon Pagoda and White Elephant Ivory. He used the portable fortified stronghold to turn those level 4 extraordinary life form corpses into mechanical battle beasts, which he carried with him. Shui asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" "Go back." While following the storm cry as it sailed in the sea of monsters, Yangfeng secretly recorded the route. Yangfeng pondered for a moment, then said decisively, "No, the Sea of Monsters is too dangerous. Even if we return to Tyrannid subcontinent now, it'll still be very dangerous. Now, the top priority is to search and rescue the Stormcry sailors. With these experienced sailors, it doesn't matter if we return to Tyrannid subcontinent or head to the continent's eastern world's Great Cloud Dynasty." Finished speaking, Yangfeng opened the Bearman Electric Sea Eel's Life Force Scanning Detection System. Extremely powerful detection ripples spread in all directions. Found it! On the radar, small red dots representing humans were displayed. After being analyzed by the portable, fortified stronghold's optical computer, the life force of human warlocks could already be distinguished from that of other extraordinary life forms. This allowed them to screen out the majority of the sea extraordinary life forms. Yangfeng piloted the Bearman Electric Sea Eel and quickly swam towards the nearest red dot. Kongfang Ao. When Yangfeng arrived at the nearest red dot, he saw Kongfang Ao floating in the water. When Kongfang Ao saw the Bearman Electric Sea Eel, he erupted with a formidable life force. His expression was one of vigilance, ready to fight. Yangfeng said through the Bearman Electric Sea Eel's transmitter, "Brother Kong, it's me. This is my alchemical golem. Quickly come in." The Bearman Electric Sea Eel's abdomen cockpit door opened, and Kongfang Ao quickly swam inside. Kongfang Ao expressed his thanks with a grateful expression. "Brother Yang, many thanks for your help. Otherwise, I would have been in danger." In the Sea of Monsters, without a suitable ship, even Starry Sky Warlocks would have a slim chance of survival, and Moonlight Warlocks would also be in great danger. Yangfeng saving Kongfang Ao from the sea was indeed equivalent to saving his life. Yangfeng said with a smile, "Brother Kong, you're exaggerating. It was just a slight effort. I still have to save the others, so I won't say much. Kongfeng Ao nodded slightly, remaining silent. Yangfeng piloted the Bearman Electric Sea Eel and continuously searched the sea, rescuing the Storm Cry's sailors scattered in the sea one by one. After rescuing several hundred people, Yangfeng discovered the Storm Cry's Captain Zheng Gong and conveniently rescued him. Zheng Gong had a grateful expression and said generously, "Brother Yang, this time it's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, then the several hundred of us would have died here. Henceforth, you're my brother. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, if someone dares to bully you, then don't hesitate to mention my name. I don't dare to guarantee anything big, but some small matters, I can help you settle them in minutes." Zheng Gong was the captain of a D-grade armed merchant ship belonging to the Phoenix Cry Merchant Group and was considered to have a bit of status in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yangfeng asked with a slight smile. It was just a slight effort. "Captain Zheng, what was that cyan beam of light just now?" Zheng Gong's eyes flashed with a touch of bitterness, and he gave a long sigh. "I don't know what that cyan beam of light was. Maybe it was the aftermath of a fierce battle between two formidable beings. More likely, it was because I used the Storm Cry's Fire Serpent Skynet artillery. Such a large area of effect spell was perceived by the formidable beings in the sea, and they conveniently attacked us. The Sea of Monsters is very dangerous. Even though we've been sailing this route for countless years, we still don't dare to say that we truly understand this sea." Zheng Gong said with a solemn expression, "Brother Yang, this sea has become very dangerous. I advise you to leave this sea immediately. Such powerful fluctuations of power will definitely summon formidable beings." Yangfeng said, "I want to continue to the main continent. Is there any way?" "No problem. I have the route map of the Sea of Monsters. As long as this route map isn't lost, then I can take you to the main continent through the correct route." Zheng Gong fished out a jade map from his bosom. There were all kinds of fine lines on the map, and on one of the fine lines there was a red dot. That was the location of Yangfeng's party. Yangfeng took a glance at the jade map and discovered that they were already 1/3 of the way from the Great Cloud Dynasty in the eastern world of the main continent. Yangfeng immediately piloted the Bearman Sea Electric Eel in the direction of the eastern world of the main continent, following Zheng Gong's directions. The Bearman Sea Electric Eel had been fully modified by the portable fortified stronghold, and the fluctuations of life it emitted were not much different from those of a real Bearman Sea Electric Eel. In the Sea of Monsters, the level for extraordinary life form wasn't considered to be weak. As soon as the low-ranked extraordinary life forms sensed its fluctuations of life, they would retreat in succession. After crossing this sea, shortly after entering another sea, a 40-meter-long level, for extraordinary life form magic fin swordfish, covered in black scales and with a mouth as long as a sharp spear, blocked in front of the Bearman Sea Electric Eel and issued extremely strange sounds. The sounds are in the common language of the extraordinary life forms. Now translate. Why did you break into our domain? Do you want to start a war with us? We'll tear you to pieces and then eat you. These two voices came from inside the Bearman Sea Electric Eel. Kongfeng Ao praised. Amazing. You even know the common language of the extraordinary life forms. Brother Yang, your Steel City's warlock alchemists really make me have a whole new level of respect for you. Zheng Gong's eyes shone as he said, "That's right. The extraordinary life forms of the sea are also intelligent life forms. They also have a special common language. We haven't been able to grasp this language. Brother Yang, when we reach the Great Cloud Dynasty, can you sell us this translation, secret treasure?" "Let me think about it," Yangfeng said with a slight smile. The common language of the extraordinary life forms was the knowledge left behind by a Tyrannid subcontinent's great warlock who specialized in the study of the language of the extraordinary life forms of the sea. This kind of knowledge was very remote and couldn't promote the cultivation base of a warlock. Basically, no one would study it. Yangfeng scanned it and put it into the optical computer's database before finally showing a miraculous effect. Every plane, Every world had its peerless geniuses, talented geniuses, and they researched different kinds of knowledge. Some knowledge might seem remote and useless, but when used in the right place, it would be of great benefit. Chapter 195. Friend, I'm lost. Looking for a way home. I'm very sorry for accidentally passing through your territory. I'm getting out of here. We won't touch the prey in your territory. Yangfeng manipulated the Bearman electric sea eel to issue a series of marine extraordinary life forms common language. At the same time, it erupted with an extremely formidable life force. Let's go. But mark your words. If you casually hunt our prey in our territory, together, we will tear you to pieces. When the devilfin swordfish saw that the Bearman electric sea eel had admitted defeat, it snorted coldly and dived into the depths of the sea. Level 4 transcendent creatures generally possessed intelligence that was not inferior to that of humans. Of course, because there was no systematic inheritance of knowledge, those extraordinary creatures were generally more stupid than humans. However, they would also instinctively weigh the pros and cons and would not engage in unnecessary battles. Of course, there were no absolutes in the world. As long as there were enough benefits, or if they were mortal enemies, extraordinary creatures would still fight to the death. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Seeing the magic finned swordfish retreat, everyone in the cockpit heaved a sigh of relief. The Bearman giant electric sea eel was indeed stronger than the devilfin swordfish, but this was the territory of the devilfin swordfish. Perhaps there was more than one devilfin swordfish living here. Once the two sides started fighting, more demonfin swordfish would be attracted over, and that would be dangerous. Yangfeng piloted the Bearman electric sea eel to float approximately 50 m below the surface of the sea. With this method, he avoided a lot of unnecessary fights. Most of the powerful marine extraordinary life forms were huge and lived in the deep sea. If there was no need, they wouldn't float to the surface. After passing through several sea areas. Warning, warning, we've discovered a level 5 extraordinary creature, the demonic dragon osprey, moving in our direction. There's an 80% chance that this ship is its target. Yangfeng's complexion changed greatly, and he promptly ordered, "Full power, dive at full speed." The dragon devil osprey was a level 5 extraordinary life form. Its battle prowess was comparable to that of a human starry sky warlock. In the Sea of Monsters, they made a living by hunting all kinds of powerful marine extraordinary creatures. For the Bearman electric sea eels piloted by Yangfeng, it was simply a terrifying existence akin to a natural predator. Under Yangfeng's command, the Bearman electric sea eel at once sprayed countless gases, absorbed a large amount of seawater, and frantically sank towards the bottom of the sea. Only by sinking to the bottom of the sea would Yangfeng and his party have a slim chance of survival. There is absolutely no chance of victory against the demonic dragon osprey. As soon as the giant Bearman electric sea eel moved, a demigod dragon demon osprey with a wingspan of more than 100 meters flew over from the distant sky. It was extremely handsome, had a pair of sharp beaks, a pair of wings that resembled dragon wings, and 6 sharp hook-shaped claws on its feet. It was emitting a terrifying demigod-level aura. The demonic dragon fish eagle seemed to be riding on a gale, and waves were stirred up wherever it passed. Like a bolt of lightning, it descended from the sky, riding on the power of the wind. It forcefully tore apart the sea and flew toward the depths of the sea with incomparable violence. The Bearman giant electric sea eel struggled with all its might as it dove down frantically. However, its diving speed could not match the flying speed of the demonic dragon osprey. "Brother Yang, let me lend you a hand." Zheng Gong gave a shrill howl, silently recited an incantation, pointed inside the Bearman giant electric sea eel, and cast a level 4 spell deep sea stealth. In a flash, an azure radiance enveloped the Bearman giant electric sea eel. The level 4 spell Deep Sea Stealth was developed by human warlocks for the purpose of diving into the deep sea and searching for all kinds of resources. This spell's power allowed the caster to move freely in the sea, as well as increase the speed of their movement. With the blessing of the level 4 spell Deep Sea Stealth, the movement speed of human warlocks in the sea could even reach the level of some marine extraordinary life forms. With the blessing of the Deep Sea Stealth, the diving speed of the Bearman giant electric sea eel once again rose by a notch. Open the cockpit. I'll give it a good beating. The Storm Cry's vice captain, Wang Lang, who possessed the cultivation base of a great warlock, said loudly. Yang Feng opened the cockpit door without hesitation. Strong ink. Wang Lang walked to the cockpit entrance, silently recited an incantation, pointed upward, and cast the level 4 spell Strong Ink. A large expanse of black colloid suddenly appeared in the sea, forming a large expanse of colloid-like ink. As if possessing a life of its own, the colloid-like ink quickly spread in all directions, polluting the sea and completely covering it. The colloid-like ink not only obstructed the line of sight, but also obstructed the Dragon Devil Osprey's formidable perception. This was the might of the level 4 spell Strong Ink. The Dragon Devil Osprey's perception was obstructed by the black ink, and it ferociously dove downward, brushing past the Bearman giant electric sea eel piloted by Yang Feng. The Dragon Devil Osprey plunged 1,000 meters into the sea, and then had no choice but to ride the gale and suddenly fly out of the sea and into the sky. Even if the Dragon Devil Osprey was a terrifying demigod rank extraordinary life form, but it still couldn't contend against the natural pressure of the entire sea of monsters. Diving 1,000 meters into the sea was already its limit. After the Dragon Devil Osprey flew out of the sea, it circled in the sky before flapping its wings and flying towards another place. In the Sea of Monsters, the Dragon Devil Osprey had failed to hunt more than once or twice. Therefore, it didn't take this failure to heart. It's finally gone. Once the Dragon Devil Osprey flew away, the people in the cockpit smiled, and a harmonious atmosphere pervaded the cockpit. After experiencing life and death together twice, the people present were no longer as distant as before and had become somewhat closer. Yang Feng laughed heartily and said, "Ha, Big Brother Wang, that strong ink of yours is really exquisite." Wang Lang also smiled contentedly and said, "The essence of battle lies in the choice of different spells. We men who run at sea all year round naturally grasp battle spells related to the sea. We still have some experience in choosing spells for naval battles. Yang Feng, if you want to learn, then I'll teach you." Yang Feng was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, Big Brother Wang." Generally, human warlocks wouldn't learn too many spell models. That was because one's mental energy was of utmost priority. In order to construct a spell model in the Spirit Sea, it often took a huge amount of time. Yang Feng had the optical computer's assistance. Constructing spell models in the Spirit Sea was far simpler and more relaxed than other warlocks. What he lacked was a variety of formidable spell models. In Tyrannid Subcontinent, level 4 spell models were very precious. In Tyrannid Subcontinent, each of the 6 great forces grasped only about 20 level 4 spells. Moreover, there were many duplicates between them. Yang Feng was very interested in collecting all kinds of formidable spell models. Wang Lang smiled, took out a knowledge crystal, and handed it to Yang Feng. This is a knowledge crystal related to the level 4 spell Strong Ink spell model. After you've promoted to a great warlock, then you can study it. Zheng Gong gave a forthright smile, took out a knowledge crystal, poured a dozen or so sea-attributed spell models into it, and then handed it to Yang Feng. Yang Feng, this is the level 4 spell Deep Sea Stealth spell model. I also have a few level 4 spell models: Deep Sea Supervision, Deep Sea Super Perception, Icy Arrow. Storm, I'll give them all to you." Yang Feng had saved the lives of the Storm Cry's several hundred people. Zheng Gong also found him very pleasing to the eye, and directly gifted him with the sea-attributed spell models in order to thank him for his life-saving grace. Kongfang AO hesitated for a moment, took out a knowledge crystal, poured the knowledge of the secret method into it, and then handed it to Yangfeng. Brother Yang, haven't you always wanted to obtain a secret method for embodiment? Although I'm limited by my oath and can't impart my sect's secret method to you. However, during my adventures, I've obtained an even better secret method for embodiment. This secret method for embodiment, I'll give it to you. When Yangfeng absorbed the knowledge crystal, his eyes flashed with a touch of ecstasy, and he promptly expressed his thanks. Many thanks, Brother Kongfang. I'm really grateful to you. The secret method that Kongfang AO gave Yangfeng was called True Mystic Embodiment Scripture. It was a secret method for practicing embodiment with endless mysteries. There are also different levels of secret methods for practicing embodiment cultivation. Many of the lowest level secret methods for practicing embodiment cultivation could only produce a single embodiment, and the strength of the separated embodiment had to be lower than the cultivation base of the true body. Once the strength of the embodiment was determined, it was very difficult to strengthen it. After condensing a godhead, gods from other planes would consume a large amount of divine power and rare materials to refine an embodiment. Different godheads could condense different embodiments. Feeble divine power rank gods could only condense a single embodiment. The true mystic embodiment scripture was very heaven-defying. As long as one had a treasure of heaven and earth like the life embodiment bead, one could separate an embodiment. Each embodiment could practice cultivation on its own, and could even practice cultivation to a point where it was stronger than the true body, almost like a completely different individual. In this way, the true body and the embodiment could practice cultivation together, and the cultivation speed would increase by several times. Moreover, the true mystic embodiment scripture also recorded this secret method. It could be used to slowly practice cultivation and nourish one's soul after splitting a part of one's soul into an embodiment, and then slowly recover. The soul contained the ultimate mysteries of life, and even gods couldn't fully analyze the mysteries of the soul. Many embodiment secret methods didn't have methods to cultivate soul force and could only allow people to slowly recover. In this way, after splitting an embodiment, the strength of those who practiced embodiment cultivation would be greatly weakened for a period of time. The only weakness of the true mystic embodiment scripture was that it was difficult to find treasures of heaven and earth like the life embodiment bead. Chapter 196. Although Kongfang AO and Yangfeng were congenial, but they hadn't known each other for long, so he naturally couldn't give such a precious secret method to Yangfeng. This time, Yangfeng saved Kongfang AO's life, and then after going through life and death together, he chose to give this secret method to Yangfeng. Many thanks, Brother Kongfang. This is my gift to you. It's just a small token of my respect. Please accept it. Yangfeng threw a dimensional badge to Kongfang AO. Inside the dimensional badge was a level 4 extraordinary life form rank Fire Lion and a level 4 extraordinary life form rank Icefield Demonic Snake. Kongfang AO received the dimensional badge, glanced at it, and exclaimed in admiration, "Brother Yang, your uncle's alchemy is really amazing. To be able to refine such a secret treasure with such a huge space. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, such an alchemist would be regarded as a very amazing alchemist." Yangfeng smiled slightly and didn't continue the topic. A few days later, Yangfeng manipulated the Barrowman electric sea eel to cross a few more seas, and a majestic harbor appeared before his eyes. The Hague port was a large port located in the Hague city. It was a large transshipment port. Large armed merchant ships were anchored in the Hague port, many of which were much larger than the D-grade armed merchant ship that Zheng Gong and the others were piloting. There were many subcontinents around the main continent, and the armed merchant ships went to the various subcontinents to carry out sea trade. Although the subcontinents were far from as prosperous as the main continent, but each subcontinent had its own specialty. Through sea trade, those specialty products could be transported to the main continent for sale, and huge profits could be made. When the Barrowman electric sea eel approached within 50 kilometers of the port of The Hague, 3 frightening starry sky warlock rank fluctuations suddenly erupted, and a series of scanning spells engulfed the area. I am the Phoenix Crime Merchant Group's Captain Zhengong. This is my identity card. We were attacked by a formidable existence in the sea of monsters. We can only ride alchemical golems to the Hague port. Zhengong jumped out of the Barrowman electric sea eel's cockpit, took out a jade card, and raised it high. The jade card blossomed with rays of light, intertwining with the scanning ripples. It's indeed the Phoenix Crime Merchant Group's Zhengong. Take your men and enter the Hague port in an orderly manner. A faint voice sounded in the sky, and the formidable spirit fluctuations that locked onto Yang Feng and the others immediately disappeared. Zheng Gong said, "Yang Feng, you've just arrived at the Great Cloud Dynasty, so you'd better get an Identity Jade card. With that Identity Jade token, it will be more convenient for you to do many things. Otherwise, even if you were to stay in the hotel, he would encounter trouble. I still have some influence in the Hague port. You can stay here for a day or two. I will help you arrange these things properly." Kongfang Ao also said, "Yes, Brother Yang, our Great Cloud Dynasty's household registration management is very strict. Without an Identity Jade card, it can be said that it is difficult to move an inch in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Anyway, we're not in a hurry. Let's stay here for a day or two. You can also have a good taste of the differences between my Great Cloud Dynasty and Tyrannid subcontinent." Yang Feng readily accepted the advice and said, "All right." As soon as he entered the Hague port, Yang Feng heard endless rumbling sounds of machinery. Everywhere in the port, there were cranes and all kinds of heavy machinery carrying all kinds of goods, exuding fluctuations of magic power. Magic sports cars of all shapes and sizes continuously drove in the port, transporting all kinds of goods. In the port, many workers were casting spells, using all kinds of spells to load, unload, and do all kinds of other things. Yang Feng felt as if he had arrived at a different world where the level of science and technology was much higher than that of Earth. Moreover, the spells were extremely formidable and the civilization was extremely developed. Yang Feng pointed at the workers casting all kinds of spells and asked Kongfang Ao somewhat incredulously, "These workers are all warlocks? How can this be? Isn't it very difficult for warlocks to practice cultivation? How come there are so many warlocks?" Official warlocks are very difficult to be born in such a backward place like Tyrannid subcontinent. But in our Great Cloud Dynasty, on average, one official warlock will be born out of every 100 ordinary people. As for why there is such a disparity, that is because the level of civilization of the two places is fundamentally different. In our Great Cloud Dynasty, 12 years of compulsory education is basically universal. Every child of the right age, as long as they reach the right age to study, can enter a school to learn all kinds of basic knowledge. So long as they are admitted to a university, they are basically apprentice warlocks. Some outstanding elite students have basically already promoted to official warlocks in the university. In our Great Cloud Dynasty, inferior magic stones, intermediate magic stones, superior magic stones, and even top-notch magic stones can already be synthesized in large quantities using all kinds of extraordinary plants. In your Tyrannid subcontinent, a piece of inferior magic stone costs 100 gold coins, but here it only costs 1 silver coin. The exchange rate between magic stones is basically 100 to 1. As long as you have enough inferior magic stones, you can casually exchange them for top-notch magic stones. In our Great Cloud Dynasty, ordinary aristocratic children will use top-notch magic stones to practice cultivation at around the level 1 warlock rank. Once they reach the Great Warlock rank, they will use inferior magic crystals that surpass top-notch magic stones to practice cultivation. Even the most ordinary junior high school students can also use inferior magic stones to practice cultivation. Level 1 to level 4 spell models can be bought in warlock shops. Moreover, our Great Cloud Dynasty spell models are simplified and optimized versions that have gone through countless geniuses. They can make it even easier for people to practice cultivation. Although a lot of the 8 Great Warlock Dynasties knowledge has been lost in the wars of the previous dynasties. However, most of it has been basically passed down. Our Great Cloud Dynasty is one of the most powerful human warlock dynasties. If we didn't even have this bit of ability, then we would have already been destroyed by those powerful beings from other planes. Kong Fong Ao's words revealed the pride of being a citizen of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Kong Fong Ao said lightly, "Tyrannid subcontinent is still the same as it was tens of thousands of years ago. It's really too backward." Yang Feng thought for a moment. Just as Kong Fong Ao said, Tyrannid subcontinent was really backward to the extreme compared to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Tyrannid subcontinent and the Great Cloud Dynasty. The disparity was more than 1,000 times greater than the disparity between Earth's primitive tribes and the United States Empire. Although everyone was on the same planet, but the world they came into contact with was completely different. In Tyrannid subcontinent, a level 2 warlock was already considered an overlord. But in the Great Cloud Dynasty, a level 2 warlock was merely a relatively powerful sailor or soldier. Kong Fong Ao said, "Of course, our human physiques can't compare to those of fiends, divine descendants, dragons, and high elves. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, ordinary people are the most numerous. Level 1 warlocks and level 2 warlocks are considered elites. Level 3 warlocks are considered top-notch elites. Great warlocks are considered experts. Starry Sky warlock rank experts are qualified to dominate a region. As for powerful warlocks above the Starry Sky warlock rank, whether it's in the Great Cloud Dynasty or the Western World's Portman Dynasty, they're considered true experts. Their strength can contend with the gods of other planes." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Since the Great Cloud Dynasty civilization has already progressed so much, then why is Tyrannid subcontinent civilization still so backward?" Haha. On one hand, it's because we don't want to. On the other hand, Tyrannid subcontinent's rulers also don't want to see civilization progress. Kong Fong Ao gave a contemptuous smile and said meaningfully, "The more backward a place is, the more they resist the spread of advanced civilization. Moreover, the resistance often comes from the upper echelons. In the future, if you go to those planes dominated by gods, then you'll see many planes with backward civilizations and full of suffering, just like Tyrannid subcontinent. In fact, it's very simple. Only in ignorant, backward, and full of suffering places will people believe in gods. We people of the Sangji plane don't have faith. We only believe in our own strength. Among the 7 great warlock emperors, I, Kong Fong Ao, admire the Time Lord the most. He forged the god-murdering spear with the bones of countless ancient gods and the mighty power of a warlock dynasty. From then on, no one in the Sangji plane could ascend to godhood. It's precisely because of this that the formidable beings of the Sangji plane were forced to find an evolutionary path without ascending to godhood, thus establishing a brilliant and flourishing warlock civilization. At that time, if the Time Lord had chosen to become a god, then with his terrifying strength, I'm afraid that the entire Sangji plane would have slowly transformed into his divine country. All of us would have become the slaves of gods, the lambs of gods, and become backward and ignorant. We would only believe in him and live for the sake of believing in him." After listening to Kong Fong Ao, Yang Feng understood why Tyrannid subcontinent was so backward. Previously, all of Tyrannid subcontinent's knowledge and power were in the hands of the 6 great warlock groups, as well as the large and small warlock groups attached to them. The warlocks of those warlock groups were existences that stood above the masses. If a civilization like that of the Great Cloud Dynasty were spread, then their monopoly of superior knowledge would be broken, and their status as superior beings would cease to exist. Therefore, they unconsciously resisted the influence of the continent's civilization. As for the Great Cloud Dynasty, they were also happy to see Tyrannid subcontinent continue to be ignorant. so that they could make huge profits through sea trade. Yang Feng asked curiously, level 1 to level 4 spell models can be bought in the warlock shops. Then what about level 4 spell models and knowledge? Kong Feng Ao said, the might of level 4 spell models and knowledge is too formidable, and they're basically in the hands of the major forces. You can choose to join a sect or directly join the Imperial Court and serve the Imperial Court. According to your contributions, you can obtain different secret methods and a variety of formidable spell models. Chapter 197. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he asked solemnly, Brother Kong, which are the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty? Kong Feng Ao coughed lightly and said, the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty are the Tai Yi sect, the Saint Lotus sect, the Saint Demon sect, the Battle Demon sect, the Bright Moon School, the Star River sect, the Corpse Demon sect, the Puppet sect, the Beast God School, and the Myriad Snow Gate. However, Brother Yang, with your natural talent, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter a single one of the 10 great sects. Yang Feng said, no way, I'm still a level 2 warlock. If I'm not qualified to be an inner disciple, I should be qualified to be an outer disciple or a registered disciple, right? Kong Feng Ao laughed and said, hee, my Great Cloud Dynasty has a boundless territory and a population of trillions. Geniuses were as common as the clouds and monstrous as the rain. Almost half of the geniuses were aiming for the top 10 sections. They had no shortage of geniuses. The 10 great sects criteria for accepting disciples was that one had to become a level 1 warlock before the age of 13, and one soul aptitude had to be at least superior level 6. Only youngsters could join and become a disciple in name, then slowly climb up within the sect. Brother Yang, it's basically impossible for you to enter one of the 10 great sections. Yang Feng was speechless. In Tyrannid's subcontinent, Jessica's soul aptitude was superior rank 6. She could already be considered a genius among geniuses. But in the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, he isn't even qualified to be a disciple in name. The number of geniuses in the Great Cloud Dynasty can be imagined. Yang Feng asked, half of the Great Cloud Dynasty's geniuses target the 10 great sects. What about the other half? Kong Feng Ao smiled and said, the other half is targeting the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court of my Great Cloud Dynasty is also incomparably powerful. The 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers are all super powerhouses that can rival gods and contend against the sect masters of the 10 great sects. The treatment of high-ranking officials in the Imperial Court was even better than that of the 10 great sections. The Imperial Court also possesses more and more complete secret arts than the 10 great sections. Yang Feng said, however, if you don't have enough strength and background, it will be very difficult to make progress in the Imperial Court, right? Kong Fangao said, that's right. If you weren't a super genius, a peerless demon, that person must have an outstanding background. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to advance in the Imperial Court. After graduating from university, most people would choose to enter a sect to further their studies and increase their strength before joining the Imperial Court. On one hand, he could improve his strength, and on the other hand, he could expand his network. The officials of the Imperial Court who came from the same sect will always be closer to each other. They will help each other and improve faster. Yang Feng contemplated for a moment before saying, I still want to join the 10 great sects. Brother Kong, is there no other way? In the Great Cloud Dynasty, one must be very cautious when joining a sect. Once one joined a sect, it would be extremely difficult to join another sect. The slightest bit of carelessness would offend 2 sects, and his future would be bleak. Kong Feng Ao pondered for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, I got it. Didn't you kill the clone of Demon Emperor Cartman of the demon race? The Battle Demon sect is warlike and addicted to fighting. It sweeps out the demons, conquers countless planes, and suppresses the enemies of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Battle Demon sect once said that as long as you can kill a Starry Sky Warlock rank being that invaded the Tsangji plane from another plane and is willing to accept the Battle Demon sect assessment, then you will be considered as a disciple. You killed the Demon Emperor Cartman's clone. If you pass the Battle Demon sect's assessment, then you may join the Battle Demon sect and become a member. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he said, "Oh, there's such a thing. It seems that I have to take a trip to the Battle Demon sect. However, Brother Kong, I don't know the way. It seems that I'll have to trouble you to take us to the Battle Demon sect." If a person like Yang Feng, who came from a small place like the Tyrannid subcontinent, were to rashly join the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, then he would only be able to become an ordinary patrolman. He wouldn't even be able to become an official. In such a strict system, it would be very difficult for Yang Feng to climb up. Joining the Battle Demon sect was the best choice for people like Yang Feng who yearned for instant success. This was also the reason why there were so many people flocking to the 10 great sects. Confong Ao said with a smile, "All right." Zheng Gong quickly completed a series of procedures and handed 2 identity cards to Yang Feng and Shi Shui. 2 days later, the Hague Port's airship parking lot. In the Hague Port's airship parking lot, there were several hundred meters long airships with countless mysterious runes engraved on their sails. Rays of magic light flashed, and a huge metal cover extended from the huge spaceships, completely covering the upper half of the spaceships. Some of them even activated a faint protective barrier. Immediately after, countless gales enveloped the huge spaceships, lifting them up and sending them flying into the sky. How spectacular! Standing around the airship parking lot, Yang Feng exclaimed in admiration as he watched the airships flying into the sky. The airships were the perfect combination of the Tsangji planes, spells, and machinery. Shi Shui asked curiously, "Big Brother Kong, why do some of the airships have metal covers, while others don't?" Confong Ao explained, "The ones with metal covers are ordinary airships, while the ones without metal covers are luxury airships. The luxury airships need to release the level 3 area of effect spell air barrier at all times to protect the entire airship, so that the passengers can enjoy the scenery below from the deck. Moreover, the defensive strength of the level 3 spell air barrier is stronger than that of many steel alloy shells. It's much safer to sit in the luxury airships." Yang Feng said, "Confong Ao, are there teleportation arrays that lead directly to the demon fighting province?" The 10 great sects had a venerable status in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Each of them was entrenched in a greater province and possessed monstrous power. Among the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, 10 of them were named after the 10 great sects. Confong Ao said with a somewhat strange smile, "There are." The Great Cloud Dynasty's teleportation arrays can be found in major cities. However, from the Hague City to the Demon Fighting Province, you have to pass through 6 lesser provinces and 3 greater provinces. If you want to use the teleportation array to go to the Demon Fighting Province, you have to pay 100,000 inferior magic crystals. Are you sure you want to use the teleportation array? Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly, and he exclaimed, 100,000 inferior magic crystals. So expensive? In the Tyrannid subcontinent, magic crystals were extremely precious treasures. Only some of the highest grade magic stone veins and Warlock College Antalia's large energy absorbing ancient trees would produce some every year. Yang Feng had plundered more than half of the Tyrannid subcontinent's wealth, yet he only had 100,000 inferior magic crystals. It was only enough for him to teleport to the Demon Fighting Province. This filled him with shock. Confong Ao said, "Of course, the longer the teleportation distance, the more energy is consumed. The distance between the Hague City and the Demon Fighting Province is more than 1 million kilometers. The amount of energy consumed to teleport over such a long distance can be well imagined. This kind of teleportation array isn't something that ordinary people can use." Yang Feng coughed lightly and said, "Then I'll take the airship." Magic crystals were more precious than top-notch magic stones for cultivation. Yang Feng wasn't willing to spend magic crystals on teleportation. Originally, Yang Feng had plundered more than half of the Tyrannid subcontinent's wealth and thought that even if he wasn't the richest in the world, he was still a millionaire. However, when he arrived at the Great Cloud Dynasty, he truly understood that he was at most a little wealthy. There was still a terrifying gap between him and the truly wealthy. After buying the tickets, Yang Feng and his party boarded a luxurious airship. Magic radiances flickered, and the luxurious airship immediately rose into the air and flew towards the horizon. Standing on the deck of the luxurious airship, Yang Feng leaned against the railing and looked down, appreciating the scenery below. The speed of the luxurious airship far surpassed the speed of sound. However, there wasn't a trace of wind on the deck, nor was there any noise. The flight was extremely smooth, making people feel as if they were on land. Yang Feng looked at the scenery below and mused. The Great Cloud Dynasty is really high-end. Its level of technology is who knows how many streets ahead of Earth's. The Tyrannid subcontinent simply can't compare to it. The technological content of the luxurious airship far surpassed that of the various planes on Earth. Its safety factor was also far greater than that of the various planes on Earth. If this luxurious airship appeared on Earth, then all major airline companies would go bankrupt. 1 month later, we have arrived at the demon-fighting province. Passengers, please disembark in an orderly manner. In a spacious and splendidly decorated airship parking lot, Yang Feng alighted from the luxurious airship and heaved a long sigh of relief. After flying for a whole month, Yang Feng felt extremely stifled. Now that he alighted from the airship, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Kong Feng Ao said with a slight smile, "Let's go. We'll take the gravity-free, suspended light trolley. This trolley is relatively fast. We can reach the demon-fighting sect in about 30 minutes. The ticket price isn't expensive either. Each person is a top-notch magic stone." Yang Feng's face twitched slightly, and he sighed inwardly. A ticket price of a top-notch magic stone. The Great Cloud Dynasty really has a lot of nouveau riches. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, for the sake of a top-notch magic stone, great warlock rank experts would fight openly and covertly. Level 3 warlocks would treasure a piece of it. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, a ticket cost a top-notch magic stone. The exorbitant cost was simply appalling. Under Kong Feng Ao's lead, Yang Feng and his party left the airship parking lot and went outside. The outside world was filled with high-rise buildings, extremely spacious streets, and all kinds of top-notch sports cars could be seen everywhere. The people wore a wide variety of fashionable and beautiful clothes, not losing out to those of Earth in the slightest. In addition to the sports cars on the ground, there were also transparent tracks about 50 meters in the sky. On those transparent tracks, there were wheel-less sports cars flickering with magic radiance. When Kong Feng Ao saw Yang Feng's gaze fall on the hover sports cars, he explained, "Those are gravity-free hover sports cars. They are currently the most advanced magic sports cars of the Great Cloud Dynasty. These sports cars use top-notch magic stones as their power source. They don't produce any exhaust, the sound of the engine is small, and their speed is much faster than that of traditional magic sports cars. Their emergence has greatly alleviated the traffic pressure in the urban area. However, some people are of low quality and always like to throw things high up in the sky. Managing them is a bit of a headache." Yang Feng said, "The Great Cloud Dynasty's alchemy level is really advanced." Kong Feng Ao said proudly, "That's only natural. The reason why the Great Cloud Dynasty is able to suppress countless planes is because of the formidable alchemy and the endless inheritance of knowledge." Yang Feng smiled slightly and didn't say much. Under Kong Feng Ao's lead, Yang Feng arrived at a subway station and stood next to a platform. Crackle, crackle. Amidst a series of crisp sounds, countless bolts of lightning flashed, and a white train suspended on the track with countless mysterious runes carved on it suddenly appeared on the platform. Kong Feng Ao was both proud and somewhat regretful. gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicle. This is the most advanced magic train of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Its speed has already reached 1,000 times the speed of sound, and at full speed, it can travel 340 kilometers per second. Its only drawback is that the construction cost is too high, and it cannot be manufactured on a large scale. Ordinary people also find it difficult to afford the ticket price of a top-notch magic stone, and it is very difficult to popularize it throughout the country. Only some greater provinces have such gravity-free, suspended optoelectronic vehicles. Yang Feng looked at the white train, and a touch of shock flashed past the abyss of his eyes. 1,000 times the speed of sound. That's too heaven-defying. After buying tickets and boarding the gravity-free, suspended optoelectronic vehicle, Yang Feng and his party boarded the train. As soon as he entered the train, Yang Feng could feel a gentle force being released from the train and wrapping around his body. Kong Fong Ao warned, "Don't resist or destroy this layer of magic power. Otherwise, traveling at super high speeds will cause you harm." When the gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicle was first launched on the market, many idiots destroyed this layer of magic power. As a result, they were turned into a pile of minced meat. Yang Feng nodded and didn't move. "The train is about to depart. Please don't destroy the spell protecting your body. The train is about to depart. Please don't destroy the spell protecting your body. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." After the announcement was made several times, the voice disappeared. Electric lights flickered around the train. Yang Feng only felt a slight pull on his body and then calmed down. "We have arrived at the demon-fighting sect. Passengers, please alight in an orderly manner." Before long, a voice came from the train. Yang Feng and his party alighted from the train and left the exclusive station of the gravity-free, suspended optoelectronic vehicle. Once they left the station, a majestic city with a several hundred-meter-tall city wall engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. On top of the city wall, there were built one after another 9-story-tall warlock pagodas, for a total of 36 9-story-tall warlock pagodas. Each 9-story-tall warlock pagoda exuded terrifying fluctuations of power, as if a god was stationed there. Chapter 198. Above the city wall, there were teams of soldiers constantly patrolling. Every soldier had the terrifying strength of a level 3 warlock, while the captains of the soldiers had the strength of a great warlock. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng's level 2 warlock rank strength could already be considered a hegemon. Yet in the demon-fighting sect, it was difficult for him to even be an official soldier. This was the domineering and underlying strength of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects. People from the Great Cloud Dynasty had a sense of confidence and pride wherever they went. That was because the Great Cloud Dynasty was extremely powerful, and they were proud of being a part of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Kong Fong Ao said, "This is the demon-fighting city. The demon-fighting sect is an exchange window open to the public. Basically, the demon-fighting sect's disciples in name live here. Behind the demon-fighting city is the demon-fighting mountain range, where the demon-fighting sect's outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples live. Above the demon-fighting mountain range is the demon-fighting floating island. The demon-fighting floating island is the core of the demon-fighting sect, where the true disciples and many great elders live." Yang Feng nodded slightly. After accepting the identity verification from Kong Fong Ao, they entered the demon-fighting city. The demon-fighting city was extremely bustling with people coming and going. It was even more crowded than the big cities on Earth, such as Beijing and Shanghai. However, the layout of the demon-fighting city was extremely scientific, and the streets were spacious. At the same time, there were countless floating flyovers intertwining in midair, forming a huge transportation network. Everyone walked within the huge transportation network, without the slightest feeling of congestion. Yang Feng was dazzled as he walked inside the demon-fighting city. He only felt that it was a novelty. It was like Granny Lou entering the Grandview Garden. No matter how much he looked, he couldn't get enough of it. Everything here was different from the Tyrannid subcontinent. At the same time, the air inside the demon-fighting city also contained extremely pure magic energy. The concentration of the magic energy wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the concentration of the magic energy in the Tyrannid subcontinent's 5-storied Warlock Tower's elemental pools. In the center of the demon-fighting city, there stood a super-large purification tower, which exuded powerful purification fluctuations that neutralized the life magic energy unconsciously dispelled by the powerful warlocks and prevented the birth of freaks. Even ordinary people who weren't warlocks could live very well inside the purification tower. Under Kong Fong Ao's lead, Yang Feng and his party arrived before a towering, no less than 300-story tall silver building. In front of the silver building stood a huge sign, Fighting Demon Sect External Office. As soon as Yang Feng entered the building, he saw 4 12 to 13-year-old little boys and little girls, respectively, handling the school admission procedures on 4 counters in an orderly manner. When Yang Feng's group of 3 entered the building, they attracted gazes. Shi Shui's appearance was approximately 15 years old. Her temperament was clear and cold, and she was extremely beautiful. Instantly, everyone's gazes were drawn to her. Under Shi Shui's astonishing beauty, Yang Feng and Kong Fong Ao were reduced to supporting roles. A demon-fighting sect's outer sect disciple, who looked to be in his 20s, gave a slight smile and handed an identity jade card to a very beautiful and adorable little girl. Shu Jingman, 13 years old, inferior level, 7 soul aptitude, current strength, level 1 warlock. Use the orthodox warlock's cultivation method to practice cultivation. If you are qualified, you can become an in-name disciple of the Battle Demon sect. This is your identity jade token. Come over tomorrow to receive guidance and choose a secret technique. The little girl said with a sweet smile, "Thank you, Big Brother Ming." Ming Sheng said with a slight smile, "You're welcome. That's because you met the requirements. That's why I was able to recruit you. If you didn't meet the requirements, then I couldn't do anything about it." Inferior level, 7 soul aptitude. Such a little girl's soul aptitude can be compared to Carolina's and Cheyenne's. The demon-fighting sect really has as many geniuses as dogs, and experts are everywhere. After Yang Feng swept Shu Jingman and Ming Sheng with a glance, he suddenly felt a great pressure. Although Ming Sheng was only an outer sect disciple, but Yang Feng could already feel that the life force he emitted had already reached the pinnacle Great Warlock realm and was infinitely close to the Starry Sky Warlock realm. It was the strength of Tyrannid subcontinent's overlord rank experts like Aldrich, Carolina, and Anthony. Shu Jingman walked to Shi Shui's side. Her big black and white eyes flashed with a touch of craftiness, and she said with a cute smile, "Big sister, my name is Shu Jingman. Are you also here to take the demon-fighting sect's entrance test?" Shi Shui gave a sweet smile and hugged Yang Feng's arm. Her pretty face blossomed with endless brilliance, and she was incomparably beautiful. "I am Shi Shui. If Big Brother Yang Feng joins the demon-fighting sect, then I'll join the demon-fighting sect. If Big Brother doesn't join, then I won't join." The gazes of the people in the building, regardless of gender, were attracted by Shi Shui. Among them, the 2 little boys who came to handle the admission procedures couldn't help but reveal a trace of jealousy in their eyes. "Big sister Shi Shui, your big brother Yang Feng is a bit too old. I think it'll be very difficult for him to join the demon-fighting sect." A 12 or 13-year-old handsome youngster with short black hair and even a trace of femininity came over. He imitated the bearing of an adult and said with a slight smile, "My name is Yifeng, superior level, 6 soul aptitude, level 2 warlock rank cultivation base, and I've just obtained the admission qualifications of the demon-fighting sect. Big Brother Yang Feng, you can come to my place and take the entrance test. If you can't pass the entrance test, then I can introduce you to a low-grade sect in the spiritual state's Green Wolf County. Our He family still has some prestige in the Green Wolf County. All right. Yangfeng was somewhat speechless as he watched this little brat, who hadn't even fully grown his hair, show off his family background and pick up girls. When he was 12 years old, he was a young pioneer who didn't understand anything. His most outrageous action was to pull the hair of a girl he liked in order to attract her attention. Yangfeng walked up to Han Ning, an outer sect disciple of the demon-fighting sect. Han Ning swept Yangfeng with a glance. His eyes blossomed with traces of magic fluctuations, and a yellow radiance shot out from his eyes and fell on Yangfeng. Yangfeng suddenly felt a prying force pervade his body. Han Ning withdrew his spell and said politely, Yangfeng, 29 years old, intermediate level, 6 soul aptitude, Black Dragon's Blood Meridians level, 2 Warlock rank cultivation base. Yangfeng, I'm sorry, you don't meet the requirements to join the demon fighting sect. Basically, the demon fighting sect rarely recruits Blood Meridian Warlocks, because the potential of Blood Meridian Warlocks is really limited. Only Blood Meridian Warlocks with a Moonlight Warlock rank or above might be recruited by the demon fighting sect. The demon fighting sect isn't the most outstanding in researching the power of Blood Meridians, but rather the Beast God School and the Myriad Snowgate. You should go to those 2 sects and give it a try. Yangfeng smiled bitterly inside. The Beast God School and the Myriad Snowgate were indeed the 2 great sects with the most outstanding in researching the power of Blood Meridians in the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, as part of the 10 great sects, these 2 great sects had extremely high requirements for their disciples. Yangfeng had no chance of joining the 2 great sections. The 2 precocious boys also revealed looks of disdain. Shu Jingman and the other outstanding little girl also revealed looks of disappointment. It was easy for Blood Meridian Warlocks to practice cultivation in the early stages, but later on, it would be very difficult to practice cultivation, as they would be shackled by the bloodline. If it was a formidable bloodline of the Moonlight Warlock rank or above, they would still receive some attention. Black Dragon bloodline, at most, could only be practiced until the Great Warlock rank bloodline. In some small places of the Great Cloud Dynasty, but in the demon fighting sect and the other 10 great sects, it was synonymous with no potential. This is the clone of the demon Emperor Cartman that descended to the Tyrannid subcontinent from the Demonis plane and was killed by me. I heard that the demon fighting sect specially recruits heroes who are willing to kill foreign enemies of other races for the Great Cloud Dynasty. As long as you kill a Starry Sky Warlock rank freak that invaded the Tsangji plane from another plane, you'll get a chance to join the demon fighting sect. Since I killed the demon Emperor Cartman, I should be given a chance to take the assessment, right? Yangfeng took out a box and opened it, revealing the severed head of the demon Emperor Cartman's clone. A remnant demigod rank and extremely ferocious might immediately pervaded the area. Under the remnant might of the severed head of the demon Emperor Cartman's clone, Hefeng and a little boy called Wang Shuang had their complexions change greatly, and they couldn't help but take a dozen steps back. The pretty complexions of Shu Jingman and the other girl called Wang Yi also changed, and they retreated again and again, their beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of fear. Hefeng and the other 3 were indeed peerless geniuses with outstanding talent, but they were too young and had always been practicing at home, rarely going out to fight. That was why they were frightened by the severed head of the demon Emperor Cartman's clone. Shu Jingman's pretty complexion changed, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear. He could actually kill such a freak. That's really terrifying. Han Ning was first startled. Then his gaze congealed, and his expression became solemn. Suddenly, a terrifying pinnacle Great Warlock rank life force converged, and he stared at Yangfeng and said while stressing each syllable, "You killed it? That's impossible, right? Yangfeng, you have to know that there's a price to pay for playing tricks on the demon-fighting sex people." It's still not too late to take back your words. Otherwise, once I cast a spell and discover that you lied to me, then I might even take action and kill you here. The Demonist Plains Demon Emperor rank experts were formidable beings that could contend against gods. His clone also possessed Starry Sky Warlock rank strength. Han Ning wasn't a match for his clone, so he didn't believe that Yang Feng killed him with his own hands. The other 3 demon-fighting sect's outer sect disciples also revealed unkind gazes and stared coldly at Yang Feng. Although they had always appeared very kind, but they had the arrogance of the demon-fighting sect's disciples in their hearts. If someone dared to play tricks on them, then they wouldn't mind getting rid of that person. Even if they made a scene in the sect would only praise them and wouldn't scold them. Even the Great Cloud Dynasty, where laws were strict, colossi like the 10 great sects still had a lot of privileges. This was the real reason why countless geniuses flocked to join the 10 great sects. No one would dare to behave atrociously in a place like the demon-fighting sect. Otherwise, only death would await them. This was also a great difference from Earth. In essence, the Tsangji Plain was still a plain where the strong preyed on the weak. Chapter 199. Yang Feng said calmly, "I was the one who killed him. The correct way to put it is that I first severely injured him, then besieged him with a group of subordinates. Finally, I killed him with my alchemical golem. You can use a spell to test me. Everything I said is true." Han Ning silently recited an incantation, pointed at Yang Feng, and a spell to detect lies suddenly fell on Yang Feng. A white radiance suddenly lit up on Yang Feng. Han Ning's eyes flashed with a touch of incredulity, and he praised sincerely. "What you said is true. You can actually kill him. That's amazing." The other 3 demon-fighting sects' outer sect disciples also revealed looks of admiration. The demon Emperor Cartman was a powerful being of the Demonist plane, comparable to a god. Within the demon-fighting sect, only true disciples and great elders had the ability to deal with him. Even the demon-fighting sect's inner sect disciples might not be able to kill his avatar. No matter what method Yang Feng used, to be able to kill an avatar of the demon Emperor Cartman, that was a very remarkable thing. Han Ning said with a smile of admiration, "Yang Feng, to be able to kill an avatar of the Demonist plane, you're a hero. However, I have to warn you, the difficulty of the demon-fighting sect's assessment is very high. If you're the slightest bit careless, then even a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert will die." Yang Feng asked, "What assessment? Can you tell me first so that I can be mentally prepared? It's best to choose the simplest one. After all, I only have a level 2 Warlock cultivation base." If the difficulty of the demon-fighting sect's assessment was too high, then Yang Feng could only choose to give up. After all, he only had one life. If he died, then he would have nothing left. Han Ning said, "I'll help you choose the simplest one. However, you have to be mentally prepared. Even the simplest test mission would be extremely difficult for you. It's almost impossible to complete. After all, these assessment tasks are originally aimed at Starry Sky Warlock rank experts and above." Yang Feng nodded silently. He was aware of the demon-fighting sect's assessment rules, but he still wanted to give it a try. Han Ning took out a jade booklet and flipped through it. His eyes lit up and he said, "I got it. Feisuo Plane, one of the 36 primary material planes. Your test is to sneak into this plane, kill a demigod powerhouse, and bring his head back to the demon-fighting sect. There is no time limit for this mission." Yang Feng exclaimed, "One of the 36 primary material planes? Wouldn't that be a place where legends roam the streets and demigods are as common as dogs? For a trifling level 2 Warlock like me to go there, wouldn't that be courting death?" The 36 primary material planes were the 36 huge planes with countless powerful existences discovered by the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. Among the 36 primary material planes, powerhouses were as common as clouds and rain. None of them was inferior to the Tsangji plane. Only when the 7 warlock emperors established their states could the human warlocks completely suppress the other 35 primary material planes, forcing the powerful existences of the 35 primary material planes to obey the commands of the human warlock dynasties. During the time of the 8th warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty, it merely maintained its position as the leader of the 36 primary material planes. It didn't have the ability to command the other 35 primary material planes. Han Ning smiled and said, "It's not that exaggerated. On the Feisual plane, there were many divine systems. There were the human divine system, the elven divine system, and the beastman divine system. Among the three major divine systems, there were the human divine system, the elven divine system, and the beastman divine system. For example, the elven divine system was divided into the elven divine system and the dark elven divine system. There were also camps among the gods, and there were open and veiled struggles between them. With your experience traveling in the Tyrannid subcontinent, you will definitely be able to integrate well into the Feisual plane. If you enter the Demonist plane or the Dawn plane, then you won't have a chance of survival." Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then said, "If I go to the Feisual plane, then only by igniting my god fire and becoming a god can I slay a demigod. Is there no problem with that?" "There is no problem. In fact, many of the gods of other planes are human warlocks of the Zhangji plane. Fearing that their lifespan would run out and they would die, they would directly run to those planes, ignite their god fire, and become the god of that plane. However, Yang Feng, once you ignite your god fire and become a god on the Feisual plane, then you will have a huge connection with the Feisual plane. After igniting your god fire, your true body will not be able to leave the Feisual plane. You can only leave the Feisual plane with an embodiment. Once your true body leaves the Feisual plane, you may suffer a backlash from the plane, your godhead will collapse, and your divine power will disappear. This is the price of becoming a god. We warlocks are free. We can go to any plane, and no power can bind us. From the moment a god is born on a plane, they are linked with the rise and fall of the entire plane. If the plane in which the god resides dies, then the god will also die. That scene is known as the Twilight of the Gods." Han Ning said, "The demon-fighting sect had a very long inheritance and had explored countless planes. There was a lot of knowledge in the sect. Han Ning, a trifling outer sect disciple, had so much knowledge that it made Yang Feng blush with shame." Yang Feng pondered for a moment. Then his eyes blossomed with a glint, and he said in a clear voice, "I accept the test." Han Ning said with a hearty smile, "Good. You're a real man. If you accept the task, then you can come here tomorrow. We will open the library and let you study for 3 months. Only after you have grasped the basic knowledge of the Feisual plane and the current situation will we open the planar passageway and send you over. However, you have to think it over clearly. Once you study in our library and are unwilling to participate in the test, then we will impose sanctions on you." "Yes," Yang Feng responded faintly, then grabbed Shi Shui beside him and said, "This is my younger sister, Shi Shui. She also wants to participate in the demon-fighting sect's entrance test." Han Ning's gaze swept Shi Shui, and his eyes flashed with a touch of amazement. He smiled slightly, then silently recited an incantation. His eyes blossomed with 2 magic radiances that fell on Shi Shui. Superior level 8. Superior level 8 soul aptitude. Her soul aptitude is superior level 8. Han Ning only took a glance at Shi Shui. Then his complexion suddenly changed greatly, his eyes brimming with shock, and he cried out involuntarily, "What? Superior level 8 soul aptitude." Superior level 8 soul aptitude quickly informed the elders. The complexions of the 4 demon-fighting sect's disciples changed greatly. They immediately got up and surrounded Shi Shui, staring at her with scorching gazes. Geniuses were as common as clouds in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Basically, those who entered the demon-fighting sect had superior level 6 soul aptitude, and there was no lack of peerless geniuses with around level 7 soul aptitude. However, level 8 soul aptitude was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Superior level 8 soul aptitude was even rarer, rarely seen in a millennium. The higher the soul aptitude, the fewer elixirs that could enhance their soul aptitude. Superior level 8 soul aptitude. Yang Feng's various soul aptitude enhancing elixirs were of no use. Even the Rose Divine Pool was of no use to Shi Shui's soul aptitude. Kong Fong Ao stared at Shi Shui with somewhat bloodshot eyes and complained, "Superior level, 8 soul aptitude. Yang Feng, you really hid it from me." Superior level, 8 soul aptitude. Such a genius was rarely seen even in the entire Great Cloud Dynasty. When Kong Fong Ao thought of such a genius hanging around him, he felt as if he was in a dream. Yang Feng said with a smile, "You didn't ask me. Where's the person with superior level, 8 soul aptitude?" With a flicker of magic radiance, an old man dressed in a blue robe appeared in the hall, exuding incredibly formidable fluctuations of power, as if a god walking in the secular world. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. He could vaguely feel that the terrifying power exuded by the old man dressed in a blue robe could even contend with the power he sensed from the goddess Lolth. An extremely beautiful young woman dressed in a red warrior's attire, looking like a flame, strangely appeared beside Shi Shui. She swept Shi Shui with a glance and said with great satisfaction, "Little girl, are you the one with superior level, 8 soul aptitude? Not bad. To possess the strength of a level 3 warlock at such a young age, truly remarkable. I'm Yu Wuxian, one of the great elders of the demon-fighting sect. Little girl, how about becoming my personal disciple?" As soon as she said that, the 4 outer sect disciples of the demon-fighting sect immediately revealed envious expressions. Yu Wuxian was one of the great elders of the demon-fighting sect, her strength tyrannical. To be accepted by her as a personal disciple was something that even true disciples of the demon-fighting sect yearned for, let alone outer sect disciples of the demon-fighting sect. The old man dressed in a blue robe frowned and said, "Yu Wuxian, shouldn't there be a first-come, first-served basis for everything? I came first, so this disciple should be mine." Ordinary geniuses were fine. Superior level, 8 soul aptitude was simply a freak among freaks. Even in the entire Great Cloud Dynasty, it was a rare genius that appeared once in a millennium. Yu Wuxian said coldly, "Chao Iha, I'm taking this disciple. She's a little girl. You're an old man, taking a little girl as your disciple. Don't you feel ashamed?" Huang Iha was also one of the great elders of the demon-fighting sect. His strength was tyrannical, comparable to that of a god. Unmoved, Huang Iha said with a faint smile, "On the path to eternal life, there's only master and disciple. There's no distinction between men and women. I won't give up." Yu Wuxian was silent for a moment, and then said, "You and I are equal in strength and status." Chapter 200. Yu Wuxian said with a proud smile, "Whatever old bastard Chao can promise you, I can promise you everything. As long as you become my personal disciple, the glorious Dawn Warlock rank won't be a problem." Shi Shui very obediently bowed respectfully to the 2 great elders of the Battle Demon sect and said, "2 seniors, I am very grateful for your kindness. However, I hope to be with Big Brother Yang Feng. As for choosing a master, I'll choose whoever Big Brother Yang Feng wants me to choose." Huang Iha frowned and said, "Yang Feng? Who's that?" Han Ning promptly pointed at Yang Feng and said, "Great Elder, this is Shi Shui's Big Brother Yang Feng. Blood Meridian Warlock? Black Dragon's Blood Meridian? His potential is too low." Huang Iha's eyebrows creased slightly, saying, "Why did he come to the demon-fighting sect with such aptitude?" Han Ning said, "He killed a Starry Sky Warlock rank clone of a Demonis Plains Demon Emperor that descended on the Tyrannid subcontinent. He hopes to join the demon-fighting sect through the assessment." Huang Iha said with slight surprise, "He wants to join the demon-fighting sect through the assessment? Little guy, I didn't expect you to have some backbone." Huang Iha was very clear about the difficulty of the demon-fighting sect's entrance assessment. For a level 2 warlock like Yang Feng to participate in such an assessment, it was practically a matter of life and death. Yu Wuxian said coldly, "You don't need to take the assessment. I can make an exception and let you become a disciple in name of the demon-fighting sect. If you have the ability, then slowly climb up. Let your little sister, Shui, choose me as her master. In the future, I'll give you some guidance and let you get more benefits. Yang Feng said with a slight smile. Thank you, Senior. However, there's no need to make an exception. Junior wants to participate in the Demon Fighting Sect assessment and join the Demon Fighting Sect in an upright manner. The Feisuo plane was extremely chaotic and had many divine systems. Such a plane was the best place to fish in troubled waters. On the Feisuo plane, Yang Feng's clone and Shizu robots would be of great use. Yu Wuxian was slightly surprised and said with a faint smile, You have backbone. I misjudged you. I originally thought that you wanted to borrow your little sister's talent to join the demon fighting sect. Not bad, kid. I'm starting to like you a little. As long as you can complete the Fighting Demon Sect assessment this time, I can directly guarantee that you will become an inner disciple of my Fighting Demon Sect. Huang Yi grinned. Hee interesting. Yang Feng, if you can complete the Demon Fighting Sect assessment, I'll accept you as a personal disciple. Yang Feng said with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, seniors. Shui, I think Great Elder Yu Wuxian is more suitable for you. You should take her as your master. Shui was very well behaved. She immediately knelt on the ground and bowed to Yu Wuxian. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. Good disciple. Come with me to the floating island now. I'm going to show off to those guys. Yu Wuxian somewhat forgot herself and laughed heartily. Her whole body flickered with a magical radiance, and in a flash, she and Shui disappeared from their original place. Sigh, what a pity. Huang Yi also let out a long sigh. With a flash of magical light, he disappeared from where he stood. After the two great elders of the demon fighting sect left, the gazes with which everyone looked at Yang Feng changed. Shui's future prospects were limitless, and Yang Feng was no longer an ordinary level 2 warlock. Since the matter has been settled, I'll take my leave first. Yang Feng smiled and left the demon fighting sect with Kongfang Ao. Kongfang Ao said with a smile, Yang Feng, since you've already arrived at the demon fighting sect, then I'll take my leave first. Let's meet again. If you have time, come to the Green Province's Qianmu County. Our Kong family has a bit of status there. If you come, I'll definitely show you the hospitality of a host. Yang Feng replied, all right. After the two separated, Yang Feng found an inn in the demon fighting city. Early the next morning, Yang Feng once again went to the demon fighting sect's external office. Han Ning greeted him with great enthusiasm. Yang Feng, you're early. Come with me. Yang Feng said with a smile. Good morning, senior disciple Brother Han. After exchanging pleasantries, Han Ning took Yang Feng into an elevator-like magic staircase and pressed the 100th floor button. With a flicker of magic radiance, the door of the magic staircase opened, and Yang Feng and Han Ning appeared on the 100th floor. Han Ning gave Yang Feng a detailed introduction. This is the great library that can be used by the demon fighting sect's disciples in name. Here, there are a variety of level 1 to level 4 spell models, as well as a variety of knowledge from countless different planes and many secret methods. The common knowledge of the Feisuo plane is also here. Among the countless knowledge here, the one I recommend the most is the demon fighting sect's fundamental secret method, the demon fighting heaven suppressing record. This is the demon fighting sect's strongest secret method. There are only 4 layers of the demon fighting heaven suppressing record here, which can only be practiced until the Great Warlock realm. In the future, if you can complete the assessment and join the demon fighting sect, then you'll have the opportunity to learn the next few layers of the secret method. Yang Feng looked at the great library and saw that it covered an area of about 5 square kilometers. Obviously, a powerful warlock had cast a spatial spell on it. Within that area of 5 square kilometers, there were countless bookshelves with books neatly arranged on them. In the center of the great library, There was a magic crystal ball with a diameter of about 1 meter suspended in the air and engraved with countless mysterious runes. Han Ning said, "That's the Great Library's index crystal, as well as the library's administrator. You can use the index crystal to quickly find all kinds of information you want. The specific way to use it is to walk within 5 meters of it, and then silently recite the information you want in your mind." Yang Feng went before the index crystal and mused, "I need the demon-fighting, heaven-suppressing record." With a flicker of magic radiance, a book flew out from the countless bookshelves and flew into Yang Feng's hand. Han Ning said with a smile, "All right, Yang Feng, I won't disturb your study. Work hard." Yang Feng said, "Thank you, senior disciple Brother Han." After Han Ning left, Yang Feng sat to one side and began to study while using the smart microchip installed on his glasses to scan those books into his database. In the Great Library, Yang Feng practically forgot to eat and sleep as he studied all the information related to the Feisuo plane. He was very clear that the information was related to the future safety and development of his embodiment. 10 days later, in a cultivation secret room of a luxurious hotel, Yang Feng sat cross-legged on a jade bed, surrounded by the remains and ashes of top-notch magic stones. The green life embodiment bead suspended in the air in front of Yang Feng and blossomed with resplendent radiance. Yang Feng suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a stream of blood essence along with 3 golden specks of light that entered the life embodiment bead. After losing the stream of blood essence, Yang Feng's complexion became extremely pale. He promptly picked up a vial of elixir beside him and poured it into his mouth. After drinking the vial of elixir, Yang Feng's complexion became a lot better. He silently chanted, and rays of magic light condensed around his body. A soul seed flew out from between his eyebrows in a strange manner. Below the soul seed, there were countless fine lines extending, with each fine line having a small sphere. With a closer look, one could see that the small spheres were spell models. As soon as the soul seed appeared, it slowly split into 2 halves. Along with the splitting of the soul seed, Yang Feng felt as if he had been split into 2 halves, feeling extremely painful. However, he still forcefully endured the pain with great willpower. After the soul seed split into 2 halves, 1 half flew into the life embodiment bead along with the countless spell models. The life embodiment bead trembled slightly, twisted continuously, changed rapidly, and finally condensed into a person that looked exactly like Yang Feng. Even the soul fluctuations were the same. When Yang Feng's embodiment took shape, an extremely novel feeling was suddenly born in Yang Feng's true body. It was as if there were 2 of him existing in this world at the same time. This was different from when he used the consciousness conduction helmet. When he used the consciousness conduction helmet, he was still a consciousness. When he possessed the robots, his true body would fall into an unconscious state. But now he had 2 independent consciousnesses existing in this world, and both consciousnesses were him. Yang Feng's embodiment sighed slightly. "This feeling is really wonderful, as if there are 2 of me existing at the same time." Yang Feng's true body said, "It's really wonderful. No wonder even if it is as strong as a god, if their godhead isn't high enough, they still can't split into more embodiments. Without the support of a godhead, if one has too many embodiments, they will definitely suffer from schizophrenia and become a psychopath. Gods could also split into embodiments, but generally speaking, gods with feeble divine force rank would only split into 1 embodiment. That was because their godhead couldn't support the existence of more embodiments." Yang Feng's true body said, "Scan me." Yang Feng, basic attributes, strength 1. 1, agility 1. 3, physique 1. 2, spirit 1. 6. Blood meridians, pure human blood meridians. Soul aptitude, superior level 6. General evaluation, classified as a level 0 life form. Evolution potential, great. Note, because the host soul has just split, the soul is in a weak state. It is recommended to practice the true mystic embodiment scripture to restore your soul force. Before your soul force is fully restored, it is not advisable to practice cultivation as a warlock. After Yang Feng used the true mystic embodiment scripture to pour all of his power into the embodiment, his true body once again became an ordinary person. However, he now had infinite evolution possibilities, laying a solid foundation for recultivating on the warlock path. Moreover, the wealth he collected in the Tyrannid subcontinent was enough for him to recultivate and easily evolve into an official warlock. Moreover, the knowledge grasped by the embodiment was equivalent to the knowledge grasped by Yang Feng's true body. Thus, it was equivalent to having two people practicing cultivation and learning at the same time, which was simply heaven-defying. It was precisely because of this that a treasure like the life embodiment bead was so precious, priceless, and could only be encountered but not sought. Chapter 201. After separating an embodiment, Yang Feng's true body and embodiment simultaneously began to read all the information about the Feisuo plane, learning continuously. Time passed, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng arrived at the demon-fighting sect's external office. The one in charge of receiving him was still Han Ning. When Han Ning saw Yang Feng arrive, his eyes flashed with a touch of unwillingness. He wanted to say something, but then hesitated. Finally, he gave a long sigh and said, "Come with me." The difficulty of a level 2 warlock entering the Feisuo plane, a primary material plane that could contend with the Zhangji plane, and killing a demigod rank expert could be well imagined. The demon-fighting sect set up such an assessment mission in order to recruit peak experts above the Starry Sky warlock rank. At the same time, it was also to eliminate a large number of silk pants who used their family's power to help hunt demigod rank freaks. Even great warlocks would find it very difficult to complete such an assessment mission, let alone a level 2 warlock like Yang Feng. Yang Feng followed Han Ning to the top floor of the demon-fighting sect's external office. After passing through a teleportation array, they appeared in front of a huge palace. In front of the huge palace, there was a golden gate. In front of the golden gate sat 2 old men, one fat and one thin. Yang Feng looked at the 2 old men with a glance, and his pupils constricted slightly. He couldn't sense the life force emitted by the 2 old men. This showed that even without using secret methods, the 2 old men could completely restrain their life force, making people feel that they were ordinary people. Han Ning said respectfully to the 2 old men, "Elder Luo Zheng, Elder Luo Ming, this is Yang Feng. He wants to go to the Feisuo plane to participate in the assessment." The thin old man didn't open his eyes. The fat old man opened his eyes, and 2 divine lights shot out of his eyes and swept Yang Feng. A feeling of being seen through instantly pervaded Yang Feng's body. The fat old man threw a gray jade card to Yang Feng and said lightly, "This is a return jade card. After completing the mission, crush this jade card, and we'll find a way to pick you up. However, it won't be instantaneous. If you don't complete the mission and crush this jade card, only death awaits you." Yang Feng took the jade card and said, "Yes, I understand." The fat old man closed his eyes. Ka ka ka. Amidst the loud noises, the golden door slowly opened, revealing a wide and deep planar path that stretched as far as the eye could see. Yang Feng stepped into the planar passageway. A formidable spatial force enveloped Yang Feng in a flash, and a dizzy feeling of dizziness flooded his mind. Once the dizziness disappeared, Yang Feng heaved a long sigh. He discovered that he was already on top of a desolate hilltop. Yang Feng carefully sized up the surroundings for a while and mused, "So cautious. In order to prevent me from discovering the exit of the planar passageway, they set up a random teleportation array at the end of the planar passageway and teleported me here. The Feisuo plane has countless gods. At the time, the 6th Warlock dynasty had subdued the gods of this plane, and their mechanical legion had been seen by them. If I use the mechanical army and nuclear bombs on a large scale in this world, it will attract their attention, and then it will be over. Yang Feng silently calculated in his heart. The Feisuo plain was different from the Tyrannid subcontinent, as this plain had gods. Each of the countless gods possessed terrifying might, greatly limiting the might of Yang Feng's mechanical legion, making it impossible for him to unleash a large number of mechanical legions to fight the gods. Otherwise, the gods of the Feisuo plain might unite to deal with him. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the sky. A magic radiance flickered, and a huge eye formed in the sky, observing the area within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Found it. There's a city over there. Yang Feng's figure changed slightly, and he turned into a blonde, blue-eyed, and tall Westerner. The Feisuo plain was a plain dominated by Westerners, and the human gods were basically Westerners. At present, Yang Feng didn't have the strength to challenge that terrifying power. Yang Feng walked along a muddy road covered in dust and livestock excrement for about 5 kilometers, before a city with a 10-meter-tall city wall appeared in front of him. In front of the city stood 8 Western human warriors. They were not wearing any armor, had deep eyes, high noses, and fair skin, and were about to collapse their swords. The captain of the 8 warriors stepped forward and stopped Yang Feng, saying, "Stop. Please show me your identity document." On the Feisuo plain, the human world was divided into 4 classes: slaves, subjects, freedmen, and aristocrats. Slaves and subjects of lords couldn't freely leave the territory of lords. Only freedmen and aristocrats could freely travel throughout the continent. Humph! Yang Feng snorted coldly, spread the fingers of his hand, and a flame suddenly appeared in his hand. "Wizard, I'm sorry, Your Honorable Excellency, please forgive me for offending you." When the captain saw the flame in Yang Feng's hand, his complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he bowed and said respectfully. The rest of the warriors looked at Yang Feng with a touch of respect in their eyes. On the Feisuo plain, wizards were lofty existences, and their status was comparable to that of aristocrats. They could freely travel throughout the world. Many aristocrats took pride in being able to recruit a wizard to serve them. Moreover, on the Feisuo plain, the number of wizards was very small. Out of 100,000 people, there might not even be one wizard. This is my power, my own power. Yang Feng looked at the 8 respectful warriors, and a touch of pleasure welled up inside him. On the Tyrannid subcontinent, relying on the tremendous power of the Shizu Mechanical Legion, Yang Feng defeated countless powerful enemies, and finally unified the entire Tyrannid subcontinent and became its king. However, he was very clear that it was mainly by relying on the power of the Mechanical Legion that he achieved that step. But now, on the Feisuo plain, the power he possessed was enough to make people revere him. This feeling made him somewhat unable to stop, and he was very pleased. "Get lost, you lowly commoners. Quickly make way for Master Wizard to enter the city." A warrior immediately berated the farmers and merchants waiting to enter the city, driving them away and making way for Yang Feng. Yang Feng entered the city. In the city, the roads were extremely muddy, livestock's excrement could be seen everywhere, and there was a lot of dust. Most of the buildings in the city were made of wood, exuding a backward and ancient aura of the Western Middle Ages. Yang Feng swept the city with a glance and frowned slightly. This is the Feisuo plain that can contend with the Zhangji plain? This is unbelievable. This human city couldn't even compare to many cities in the backward places like the Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng arrived in front of a mermaid and bear bar, pushed the door open, and entered. As soon as he entered the bar, Yang Feng saw burly mercenaries gulping down alcohol and eating meat, while uttering vulgar words and flirting with the waitresses in the bar. Yang Feng went to the bartender who was mixing drinks in front of the counter, and with a light flick, a gold coin drew a beautiful parabola and fell in front of the bartender. Yang Feng said, I want to go to the Ridgex City, so I need an experienced and reputable mercenary group to escort me. Tell me, what's a reasonable price to hire such a mercenary group? The bartender smiled and put away the gold coin. It depends on the number of people you hire. From the Woodspeech City to the Ridgex City, it's about 10 days' journey. The journey isn't too dangerous, and paying 3 silver coins per person per day is already enough. Of course, the more reputable and stronger mercenary groups, the higher the price. The common currency of the Fesua Plain was gold coins. 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins equals 1,000 copper coins. Hey, young man, hire our bear strength mercenary group. Our mercenary group has 10 good lads, each of whom is a seasoned mercenary. A burly man with a bear-like build and a big beard strode towards Yang Feng and said with a hearty laugh, "For each of us, you only need to pay 5 silver coins per day." A middle-aged man with a thin figure and a gloomy temperament between his eyebrows came over and said with a smile towards Yang Feng, "Hello, I'm Mech, the leader of the Storm Wolves mercenary group. Our Storm Wolves mercenary group has 13 members. For each of us, you only need to pay 2 silver coins per day, and you'll be able to get the services of the 13 members of the Storm Wolves mercenary group to safely escort you to the Ridgex City." A beautiful woman with a height of 1.8 meters, wheat-colored skin, and regular facial features, who was much taller than many men, strode towards Yang Feng and said, "Mister, please hire our White Lily mercenary group. Our White Lily mercenary group only has 5 people, but it's the mercenary group with the best reputation in the Woodspeech City. There's no record of us going back on our word. For each of us, you only need to pay 8 silver coins per day, and we'll do our best to protect you." Lek's face stiffened. As if a viper, he stared at the beautiful woman with a tall figure and said coldly, "Katie, what's the meaning of this?" Katie said with a cold smile, "What do I mean? You're well aware of it." Yang Feng had read a lot of information about the Fesua Plain and knew that there were all sorts of people among mercenaries. Many mercenaries would normally do normal business, but would secretly kill their employers. If choosing a mercenary group wasn't suitable, they would definitely be courting death. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "There's no need to fight over it. I think that beautiful women are better. The White Lily mercenary group is fine." Once he said that, the leader of the Bear Strength mercenary group gave Yang Feng a somewhat odd look, then gave a chuckle, turned around, and returned to his mercenary group. The bartender also gave Yang Feng a somewhat odd look, but remained silent. Lek gave a cold smile and said meaningfully, "Good, good, good. You're on your own." Chapter 202. Katie sat in front of Yang Feng and gave him a flirtatious look. "Hi, my employer. What's your name?" Although Katie's looks and temperament were far inferior to that of beauties like Jessica and Judy, but compared to ordinary girls, she was already a beauty. Moreover, she had the unique heroic spirit of mercenaries, which was quite attractive to men. Yang Feng said with a smile, "My name is Ian." Katie asked, "When do you plan to set off for the Ridgex City?" "The sooner the better." "Then how about we meet at the Western Gate tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock? "All right." After the discussion, Yang Feng left the small bar and stayed in the Woodward City for the night. Early the next morning, Yang Feng arrived at the Western Gate. At the Western Gate, Katie and her White Lily mercenary group were already waiting for him. In addition to Katie, the other 4 female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group were tall and burly, with solid muscles and fierce glints in their eyes. They looked more manly than men. Yang Feng looked at the 4 burly female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group and muttered inside, "The White Lily mercenary group has such a nice name." Katie smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and said, "You're early. Get on the carriage." Yang Feng nodded and boarded a carriage. The carriage rental fee was naturally paid by Yang Feng. "Set off," Katie ordered, and the convoy left the Woodward City. The main road of the Woodward City hadn't been repaired and was full of potholes. Sitting in the carriage, Yang Feng felt very uncomfortable due to the jolting. Yang Feng criticized and sighed. No wonder it was so difficult for people in ancient times to travel far. It's so uncomfortable to sit in a carriage. If it wasn't for my strong physique, I would have been jolted like a dog. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng's true body came and went either by plane or by magic carpet, which was a very comfortable and happy life. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, he rode a variety of advanced alchemical secret treasures and didn't feel any discomfort. Now that he came to the Feisual Plain, he deeply felt the backwardness of the Feisual Plain. Ian, there's something up ahead. Suddenly, Katie's voice came from outside the carriage, and the carriage stopped. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and alighted from the carriage. Yang Feng looked around and discovered that the convoy had arrived at a very remote place. On both sides of the road, there were two small hills with dense grass, very suitable for an ambush. On the hillside, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of people flashing. With a dignified expression, Katie walked up to Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "I suspect that it's someone from the Storm Wolves mercenary group. They often kill their employers halfway and plunder their wealth. I'm afraid they've set their eyes on you. It's fine if they don't come. If they come over, I'll give them an unforgettable lesson." Yang Feng smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, pointed at the sky, and cast magic eyes. A magic light flashed and condensed into a huge eye in midair. The eyeball rotated 360 degrees and looked at both sides of the hillside. On both sides of the hillside, there were indeed more than 20 heavily armed soldiers lying in ambush. Among those soldiers stood Lek, the head of the Storm Wolves mercenary corps. Magician. He's a magician. The more than 20 soldiers looked at the magic eye in the sky, their complexions turning deathly pale and revealing traces of fear. On the Feisual Plain, magicians were synonymous with mystery and power. These soldiers had only heard of the powerful deeds of magicians in some myths and legends. Now that they saw the magic eye, they were shocked, scared out of their wits, and lost all will to fight. "Ian, you're actually a magician. That's really amazing. I think I might have fallen in love with you." Katie stared fixedly at Yang Feng, her eyes rippling with traces of charm, her face carrying traces of a coquettish and charming smile. She walked up to Yang Feng. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in Katie's eyes. She pulled out a dagger with a blade flickering with a dark blue radiance and fiercely stabbed at Yang Feng. Caught off guard, Yang Feng was stabbed in the abdomen by Katie. After succeeding in her attack, Katie immediately retreated briskly by more than a dozen meters, before saying with a charming smile full of malice, "Mighty Mr. Wizard, I think I might have fallen in love with you. However, I'm not in love with you, but rather with your wealth, ha ha ha." The magic eye in the sky collapsed in a flash. "Why?" Yang Feng covered his abdomen with both hands, his expression pained, and said while gnashing his teeth. Lek, the head of the Storm Wolves mercenary corps, laughed wildly and took his subordinates down from the hillside. "Idiot, that's because our Storm Wolves mercenary corps and the White Lily mercenary corps are in cahoots. A fat sheep like you is our favorite target. Lord Wizard, the romantic encounter in the bar wasn't bad, right? In fact, in the bar, the people with the best reputation are that stupid bear's mercenary corps. Apart from his mercenary corps, the rest are just hungry wolves like us." Katie interrupted. "Enough with the nonsense. Kill him. The means of wizards are too strange and powerful. Don't give him any chances. Shoot him." On the Feisual Plain, bows and arrows were control weapons. Apart from people in the army who could equip a large number of bows and arrows, ordinary mercenaries rarely could afford to use bows and arrows. However, there were 5 archers in the Storm Wolves mercenary corps. Lek barked, "Fire!" The 5 archers immediately drew their bows and shot 5 arrows, as if shooting stars, towards Yang Feng. At the moment when the 5 arrows were about to hit Yang Feng, a powerful warping force field suddenly appeared and shook slightly, and the 5 arrows were strangely deflected. Seeing such a strange scene, Lek and Katie's complexions at once became extremely pale, and their eyes flashed with a touch of an unknown premonition. "You weren't stabbed?" Katie said in a somewhat trembling voice. Yang Feng stood up, looked at the holes in his clothes, and said faintly, "No, I was still somewhat careless. I was stabbed by an ordinary person like you. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between us is too great, and I don't have a legend rank weapon. It's basically impossible to assassinate me." Yang Feng wore the legend rank secret treasure white elephant armor, the legend rank secret treasure heart of azure, and the legend rank defensive ring sacred light protection. Under the protection of the 3 legend rank secret treasures, only a legend rank assassin with a legend rank dagger would be able to assassinate him in an instant. Katie's complexion paled. Her expression was one of remorse and sorrow, and tears streamed down from her eyes. She knelt on the ground and knelt towards Yang Feng. "I'm sorry, he forced me to do this. Lord Wizard, it was this man who forced me to do this. I beg you, spare my life. I didn't want to. He forced me to do this." Lek's eyes flashed with a touch of an ominous glint, and he bellowed, "Tui, cheap whore. Everyone, let's kill him. We have more than 20 people. No matter how strong this wizard is, we can definitely kill him." The eyes of the more than 20 mercenaries flashed with a touch of an ominous glint, and under Lek's lead, they rushed at Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked his hand, and a seed fell on the ground. With a flash of magic radiance, the seed quickly grew, extended more than 30 barbed rattans, and wrapped around the more than 20 mercenaries. The extremely sharp barbs stabbed into their bodies, making them wail in pain. Even the leader of the Storm Wolves mercenary group, Lek, was tightly entangled by the rattan within a single move and let out an incomparably mournful shriek. The complexions of Katie and the 4 female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group, who were more manly than men, were very pale, and their eyes flashed with a touch of fear. This extraordinary power was far beyond their imagination. "It would be a pity to waste such a precious elixir on you, but I'm short on manpower. I'll reluctantly use it on you." Yang Feng took out a large box of liquid metal nanorobot elixir and said somewhat regretfully. Before coming to the Feisua plain this time, Yang Feng had made sufficient preparations, bringing 30,000 vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir. In the Turandot subcontinent, liquid metal nanorobot elixir was only a benefit for the upper echelons. After a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir was injected into one's body, one could maintain eternal youth by relying on the nanomachines. Before dying of old age, one would always look young. It was very popular among women and was in short supply. Before Yang Feng built the first portable fortified stronghold on the Feisua plain, the 30,000 vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir could be used up and could not be replenished. Yang Feng said faintly, "I have some magic elixirs here. As long as you're injected with these magic elixirs, once you have the thought of betraying me, you'll self-detonate and die. Now, I'll be merciful and let you choose whether to take the elixir or not. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider." 10. Katie promptly said, "I'll take it." "No, please bestow me the precious magic elixir, Honorable Lord Wizard." The 4 female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group, who were more manly than men, knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Please bestow me the precious magic elixir, Honorable Lord Wizard." "I'll take it too. I beg you, let me take it." "Honorable Lord Wizard, please bestow me the precious magic elixir." The warriors of the Storm Wolves mercenary group weren't fools, and they implored bitterly. Amidst their pleas, Yang Feng also injected vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir into their bodies. After subduing the 2 mercenary groups, Yang Feng rode the carriage and continued to move towards the Rijek city. Chapter 203. The Rijek city was located at the border of the Beastman Empire, the Elven Empire, and the Human Morance Empire. It was a large city belonging to the Morance Empire. With a population of nearly 1 million, the Rijek city was very prosperous. It was the extremely sinful slave trade that supported the Rijek city's prosperous economy. The Beastman Empire, The Elven Empire and the Morance Empire waged war all year round. The defeated would be reduced to slaves and brought to the Ridgex city by slave merchants. At the same time, sinful human slave hunters often appeared in the Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire, capturing beastmen and elves for sale. The Ridgex city was the largest slave trading city in the Morance Empire. The city wall is only a dozen meters tall. It's really weak. Yangfeng looked at the city wall that was only a dozen meters tall and sighed inside. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the city walls of various cities were at least 100 meters tall and were covered with warlock towers. The defenses were extremely strict. The city wall of the Ridgex city, the largest slave trading city of the Morance Empire, was only a dozen meters tall. If Yangfeng drove the Mechanical Legion, then he would be able to seize the Ridgex city's city wall with a single charge. Stop. Please show me your identification. When Yangfeng and his party arrived at the gate of the Ridgex city, several warriors came over. Yangfeng spread the fingers of his hand, and a scorching fireball appeared in his hand. The complexions of the warriors changed, and they said respectfully, "So it's the Honorable Sir Wizard. We've been impolite. Please come in." A warrior promptly drove away the commoners at the gate, making way for Yangfeng and the others to enter the city. A warrior gave them a glance, then left his post and quickly walked into the city. In the Ridgex city, in a luxurious room, a fat man with a pair of small eyes, yet a shrewd glint, narrowed his eyes and asked the warrior, "What? You said that a wizard without a magic badge came to the Ridgex city?" The warrior said, "That's right, Master Jim. I saw it with my own eyes. There were more than 20 mercenaries beside the mage. 5 female mercenaries and 23 male mercenaries." Jim casually tossed 3 gold coins to the soldier. "Interesting, these 3 gold coins are yours. You can go." The warrior was overjoyed. He received the 3 gold coins and withdrew. "Thank you very much, Master Jim." Jim's eyes narrowed and flashed with a shrewd glint. A wizard without a wizard badge. Is he a wizard who just returned after learning from a reclusive wizard? He's a good investment target. Without any hesitation, Jim immediately stood up and walked out with large strides with vigorous movements that were different from his fat body. Ridgex City was much larger than Woodward City and had a much larger population. It was bustling with people coming and going, making it seem very prosperous. The streets were filled with all kinds of beast-like slaves, but most of them looked like humans. The beastmen were divided into the humanoid beastmen and the pure beastmen. The humanoid beastmen were beastmen who had a partial beast form, but most of them were in human form. On the other hand, pure beast orcs were all kinds of beast orcs that had evolved to have hands and feet and possessed intelligence that was not inferior to that of humans. Beastmen were beastmen of beastmen, with beastmen and beastmen, with beastmen. Beastmen were natives of the Feisual Plain. Beastmen were pets brought over from other planes by the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. The Beastman Empire was ruled by beastmen, and beastmen didn't have much power. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, beastmen were also called humanoids, and were distinguished from beastmen who had a human appearance. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, humanoid beastmen were instead a weak race. That was because the humanoid beastmen in the Tyrannid subcontinent were pets brought over from the Feisual Plain by the ancient warlocks. Yangfeng looked at the streets, full of humanoid beastmen, and had a very novel feeling. Shortly after Yangfeng walked in the Ridgex city, Jim came to greet him with a dozen guards. Jim revealed a refreshing smile on his face and said, "Hello, Honorable Sir Wizard. I am Jim, the manager of the Ridgex City branch of the Rose Merchant Group. The Rose Merchant Group has the best supply in the entire Ridgex City. We can even get you the most sought-after fox girls among the elves and beastmen. They are definitely purebred elves and beastman foxes, and not those mixed blood half-elves and half-blood beastmen. Would you like our services?" Purebred elves and purebred beastman foxes were the most beautiful women. Protected by the Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire, it was very difficult to get hold of them. On the other hand, half-elves, half-humans, and half-beastmen weren't protected by the Orc Empire or the Elven Empire. Many of the slave merchants in the Ridgex city were very black-hearted and sold half-blood beastmen and half-blood beastmen as genuine purebred elves and purebred beastmen to make a huge profit. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "My name is Ian. I think I'll need your services." With a full set of legend rank secret treasures and the level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts stored inside the dimensional badge, unless it was a demigod rank expert, no one could kill Yang Feng's embodiment. Jim said with a smile, "In that case, Honorable Sir Ian, please come with me." Yang Feng said carelessly as he walked, "Slaves need to eat and drink. Can you buy a lot of food?" Jim's plump face beamed like a flower. "You've asked the right person. The Rose Merchant Group is one of the 10 largest merchant groups in the Morinth Empire. Only we can easily buy food for hundreds or thousands of people." Yang Feng asked, "Is it transportation?" Jim said with some vigilance, "To where?" The Beastman Empire had always been short of food. Every year, they had to smuggle large amounts of food from the Morinth Empire. The Morinth Empire had always cracked down on smuggling. Jim had no choice but to be vigilant. Yang Feng said lightly, "The Red Earth Wasteland. I want to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland." "The Red Earth Wasteland? That's no problem. What? You want to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland?" Jim was suddenly taken aback, saying, "Sir Ian, the Red Earth Wasteland is extremely barren. It has no special products or minerals, only some dirty goblin bandits, bugbears, and other lowly races. It's of no value at all." The Red Earth Wasteland was a vast wasteland located at the junction of the Morinth Empire, the Titan Empire, the Beastman Empire, and the Elven Empire. In the wasteland, only the Rhine River ran through the entire wasteland. Apart from the vicinity of the Rhine River, the rest of the wasteland was dry and had little rain. Only some low shrubs and berries grew there. The lack of water made it a barren place, which was why it was abandoned by the 4 empires. It wasn't that no one had the idea of building the Red Earth Wasteland, but the lack of water made everyone give up. To transport water from afar to the Red Earth Wasteland was a huge project that cost a lot of money. Besides water, there was also food. The Red Earth Wasteland didn't produce food. To build a city there, it would cost a lot of money every year. Mountains of gold and seas of silver wouldn't be enough to spend on food. The most commendable thing about the Red Earth Wasteland was its superior geographical location. It could pass through and trade with the 4 empires. However, it was also bad because of its location. Although the 4 empires weren't willing to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, but once the city was built in the Red Earth Wasteland, it was bound to cause a huge dispute. Such a place of little value couldn't attract the attention of the powerful forces. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "I'm rich, so I'm happy. Legend has it that wizards are some strange people. Now it seems that it's true." Jim criticized inwardly, yet he was even more respectful towards Yang Feng. A rich and willful nouveau riche like Yang Feng was definitely a favorite client of slave merchants like Jim. Katie's eyes were bloodshot and full of remorse. If she had known that Yang Feng was a rich and willful nouveau riche, she would have shown off her flirtatiousness and thrown herself at him. Jim led Yang Feng to a huge slave market. Inside the huge slave market, naked and haggard-looking beastmen, half-blood beastmen, half-blood elves, humans, and all sorts of other slaves could be seen everywhere. Many people were standing there, judging the slaves and picking the ones they liked. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyebrows creased slightly. He, who was born on Earth, was still slightly unaccustomed to such a scene. However, he was very rational and quickly threw the unaccustomed feeling to the back of his mind. Jim said, "Sir Ian, what kind of slaves do you want? Beauties? Warriors? Housekeepers? Or scholars, blacksmiths, and the like?" Yang Feng said, "I need warriors with high obedience and strong battle prowess." "Very well, I just got a batch of top-notch goods. You'll definitely like them." Jim gave a few instructions to one of his subordinates, then smiled and led Yang Feng inside the slave market. Jim quickly led Yangfeng to a huge cage. Inside the cage, there were more than 300 tall and sturdy humanoids with only a bull's tail and a height of 9 meters. Jim enthusiastically promoted to Yangfeng. These are 318 mixed blood, ox-human half-blood beastmen. Their origins are very clean. They were captured by a slave-catching group of the Beastman Empire and given to us. There won't be any problems if you buy them. Ox-human half-blood beastmen are honest and obedient. With a bit of training, they'll be very good half-blood beastman guards. Chapter 204. Yangfeng asked, "How much?" Jim said straightforwardly, 30 gold coins per person, 318 people. I'll count it as 9,000 gold coins. A burly oxman half-blood beast man in his 30s got up, knelt in front of Yangfeng, and implored with tears in his eyes, "Sir, if you want to buy us, then we're willing to sell us to you. I beseech you to be merciful and buy our family as well. If you can buy our family, I, Babu, swear in the name of my ancestors that I am willing to lead my clan to serve you, even to the point of death." The 317 Oxman half-blood beastmen also came over, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to Yangfeng until their foreheads bled. Half-beastmen did not have the protection of gods, so their status was extremely low. Neither the humans nor the orcs saw them as their own kind. They hunted them wantonly and traded them like goods. Yangfeng asked, "How much for their entire family?" Jim smiled and said, "Their families are basically all old, weak women and children. Only a few pretty virgins are worth a bit of money. If we sell them separately, we should be able to sell them for around 2,100 gold coins. If you want to buy them, Master Ian, 2,000 gold coins will do." Yangfeng said lightly, "I'll buy them all. After I'm done choosing, we'll pay together." Jim smiled and said, "Yes." Yangfeng suddenly pointed to a huge cage next to him and asked, "How much are those people?" Inside the huge cage that Yangfeng pointed at, there were 200 burly human men. He could be considered to have rich experience in Tyrannid subcontinent. With a glance, he could tell that those 200 burly men were definitely from the army. Moreover, they were the kind of elite army. However, the eyes of those 200 burly humans were lifeless and dispirited. Their spirit, energy, and vitality had already been reduced by more than half. Jim glanced at the 200 burly men and said, "Those are the most elite imperial guards of the Amon Principality." It was not long ago that the king of the Amon Principality refused the proposal of the Duke of Iser. Duke Iser used his private army to destroy the Amon Principality. These 200 human slaves were the most elite imperial guards of the Amon Principality. Their strength was not bad. The leader of the imperial guards, Clive, even had the cultivation of a Sky Knight. However, their dochi had been crippled and 3 fingers had been cut off from each of their hands. They were already a group of trash. He's only suitable to be the male pet slave of the noble women. He's not the powerful warrior you need. Yangfeng walked up to the 200 elite royal guards of the Amon Principality and said lightly, "My name is Ian. I am a wizard. I want to ask you, do you want to continue living as a male pet, or do you want to be a warrior and fight for me, have the dignity of a warrior, and live as a warrior?" When they heard Yangfeng's words, a glimmer of light ignited in the eyes of the 200 human burly men in the cage. The burly human Clive raised his eyes, stared at Yangfeng, and said solemnly, "Our cultivation bases have been crippled, and 3 of the fingers on each of our hands have been cut off. We can no longer hold swords. Honorable Sir Magician, what do you want us to do to fight for you?" The light in the eyes of the 200 burly men immediately dimmed. With their current strength, any ordinary person could defeat them. Yangfeng said lightly, "Although your dochi has been crippled and your fingers have been cut off. However, your knowledge hasn't been taken away. I need you to train me into an army that can defeat any thief or robber in the Red Earth Wasteland. Besides, I'm a wizard. The path of magic is mysterious and unfathomable. It's not impossible for me to help you restore your dochi and fingers in the future." Clive's eyes lit up. He struggled to get up and saluted Yang Feng in a knight's salute. "In that case, Sir Ian, we are willing to serve you." The 200 human knights also got up and saluted Yang Feng in a knight's salute. Their eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Yang Feng said, "I want all of these 200 people. Name your price." Jim's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Sir Ian, although their do chi has been crippled, but each of them is tall and sturdy with sturdy muscles. Many noble women of the Moritz Empire like such male pets. If they are sold to noble women, each of them can be sold for more than 100 gold coins. Clive is a sky knight, so he can be sold for at least 3,000 gold coins. The 200 of them will be sold for 30,000 gold coins." Yang Feng said carelessly, 30,000 gold coins, no problem." Next, in the warrior slave market, Yang Feng picked and bought more than 50 slave warriors. He didn't fancy the rest of the slave warriors. Jim continued to promote, "Sir Ian, you have a distinguished status, so you should let some servants handle the daily affairs. We have a batch of maids from the imperial palace of the Amon Principality. Do you need them?" Yang Feng said. "Then let's go take a look." Under Jim's lead, Yang Feng passed through the warrior slave market and arrived at the female slave market in the rear. 1,000 gold coins, 1,100 gold coins. As soon as he walked into the female slave market, a burst of crazy screams came from inside. Men who looked like aristocrats gathered together, looked at the auction platform in the center of the female slave market, and shouted madly. Yang Feng looked at the center of the auction platform and saw a 12 or 13-year-old girl with a pair of elf-like pointed ears and a delicate and beautiful appearance. Beside the girl stood a 21 or 22-year-old woman with a delicate and beautiful appearance and a pair of elven ears. She had a youthful charm and a pair of beautiful elven ears. Jim warned. The Black Fang's slave hunters went deep into the hinterland of the Elven Empire and paid a huge price to capture a pair of pure-blood elven mother and daughter. Furthermore, the daughter is still a virgin. Sir Ian, are you interested in them as well? The Elven Empire isn't to be trifled with. If you want to build a city in the Red Earth City, then once the people of the Elven Empire find out that you keep elven female slaves, their pointy ears won't let you off. My greatest weakness is that I'm kind-hearted. There's really no other way." Yang Feng said lightly, 5,000 gold coins. After hearing the offer of 5,000 gold coins, the fanatical aristocrats calmed down a little, and their gazes focused on Yang Feng. 5,000 gold coins wasn't a small sum. It was enough to purchase more than 100 robust half-blood beastmen slaves. Some ordinary half-blood beastman virgins were sold for no more than 5 to 10 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins. A young man with deep eyes, a tall stature, puffy eyes, and an appearance of excessive alcohol consumption, dressed in aristocratic attire, swept Yang Feng with a cold glance and threatened eerily. "Baron Gerald of the Abet family has taken a fancy to this pair of mother and daughter. Who wants to compete with me?" When a young man with an appearance of excessive alcohol consumption issued a threat, the aristocrats frowned and remained silent, unwilling to bid. On the auction platform, the originally smiling slave master had a bitter and helpless look on his face. Jim's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately warned, "Sir Ian, the Abet family is one of the greater aristocrats of the Moritz Empire. The patriarch of the Abet family is an earl. The family's private army is very strong. The Moritz Empire was so powerful that a duke dared to brazenly dispatch his private army to wipe out another principality. The greater aristocrats of this formidable empire were terrifyingly powerful, not the slightest bit inferior to the kings of some lesser principalities. 15,000 gold coins." Yang Feng nodded slightly to Jim, then swept Baron Gerald with a glance and said with a cold smile, "This is an auction where everything goes to the highest bidder. Baron Gerald, if you don't have the money, then shut up." A gloomy glint flashed past Baron Gerald's eyes. He swept Jim standing next to Yang Feng with a glance. His pupils constricted slightly, and he squeezed out a smile, saying, "Very well. What's your name, and which family are you from?" Yangfeng said with a faint smile. I'm Ian, a wizard. Wizard. There's actually a Sir Wizard here. The complexions of the aristocrats changed, and their eyes flashed with a touch of fear and respect. Baron Gerald's complexion suddenly changed as well, and he squeezed out a smile, saying, So, it's the Honorable Sir Wizard. Since you like her, then I'll let you have her. Wizards had strange and unfathomable means and were extremely powerful. Killing someone silently was like playing around. The aristocrats weren't willing to offend such a terrifying existence for no reason. When Jim saw this scene, his eyes became slightly hot. As one of the leaders of the Rose Merchant Group, he had much more money than many aristocrats. But in the eyes of the aristocrats, he was still a lowly commoner. Only a powerful wizard like Yangfeng could make those arrogant aristocrats bow their heads. No one dared to bid, and Yangfeng easily bought the pair of mother and daughter elves. Jim stepped forward to negotiate with the slave owner and agreed to settle the bill before Yangfeng left. Then, he took Yangfeng to his slave warehouse. Sir Ian, take a look. These are the top-notch goods from the Amon Principality. Each of them has been carefully selected, rigorously trained, and have aristocratic blood. They're basically virgins, and it wasn't easy for me to get my hands on a batch of top-notch goods. You should know how difficult it is to find such a virgin in the midst of chaos. Jim arrived in front of the cage, pointed at the huge cage, and said proudly. Yangfeng looked carefully at the cage and saw that it wasn't as messy as the other cages. Instead, it looked very clean and didn't have a trace of stench. Instead, it was sprayed with a bit of perfume. There were some tables and chairs inside the cage, and 18 beautiful women dressed in maid attire with extraordinary temperaments sat neatly in front of the tables and chairs. It looked like a beautiful scenery. Yangfeng sighed silently. Every profession has its own master. Even slave merchants know how to package their goods. The neatly dressed maids might originally only be 7 to 8% beautiful, but after dressing like this, they looked 8 to 9% beautiful. These maids were much more pleasing to the eye than the unkempt, spiritless, and naked female slaves. Yangfeng asked, How much for one? For 100 gold coins for one. Jim quickly added, A virgin female slave isn't worth that much. But they come from the Amon Principality's imperial palace, have aristocratic blood, have extraordinary temperaments, and grasp a variety of service skills. Such maids are very popular with aristocrats. 400 gold coins for one is really not expensive. The cost I paid for them is extremely high, so the price can't be any lower. A tall and sexy woman with a long scar extending diagonally from the right side of her face and nearly splitting her cherry lips in half stood up, saluted Yangfeng, and said softly, Sir, I am Lena, the head maid of these maids. May I ask if you can buy all of us? As long as you buy us, we will do everything in our power to repay your kindness in the future. Yangfeng took a look at the cage and saw that the maids inside the cage were looking at him with longing expressions, yet none of them interjected. Clearly, Lena had a very high status among the maids. Moreover, these beautiful human maids were well-trained and were many times better than those clumsy and unruly women. All right, I'll buy them all, Yangfeng said straightforwardly. With a flick of his wrist, an inferior magic stone appeared in his hand. Do you accept this gem? Jim's eyes flashed with a glint of ecstasy, and he promptly said, This is a magic energy stone. Accept. I'll pay 500 gold coins for each magic energy stone. What do you think? No, 600 gold coins for each. If you can sell them in large quantities, then the price can be negotiated. Magic stones, also known as magic energy stones on the Feisuo Plain, were a very rare resource. At the time when the Tsangji Plains human warlocks dominated the Feisuo Plain, they brought nearly all of the Feisuo Plains magic stones to the Tsangji Plain, resulting in a shortage of magic stones on the Feisuo Plain. As for the Feisuo Plains gods who lived high up in their divine countries, they could get their hands on magic crystals of a higher grade. Therefore, they didn't do anything about the shortage of magic stones on the Feisuo Plain. The life magic energy contained within magic stones was not only beneficial to the cultivation of warlocks, it was also beneficial to the cultivation of knights, wizards, druids, assassins, and many other different cultivation systems. On the Feisual Plain, magic stones were a very precious cultivation resource. Yang Feng sighed his heart. Planar trade, the profits are nearly 10,000-fold. No wonder that Sangji Plains human warlocks are so keen on exploring other planes. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, an inferior magic stone was only worth 1 silver coin, while on the Feisual Plain, an inferior magic stone could be exchanged for more than 600 gold coins. Transporting inferior magic stones to the Feisual Plain and then bringing gold to the Sangji Plain, the profits were tens of thousands of times. Chapter 205. Of course, the profits of planar trade were terrifying, but the costs and risks were also astonishing. A planar passageway leading to a different plane not only required magic crystals in the hundreds of millions, but also required all kinds of precious resources. Only powerful warlocks at the Moonlight Warlock rank or above could establish a planar passageway. In the era of the 8 great warlock dynasties, planar passageways ran through countless planes, transporting troops through those planar passageways and suppressing many planes. After the 8th warlock dynasty, the major planes revolted and destroyed their planar passageways leading to the Sangji Plain. Once those planar passageways were discovered, they would face the risk of being destroyed. The planar passageways controlled by the major forces like the demon-fighting sect naturally wouldn't be used for such a trivial matter as magic stone smuggling. Yang Feng said in an overbearing manner, "I'll use these magic energy stones to pay the bill. How many magic energy stones are there in total? Give me a number." In order to quickly establish a foothold on the Feisual Plain, Yang Feng brought 2 billion inferior magic stones and 3 billion gold coins. A trifling few inferior magic stones were nothing to him. Jim said in a forthright manner, "Forthright? Sir Ian, you're really forthright. How about this? I'll calculate the price of a magic energy stone at 700 gold coins. The slaves you've purchased will cost you 72,365 gold coins. I'll erase the change and calculate it as 70,000 gold coins. You only need to pay me 100 magic energy stones." Yang Feng smiled faintly. Without saying much, he tossed a pouch containing 100 inferior magic stones into Jim's hand. In fact, on the Feisual Plain, an inferior magic stone was generally sold for more than 800 gold coins. If transported to some prosperous places and sold to major forces, it could even be sold for more than 1,000 gold coins. However, Jim did his best to curry favor with Yang Feng in order to make money. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't haggle over it. If you don't give them some benefits, who will work hard for you? Jim beamed with joy and hurriedly grabbed the pouch. He had earned at least 50,000 gold coins from this transaction. Besides, selling magic stones would not only make him a fortune, but would also help him expand his network. Every wizard is a walking treasure trove with the wealth of a state. This sentence couldn't be more correct. Jim shook the pouch in his hand. Listening to the sound of magic stones striking each other, his fat eyes narrowed, and he revealed a gratified smile. He rejoiced at his wise decision. Yang Feng said meaningfully, "Help me prepare 3 months' worth of food for 1,000 people, as well as the clothes, armor, and weapons needed by my slaves. As long as you do a good job, I'll even pay with magic energy stones." Jim became excited. His eyes seemed to have turned into the shape of magic stones, and he jumped up and said, Sir Ian, I will definitely arrange everything properly for you." Jim's influence in the Rijek city was indeed enormous. He quickly got a large courtyard and stuffed all the slaves bought by Yang Feng into it. Without demur, Yang Feng spent 50 magic stones to buy the courtyard that could accommodate more than 1,000 people. The slave trade in Rijek city was very prosperous. Those who bought slaves also needed a place for the slaves to live. Only then would they have large courtyards similar to prisons and cages. In a spacious room in the courtyard, Yang Feng was sitting on a big chair. In front of him stood 3 people, namely Babu, Clive, and Lena. Yang Feng opened a box, revealing 3 vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir inside. He said lightly, "I'm a wizard. Now it's time to prove your loyalty." There were 3 magic potions in the box. I will inject them into your bodies. This way, if I die, you will die with me. If you have any thoughts of betrayal, this magic potion will also kill you. Pick them up. A person's heart was hard to fathom. Yang Feng didn't think that he had such great charisma to make these 3 slaves desperately follow him. In fact, it was not uncommon for slaves to turn on their owners in the Moritz Empire, so the price of slaves was not as high as people thought. Yes, master. Lena picked up a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir without hesitation. When her hand touched the vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir flew up and pricked her jade white arm, injecting the colorless liquid metal nano-robot elixir into her body. When Babu and Clive saw this, without hesitation, they stepped forward and touched the vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir. The 2 vials of elixir flew up, pierced their arms, and injected the elixir into their bodies. Very good. I'm glad that you didn't make the wrong choice. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. Yang Feng smiled and snapped his fingers. Lena suddenly felt the scar on her face itch slightly, and countless heat surged. The extremely ugly scar seemed to be torn off inch by inch by an invisible hand, revealing the snow-white and tender skin underneath. Without the extremely ugly scar, Lena suddenly changed from an ugly woman who would give people nightmares to a top beauty with a sexy figure and extraordinary temperament. Babu said in a low and muffled voice, "Your scar is gone." Lena was slightly startled and somewhat incredulous. "The scar is gone?" Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a mage hand grabbed a mirror and appeared in front of Lena at once. Lena looked at the pretty face in the mirror that she had personally destroyed restored to its original appearance. She was pleasantly surprised and full of complicated feelings. Is this the power of a wizard? It's amazing. When Clive saw this, his heart was filled with shock. Almost at the next moment, his hands heated up, and he felt a numbing itch where his fingers were broken. Finger bones with flesh and blood grew out in an extremely strange manner. Then, countless flesh and blood quickly covered his fingers, condensing into 6 new fingers. After the new fingers finished growing, Clive only felt a sharp pain in his body. The destroyed meridians linked up one by one, and countless hidden apertures were stimulated. His formidable life force was stimulated, and tyrannical chi gushed out in a flash. "Thank you, Master, for repairing my body and restoring my chi. Clive is willing to do everything in his power to serve you, Master." Clive's mood surged. He knelt in front of Yang Feng and performed a knight's salute of loyalty to his lord, his voice full of passion. When Clive chose to rely on Yang Feng, he was only forced by the circumstances. There was no worse choice than to rely on Yang Feng. Now he was truly convinced by Yang Feng. Using both kindness and power was the only way to rule. Babu suddenly felt his body heat up, and his life force potential was stimulated. A tyrannical chi gushed out of his body, directly promoting him to a knight rank expert. Oxman half-blood beast man like Babu had a very good physique and was extremely suitable for cultivating chi. However, more than 90% of half-blood beastman tribes didn't have methods to cultivate chi. Only then did the liquid metal nano-robots stimulate his life force, allowing him to break through the barrier and promote to a knight rank expert. "Chi, I, Babu, have chi as well. Master, you're really remarkable." Babu is convinced. Babu had a look of ecstasy on his face as he prostrated on the ground and said. Lena also saluted Yang Feng and said, "Thank you, Master, for repairing my body and appearance. Lena is willing to do everything in her power to serve you, Master, and take care of your daily life." After seeing Yang Feng's unfathomable means, the three people were finally convinced. Yang Feng quickly made a series of arrangements, making Lena the manager of internal affairs. Babu became the leader of the 300 Oxman half-blood beast men. Clive, on the other hand, became the leader of the human slave warriors and commanded them. Under Clive's pleading, Yang Feng injected the 200 most elite royal guards of the Amon Principality with the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, restoring their strength and repairing their limbs. The 200 most elite imperial guards of the Amon Principality were all-knight rank powerhouses. There were even more than 30 Great Knight rank powerhouses and 2 Earth Knight rank powerhouses. Their strength was extremely extraordinary. It should be noted that the leaders of the 2 mercenary groups, Lek and Katie, only possessed the strength of advanced warriors. The 200 Amon Principality's royal guards became Yang Feng's strongest force. In the center of Rijek City, there was a magnificent group of huge shrines that made people feel admiration at first sight. The huge temple complex enshrined the gods of the Zalia divine system. Not far from the temple enshrined the gods of the Zalia divine system, there was a temple that, although still magnificent, was a bit smaller. That was the temple of the Weave goddess Garterstave. The Zalia divine system and the Titan divine system were the 2 major human divine systems of the Feisual plane. The Moritz Empire and the Titan Empire respectively enshrined the gods of the Zalia divine system and the Titan divine system. The gods of the Zalia divine system were the protectors of the Moritz Empire. The gods of the Titan divine system, on the other hand, were the protectors of the Titan Empire. In addition to the Zalia divine system and the Titan divine system, there were also some gods of neutral divine systems and some independent gods with very few believers. Among the many neutral gods, the Weave goddess Garterstave was definitely one of the most powerful. Virtually all wizards of the Feisual plane who practiced magic were believers of the Weave goddess Garterstave. She created the Weave and cast spells with the help of the power of the Weave. Even a powerful divine system like the Zalia divine system had no choice but to tolerate the Weave goddess Garterstave preaching within its sphere of influence. Of course, the size of the temple couldn't surpass that of the Zalia divine system's gods. Chapter 206. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the temple of the Weave goddess Garterstave, he carefully looked at the temple, lowered his head slightly, and stepped inside. A young priest walked up to Yang Feng and said with a smile, "Dear sir, hello. What can I do for you?" "I am a wizard who obtained the magic notes of a reclusive wizard and achieved success in my cultivation. I have always been a believer of the great Weave goddess Garterstave in the mountain forest. This is my sincerity to the goddess. Please accept it." With the look of a devout believer, Yang Feng handed a bag of gold coins to the young priest. Gods didn't need gold, but secular churches didn't lack gold. After the young priest received the bag of gold coins, he weighed it in his hand and keenly felt that there were more than 100 gold coins in the bag. His smile became more enthusiastic. "The great goddess will definitely bless you." Yang Feng said, "I hope to be able to pray to the great goddess in the temple. Please come with me." The priest naturally wouldn't refuse a believer's prayer request. When Yang Feng came to the prayer room, he quietly activated the invisible crown of blasphemy that he had already put on his head. "Great Lord Garterstave, you are the ruler of the Weave, the goddess of magic." In front of the statue of the goddess, Yang Feng bowed his head and recited a prayer. Extremely devout spirit fluctuations diffused from Yang Feng. The statue of the Weave goddess Garterstave surged with divine light. An array of divine light shot out of her lily-white hand and shone on Yang Feng. The priest was dumbstruck, unable to believe his eyes. Divine grace. A fanatic? He's actually a fanatic. On the Feisual plane, everyone had to have faith and believe in a certain god. Believers were divided into 6 classes: non-believers, pseudo-believers, shallow believers, true believers, fanatics, and saints. The vast majority of people were pseudo-believers or shallow believers. The number of true believers and fanatics was very small. Only the talents cultivated by churches would have a large proportion of true believers and fanatics. A true believer was enough to serve as a priest in a church. Although wizards believed in the weave goddess Garterstave, but many of them still pursued knowledge and truth. Most mages were false believers and shallow believers. There were very few true worshippers, and even fewer true worshippers who have been blessed by goddess Garterstave of the Weave. The great goddess of the Weave, Garterstave, has boundless divine power. Even the magicians in the forest are affected by her great divine power. This was a miracle, a blessing from God. This man is destined to be an amazing man in the future. A middle-aged man dressed in a bishop's robe walked out from one side of the temple, looked at Yang Feng shrouded in divine light with a complicated look in his eyes, and sighed. After Yang Feng finished praying, the divine light shrouding him also dissipated. The bishop came to Yang Feng and said, "Hello, young man. My name is Edo, the bishop of this temple. Did God guide you to our temple?" Yang Feng said respectfully with a pious expression, "Yes. Dear Bishop Edo, my name is Ian. I was summoned by the great goddess of the Weave Garterstave to come here to buy slaves and go to the Red Earth Wasteland to build a city and spread the glory of the great goddess of the Weave Garterstave. On the one hand, I came here to pray to the great goddess. On the other hand, I applied for an examination of my magic strength. On the other hand, I hope that the temple can send a bishop to the Red Earth Wasteland to build a temple belonging to the great goddess and spread the divine light of the great goddess. On the Feisual Plain, every city had to have a temple. Just like in the Great Cloud Dynasty, every city had to have a warlock tower. Without a temple, not only would a city not receive the protection of the temple's divine power, but would also be regarded as a heretic and subject to the crusade of all nearby forces. If Yang Feng wanted to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, then he had to have a temple. After careful consideration, he still chose the neutral goddess of the Weave, Garterstave. As a wizard on the Feisual Plain, it was normal for him to be close to the goddess of the Weave. When he heard Yang Feng's request, Edo's face revealed an embarrassed expression. The Red Earth Wasteland was a barren wasteland without any resources. There were only dirty and ugly goblins, bugbears, ogres, and such bandits. No priest or bishop would go there to preach. Although the goddess of the Weave didn't restrict the races of her believers, but beastmen, elves, and other races that could grasp magic power had their own gods. For the goddess of the Weave, goblins and bugbears, who didn't understand magic, had no value in preaching. Edo said, "Ian, from the light of divine grace bestowed upon you by the great goddess, I have confirmed that you are a great wizard. I'll give you the magic badge in a moment." When a young priest heard this, a look of envy appeared in his eyes. On the Feisual Plain, the ranks of wizards were divided into level 3 apprentice wizard, level 1 warlock, great wizard, level 2 warlock, archwizard, level 3 warlock, legend wizard, great warlock, and demigod wizard, starry sky warlock. Great wizards were already extremely powerful beings. Bishop Edo, the bishop of the Weave Goddess's temple, only had the cultivation base of a great wizard. The young priest's cultivation base was only that of an apprentice wizard. Edo suddenly asked, "As for the temple in the Red Earth Wasteland, Ian, are you willing to join the Weave Divine Order, become a member of the Weave Divine Order, and dedicate everything to spreading the glory of the great Weave Goddess Garterstave?" Yang Feng said with a pious expression of a martyr, "I am willing to join the Weave Divine Order and dedicate everything to spreading the glory of the great Weave Goddess Garterstave." Edo was very satisfied with Yang Feng's performance, not having the slightest doubt. Only fanatics, who were second only to saints, would go to a remote place like the Red Earth Wasteland to build a city and preach at all costs. Edo said, "I'll report your situation to the headquarters. After receiving a reply from the headquarters, I'll preside over the induction ceremony for you." Yang Feng said somewhat awkwardly, "Bishop Edo, I'm leaving for the Red Earth Wasteland tomorrow to build a city and spread the glory of the goddess. There are still 6 months before winter. I might not have the time to come back." Edo said, "It doesn't matter. I now grant you the title of acting bishop. You can build the temple of the goddess in the Red Earth Wasteland. As for the materials and blueprints for the construction of the temple, I'll send someone to deliver them to you after you've built the city." Yang Feng revealed his true purpose. "The Red Earth Wasteland is very dangerous. I hope to buy some magic scrolls, divine spell scrolls, and holy water for self-defense." The Weave goddess Garterstave was a god worshipped by countless wizards on this plane. The Weave temple had the largest number of magic scrolls and divine spell scrolls. Yang Feng's strength as a level 2 warlock was already extremely tyrannical, but on the Feisuo plane, no amount of preparation was excessive. Although his strength was extremely formidable, but his spirit force was limited after all. Those magic scrolls were very useful in enhancing his fighting prowess. The holy water in the temple also had the miraculous power to purify evil, strengthen one's constitution, and treat some common ailments and pains. On the Feisuo plane, the holy water in the temple was equivalent to an all-purpose medicine. Of course, the holy water could only treat many ailments and pains. Those serious ailments still needed to be treated by a doctor. Edo said, 50 gold coins for level, 0 magic scrolls, 3,000 gold coins for level, 1 magic scrolls, 50 gold coins for level, 0 magic scrolls, and 2,000 gold coins for level, 1 magic scrolls. 1,000 gold coins for 1 liter of holy water. How much do you want? Yang Feng said overbearingly. I want as much as you have. Edo was startled and said, I have 300 magic scrolls for level, 0 magic scrolls, and 27 magic scrolls for level, 1 magic scrolls. 400 magic scrolls, 100 magic scrolls, and 20 liters of holy water. That's a total of 336,000 gold coins. Yang Feng smiled slightly, flipped his hand, and a magic stone appeared in his hand. Can I pay with magic energy stones? Edo showed a trace of a smile and said, Yes, for each magic energy stone, I can offset the payment of 600 gold coins. Yang Feng said, I also need a lot of food and weapons, preferably standard military weapons. Of course, money is not an issue. Edo's eyebrows creased slightly. Military standard weapons were controlled goods and were not allowed to be bought and sold by civilians. If one didn't have the means, it would be extremely difficult to get their hands on them. Edo pondered for a while before saying, No problem, but it will take 2 to 3 months before I can come across this place. The Weave Divine Order was one of the most powerful churches on the Feisuo Plain. Even in the Morinth Empire controlled by the Xalia Divine System, it still had a huge hidden force. If it was an ordinary person, Edo would never care about such a matter. Even if he was given more gold coins, he still wouldn't care about it. However, Yang Feng's embodiment of Ian was going to the Red Earth Wasteland to spread the faith and glory of the Weave goddess Garterstave. This had to be taken seriously. Yang Feng showed a trace of a smile after the negotiations were concluded. Food and weapons were the foundation of a force. He didn't want his lifeline to be controlled by a force. Although Yang Feng had his own ideas and plans regarding food and weapons, but in the initial stage, they had to be imported in large quantities. Yang Feng's embodiment had black dragon blood meridians and integrated 3 divinities. If he wanted to walk the warlock path, his evolution potential was limited. However, there was no problem in walking the path of gathering faith and becoming a god. Establishing a force, gathering believers, igniting god fire, and ascending to godhood. This was what Yang Feng had decided to do before entering the Feisuo Plain. After the negotiations were concluded, Yang Feng bought a lot of research materials on wizards from the Weave Divine Order and then left. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.